Mm, I don't hear you. Damn, it might be on my end. Ah, okay. Mm.
Okay, hello, hello.
Hello, salutations, yeah.
How should I call you, just to be sure?
Well, my some people call me by the nickname Augustus, but my real name is Roman. You can call me Roman. You can call me Augustus.
Okay,
Frankly speaking,
Augustus
if
is fine.
yeah, okay, you can call me Susan if you like, but that's maybe for a second for our second following conversations. Um, yeah. So yeah, I was some people suggested me talking to you recently. Plus, I also thought of doing collaborations, a season of collaborations, talking to other streamers. Are you streaming right now, by the way,
I
or
am,
not? Hmm. Okay. You stream on YouTube, right?
correct.
Only. Okay. Yes. Well, hello to your audience as well. Yeah. I am Augustus or Roman, as I said earlier.
Yeah, good to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Oh, I see the webcam. Ah, hold on. If we stream with cameras, I can turn on mine. Just need to. Uh, hold on. Mm, wait a second. Uh, where are you from, if you don't mind me asking?
Uh, so I live in the USA, in Utah right
Hmm.
now. I'm from
Mm-hmm.
Mexico. That's where I'm from.
Mm. Oh, hold on. Do you know by chance? Ah, I think I need to dis. Give me a moment. Um, I'm trying to activate the camera here. Just not working for some reason. Oh, yeah. Hello there.
Hello.
Moment. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. I myself happen to be from Russia.
Okay, interesting.
Uh, yeah. Usually, well, I personally stream on my streams. I talk about many things. I don't have. I prefer to cling to this like free format, so to say, with minimal boundaries. And usually we talk about just anything really, whatever happens to be on the agenda. Mostly politics, mostly political subjects.
Okay.
I discuss. Um, what about you?
So I studied art. I do some art streams, not necessarily a lot of
Hmm.
art, but some. I do some video games, and I do politics and debates, including ethics and economy and just regular politics.
Mm-hmm.
That is what I
Damn.
do.
Uh-huh. Mm. You mentioned art. You have maybe you receive an education or something on the subject.
Yeah, I have a degree in video game design and
Ah.
arts. Video game art and
Mm.
design.
Oh, damn. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Because I myself don't have particularly an education. I happen to be an uneducated chap. Misfortunately, I decided not to,
Well, it's not about
but
the education. It's
mistakenly
about
perhaps. Hmm?
it's not about the paper. It's about just going to school and doing it, getting it done.
True, it's not just about ethos, even though sometimes it's rather important as well. But no, also the skills, certain skills, and after all, some connections also can be acquired
Yep,
during the educational process. Rather helpful.
that's the
Rather
point.
helpful it is. Maybe politically, how would you define yourself?
I'm a right-wing political pundit based on Christian ethics.
Mm.
I believe that the best idea for the way of looking at society is to virtue ethics, and the only way to get to the ethical framework that it's necessary is through Christianity. So there's no rights,
Mm.
there's only duties, and there is there's no way to go to a position in which you can come with anything that is not preference based except for God. So
It's unusual because virtue ethics is something you rarely like encounter anywhere, really. And myself, I also cling to the same out of three, to the same branch of ethical schools. Yeah.
well, virtue ethics just
Um.
means that you ought to do what is good, right?
Well, I guess you mean the Aristotelian ethics, I suppose.
Well,
Yeah.
Aristotle has an idea of how to get to the virtue of ethics. The idea again is you ought to do what is good. He comes through the position of good, utilizing mostly the ideas of the time. He didn't have the framework or access to Christianity, so there's a lot of
Mhm.
he has a little bit of a conflict in the way that you get to the idea of good, but he's talking about the virtue of doing good. So it's not about the government or someone else doing things for you. It's about you doing things in accordance to virtue. That's what the idea of virtue ethics means. So it's not about
Yeah,
the
I'm
government
familiar.
should
It's
do what
usually
is
like
good
about
for
character.
me. It's about you doing what is good.
Well, yeah. I'm quite familiar myself. Long ago, I was interested in philosophy. Majorly, it's forgotten, and sadly, but yeah. Uh, and well, Christian, you said as well, because I myself, if you're interested, I am slightly well. I'm not a big fan of Christianity myself, even though view it as an important element of modern conservatism. Well, obviously, if you seek to conserve, you need something, a tradition to conserve. But myself, religiously, I for a while, for a long time, had preferred and happened to be viewing the world in more like pagan ways, so to say. So I'm like a polytheist of a sort. Maybe not much practicing, yeah,
As a do as thou
but
wilt, as long as it
mm,
doesn't harm
no.
others.
Again, can you say the last
Well,
part?
well, it depends on the branch of paganism. There is obviously like all religion pagan ideas, like Aristotle is. Um, but most of the time, right now is just do as thou will. It's a harm principle kind of thing. If you don't harm
Ah,
others, you
that
can
what
do
you
what you
mean.
want. As long as
Okay, yeah,
as long as you
it's
don't.
do as thou wilt is. I see. I recall it. Yes, it's coming from. Damn, I forgot. It's mostly Satanism, I guess.
Yeah,
What
Satanism.
was the name of the author? But yeah, but Satanists cannot really be quite paganists and polytheists because the major role is well, anyone can be in some way,
They
depending how
all
you
are
look
the
at this.
same.
But
They follow the
Satanists
same
usually
principles.
paganism is usually about the principle of it's the cult of the ancestors. Whatever paganism you look at, this is the one of the well, this is a fundamental characteristic you find anywhere. Yeah, whether we're talking about northern, like American
Yeah, but why should you? Why should you
natives.
follow your ancestors?
Well, we happen to be. Yeah, they have. Mm,
That's not
why
an
should you
answer
follow?
to the
Not
question.
necessarily you follow them. You just worship them
Yeah, why should you
because
worship them?
this is kind of moral. Because this is moral. It is found moral. People find moral. There is no need for logically explaining why we
You
find
follow them
or
because
happen
it's
to
good.
be
Why is it
believing
good?
because it is good. So.
It is good because it's good.
Morality doesn't need logical
It
explanations,
does.
really.
Everything
Mm,
needs a.
mm-mm.
Okay, you need a
Yeah,
just. You know what
morality.
justification means.
This is the ethical sphere, I suppose.
Yeah, of course, but
We
you know
will
what
plunge into
justification
ethics.
means.
Justification, yeah,
Yeah,
familiar,
what is it?
familiar. I don't know. I will struggle to give a definition right now, I suppose.
It's just a good reason to believe it's true. Okay, if you have a circular reason to believe that it's true just because, that's not a good reason to believe it's good.
And
So,
how
what
do you
is your
define what is
justification
true
of
and
how
what is
you
not?
come to the idea that worshipping your ancestor is the good thing?
I don't believe in truth. The truth in Christian
Okay.
terms doesn't really exist. There is no objectiveness, objective truth,
So,
universal truth.
perfect. So, you're telling me that whatever you believe is not even true. Why should I believe you?
No, there are many truths. Everyone has his own truth. There is no objective,
What?
united,
No, you said there's no
or rather,
truth.
universal
Wait,
truth.
you just said there's no
Universal, I
truth.
said universal
You
truth. I
cannot
specified
say
universal.
I have truth
You
and
can.
there is no truth at the same time. That's a contradiction.
I
You
say
just said there
there
is
is no.
no
I said
truth.
there is no objective truth. If you listen
Yeah,
carefully or rewatch the
perfect. There
stream,
is
you
no
will
objective
listen
truth.
to me saying this.
Why should I believe you?
Yes. There is my truth and your truth.
Why should I
Everybody
believe you?
deems his own truth to be. Everybody will be deeming his truth to be universal. Yet there is no universal truth.
No, if
It
I
will be
say
your
my
personal
truth, it
one.
would be subjective. It wouldn't be
Okay, how do
universal.
you logically how do you logically prove me that your truth is the
My
one
truth,
and not mine?
again, if I say my
Mhm,
truth, it would be subjective because it
mhm.
would be according to me. But if I say universal, it would be objective. It would be
Mhm.
outside of me, right?
Who will be the judge of this?
It would be
You?
God, obviously.
Ah,
Hmm.
well, my gods say otherwise.
Your God, you don't have a
They are
God.
in
You said
conflict
that you don't
sometimes.
have objective truth. There's no God in you. You are your God. You're just
No,
subjectivist.
the gods, they exist in the material. The
No,
gods are material.
you are your
They
God
are.
because all reality depends upon you. This is why I said all of you are the same because you put yourself as your God. Satanism,
No,
paganism, all of you
myself.
do the same thing. Yes,
Okay,
you're
it's marvelous.
subjectivist.
It's marvelous, surely. It's
You said my God. I wouldn't say my
yes.
God. I would say God. You see the
I
difference between
understand.
that?
Why it's not. I think, I just realized I have a Muslim friend. My Muslim friend tells me that your God is a prophet. I
So
think
what?
Why wouldn't I trust him? I should be
Because you
trusting him
can
then. He's
listen
close
to
to me.
his claims and understand what he is
Hmm.
about. They literally need the Bible as the confirmation for
Hmm.
their belief system.
Who, the Muslims?
Yes.
Or- I don't think they appeal to Bible so much. They have their own book, which might be somewhat derivative, but they don't believe it.
Quran, confirmation through scriptures. The Quran self final frequently describes itself. We have revealed to you, Prophet, this book, truth, confirmation of previous scriptures and supreme authority on them.
Do they
Surah
deny it or not?
Al-Ma'idah 548. So they literally are appealing to the Bible for the confirmation of the Quran.
Okay, fine. But they also say that your God is a prophet. He
Yeah,
was
they
not
can be
a
wrong
divine being. You can be wrong
objectively.
as well.
Okay, and it's a
Objectively, you can be wrong as
contradiction
well.
because they are contradicting themselves. This is the point that I was trying to talk about.
I don't
If
know.
you
He
contradict
sounded.
yourself on your basic beliefs, that is a problem on your basic beliefs, right?
Yes, I don't
No?
know. He seemed rather confident. I didn't plunge into this too deeply myself, but
I
he was stating that Christian God
yeah,
is not really God. I don't know who to believe, to be honest. Whose truth happens to be correct,
I don't
but
know.
definitely
In your
somebody will
worldview,
define in
wait.
heaven.
In your
Unfortunately, we
worldview,
will
you
never
do
learn.
know who to believe. You believe in yourself. You are your God.
Hmm.
You said it yourself. My truth, my reality. I am the one. It's me. You do have a belief
Mm.
system. It's dependent upon yourself.
Do you think it might be possible that we define and understand the word truth somewhat differently?
I
Because
mean,
it seems like probably that's the case.
true. It would it be the case? Would that be true? I don't know. How would I
Amazing.
know in accordance to you, because you are the final authority in your worldview, how you define things? Is there a true value in that statement?
True. There is them. I think. How was it called? I cling to the deflectional theory of truth myself.
Uh-huh.
Deflectional, I guess.
All right.
I'm just not sure how to say it in English. As I was saying earlier, it was quite long ago.
Maybe correspondent.
Hold on. Yeah. Truth. Yeah, I guess this is the one apparently. The deflationary theory of truth.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of truth being complex proportional like correspondence. Yeah, I guess that's the one.
What does that mean?
I don't believe. No, ChatGPT gives me a certain kind of definition, like corresponding to reality.
I mean, it's how you believe in
Oh.
truth. You should be able to tell me what it is, right?
Yeah, it no English poorly, and it was long ago. I wasn't preparing for debates myself, but so it
I mean, we're
happens.
not debating. This is a
Uh,
conversation. Debating needs a moderator, and we'll have a topic, and we would
true,
be
true,
prepared with the
true,
statistics and have more.
true. Yeah. Basically, the idea is that when you say something is truth, like a statement, let's plunge into logic if you want logical
Mm-hmm.
thing. What is the difference between a statement, there is a rain, and there is the statement that there is rain? Hold on. Two statements. First one, it rains today.
Mm-hmm.
Statement two, the statement it rains today is true.
Mm-hmm.
What is the difference between these two statements? Do you think there is any or not?
The statement one, it's raining today. Statement two,
Mm-hmm.
it's raining today is true. The first
Basically,
statement
yes.
is just it's a statement of something that may or may not be happening.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't declare if it's truth or not. It's raining today may or may not be true. Second one
But it's
is
a
stating
statement.
that the
Yes.
statement of true, the statement that is raining is true. Both of them, by the way, cannot be true, and it would depend upon something that is happening outside, unless you're a complete
Mm-hmm.
subjectivist, in which the second statement will always be true. Because in accordance to your mind frame, it will be true
No.
because you're declaring it as true.
No, the statement might be not said by me at all. But I
I'm not
might be the
talking
one
you
listening to this.
as you as a person. I'm saying you as the general
So,
statement. Whoever is saying the statement
no,
would be dependent upon
eh,
him saying that it's true if you're a subjectivist. So I am, let's say that I'm a subjectivist and I say it's raining and it's true. If I say that in
mhm,
accordance to me, that statement will always be true because I am the creator of what is true.
mhm. Well, according to me, there is just no difference at all. The difference is that there is semantically, yes. Semantically, there is no difference whatsoever, and that's basically the deflationary theory of truth.
Yeah.
Uh, when I say there
Will
is,
that be true?
people have different truths, people
But
believe in different things,
before we
people
move
have different
forward,
beliefs.
will that
Mhm.
idea that there is no difference between those two, would that be true?
Depending on the way how you interpret this, to be honest. Well, how one interprets it.
So it would be subjective and it would be dependent upon the subject if your theory of
Yes.
truth is
No,
true.
you may believe, yeah, you may believe in divine truth that just like you.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
asking
I
you,
understand there is such position.
it's not my statement, it's not my position, it's yours.
I understand. I am telling you that I realize that there are people in this world who believe there is the divine truth of some sort. With truth, with, I don't know, with
So are they correct and
only
you're
God will be able
incorrect?
to prove. Hmm?
So they are correct
Hmm?
and you're incorrect in your belief?
No, they have a belief. I don't share this belief. That's
That's
all.
fine that you don't share it, but I'm asking you if
Hmm.
your theory or your idea that those two phrases are the same thing, I'm asking if that
I,
is true.
but I told you, according to my stance, is that there is no difference between those two statements. That's
Would
the
that be true?
deflationary theory.
Would that be objectively
Uh,
true, or it
Basic.
would be
No, there is
semantically
no
true,
objectiveness. There
or
is no
so it
objectiveness.
wouldn't be
There is no
true?
objective truth.
Yeah, there's no truth.
It would, yes, it would be false because everything is false. Yes.
I don't know. I'm asking you. This is what I said.
No,
You don't
dude.
have a theory of
The
truth.
thing
You don't know
the
what
thing
true
is
is.
you.
You're
The thing is if
you say I am truth. Whatever I decide to be true is true. This is what I call you a
whatever people
subjectivist.
believe, whatever people believe, yes, people believe different things, so it happens.
No, but it's
You
you. It
try
would
to
depend
you
upon you.
try.
Would they be wrong? Are Christians wrong from believing
No,
divine command
no,
theory?
no,
No?
they are not. No,
Wh- Why are you not
as well as
believing in
people who
that if they're
oppose them,
correct?
because they have their own belief. They have their own truth in which they believe.
Should
This
you
is not.
Okay, should you believe in what is true?
Should we what? Believe
Should you
in
believe
what is
true
true?
things?
We believe things we deem to be true. Yes.
I'm not asking the deem. You see, you're adding things. Should you
Believe.
believe things that are true? That are true?
I believe people have beliefs in truths, and these truths, they differ. They are different. They depend on your
It
religious
depends on
tradition,
you. So you
on the
decide what is
environment
true
in
and what
which
is
you.
false. You are your God because you make the truth. That is the point. I don't know why you're running away from these.
Okay, fine. My divine ancestors defined it, and I believe in it.
Your divine ancestors. That you believe
Yes.
in them because you want to believe in them. Because it's
Yeah,
not
I
true that
believe in them
it's not
because I
actually
believe in
true.
them because they are material and I can sense them. I can touch. If I find their graves, I will be able to dig them out and see their DNA.
Yeah, but you
They are
don't actually
material. I
believe in
believe in
them.
material things.
They're not true in the sense of truthness. You just
No,
believe in them
you
because that's
see,
what you prefer. You're a
unlike your truth,
preferencist.
I am able to touch it. I can be able
You're
to
able to
touch
touch them.
this.
I would not recommend
Yeah,
you to touch your ancestors. Just
but I
saying.
can. I will wear gloves. I
At
will
the end of
take
the
the gloves
day,
on.
what we find out with
Mm-hmm.
these kind of metaphysical questions most of the time is that there
Mm-hmm.
is like two or three different ways of
Точка.
looking at the ideas of the metaphysics. And most of the time, what it ends up being is you're either a collectivist, you're either a full on subjectivist, or you are an authoritarian and you believe there's some kind of authority that you appeal to and belong to. Okay? Those are the three, as a good friend of mine would say, the three telos, the three purposes.
Mm, hold on again. Okay. Didn't quite catch this.
Yeah. So there's
I
three
was still
purposes
thinking about the
in the
previous
way
one.
of looking at the world. One is you're a collectivist. Truth belongs to the people who make it true. This is how to belong to the
Okay.
collective. Communists are collectivists, for example. There's the individualist, the pure subjectivist,
Yeah, okay.
which say I create
Okay, we just
truth.
move.
And then there's the
I
authoritarians,
ask.
which believes no
We just
authority.
moved on. Yes. Okay. Is this the question?
No, I'm
Like,
just
what am
explaining
I?
the difference between
You
the
just
ethical frameworks.
okay. It's just a rather quick, unexpected jump. Okay, to
Well, we
collectivism
already
and
went through the whole
individualism.
ethical framework, right? There's no ethical framework in your worldview except yourself. You are a subjectivist. You believe that you hold the power to say what truth is. And you're
No,
gonna be like,
this
no,
is not
that's
what
not
I was
exactly
saying.
what I believe. It's fine. That doesn't matter because when I ask you the question of whether things are true or not, it's dependent upon the subject. It's like it depends upon me. It depends upon me. I decide whether or not it's
It's
true.
marvelous. It's marvelous that you put words into my mouth, surely. But if
That's
you wish
fine
to
if you
view
don't
it
want
this
to
way, fine.
understand it, but I don't need to waste time on basic things that you're gonna
Yeah.
be running from and about. It's like I already did
Yeah.
it. We already
Yeah.
demonstrated it. If you don't want to
Good.
understand it, it's not
True.
my
True.
problem.
This is true. Yeah, I didn't notice how I was outplayed there.
Okay,
All right.
is the you not noticing? Is that truth? Is that a true statement?
I think
Is it a subjective true statement? Is it a maybe true statement? It is true for you, but not for me? Is it maybe true?
I think it is the divine providence what happens.
I mean,
But yes, it's
you
all
see that you
full.
see
It's
the
all true. It's
problem
all
with this
true.
kind of.
I start
This is the
realizing. I
thing.
think
I am
you're
not
you're good.
attacking you in the ideas. I'm just asking you a
I
question, and your answer is divine
yeah
providence when you don't even believe in that, which because you said so yourself. So it's like, well,
yeah. No, you make up positions for me
I'm not
and
making up
continue
positions. I'm
fighting
asking you
them.
a question and you cannot answer them because you are not willing to actually take a position because you're a
I
subjectivist.
answered
And
you
you understand that the
several of your
moment you
questions
become a
repeatedly. You
subjectivist,
didn't listen and continued battling my
because the
position. Well,
moment you
allegedly mine,
realize
which
that
was
you're
made
a
by
pure
you, not me.
subjectivist, you would be telling me that I'm
Yeah,
correct.
I
That's why you don't
always
want to
say I
do
am
it.
subjectivist. I
You
always
are a
say it myself.
subjectivist.
But subjectivist doesn't mean that you define your society environment
That
and
is,
the tradition you live in defines for you
yeah, but the
what you
point
will
of
be
the
believing either way.
subjectivism is the true statement. Okay? Why do you
Mhm.
believe that you ought follow your ancestors? Why?
Why do you believe that whatever is written in the Bible is true?
It's not
The
about
same
me,
way.
right? It's a two-clock way. It doesn't matter if I believe it or not. I'm
I'm
asking you
Jewish,
a question
perhaps.
about your belief
Maybe I'm
system.
Jewish, and our in and Torah always says to answer the question on the question with a question on a
Oh,
question.
you
So
always
I
answer
do that. I
questions with
follow
questions?
Torah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I might be Jewish, perhaps. Sometimes I feel.
Yeah, I know.
Sometimes I sense it.
That I mean,
It's deep
if
in
you
me.
wanna say that, that's a possibility, right?
Well, I do, of course.
If that's what you
Otherwise, I
wanna
wouldn't be
say.
saying it. Uh, Otherwise, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, I know.
Um,
Maybe I'm Jewish
yeah.
too. In fact, I am Jewish. I made a song about
Damn,
it.
we
I'm great. I'm a great
damn, we all might
artist.
be Jewish.
Yeah. I like
You know,
shekels.
sometimes you cannot be sure whether Jewishness might sneak from behind
I just love
unexpectedly.
shekels. What do I have to what's wrong with that? It's my favorite thing in the world.
I didn't say it's anything is wrong.
I know.
I thought we are on the same page here. Shackles, only goys
Shekels are
don't like them
great.
sometimes.
Yeah.
It's true. I like them too. In the speech of the highest, Odin also was teaching to
Odin.
work for the shackles.
Odin
Yeah,
is the
Odin taught.
highest.
Odin, yes, yes, the highest.
The
Speech of the
highest.
highest. Havamol, yes.
Okay.
Havamol.
Well, it's kind of funny because
Uh,
he has a bunch of gods that
yeah,
forge reality with him.
there are many. There are
So
thousands and millions of gods, yeah. And
that
you
would
can
be
sense them, you can
interesting.
touch them.
That would be actually interesting that he is this kind of thing that's the highest, while sharing the highest with a bunch of gods.
There is a hierarchy between gods. I don't know. It's difficult to imagine, but there is like small, tiny little mini gods of
Uh-huh.
some sort. There is bigger ones. There are those that are in that we barely know about. Well,
And why we ought
barely
believe in
anything
them?
was written about them.
Yeah, and why we
Hmm?
ought believe in them?
Why we believe in them?
Yeah, why
Why
should
do
we
we
believe
believe
in them?
anything? Well, why should we believe anything? Because they teach right things, because they can be sensed, perhaps, because they happen to be our own sometimes.
We
You know,
believe in
if you
them
were born
because
if you were born to a certain family, your family was of certain belief, of a certain faith, then you happen to be just inherited sometimes. Such is the way how the world usually has been working, most of the history at least. Also, it's a maybe difficult kind of a notion, but yeah, we just inherit it sometimes.
so we ought believe in
Mhm.
them because we inherit them, right?
Who we? Who are we?
We as
We the
in
people.
I should believe what my mom and my dad believe because I come from my mom and my dad. That's the question, right?
You shouldn't. You will. Mostly, you shouldn't. Or one should not. One will mostly. There will be some exceptions, surely. But
It's
well,
not an
also
is a
there are
statement. I'm
errors.
asking about the moral of it. Okay? I should believe what my parents believe because they're my parents. That's the position, right?
No, you should not. You will. That's all. No, in some way it's moral, yes, to continue the line of your ancestors.
Mhm. So I should
Is
once
anything wrong with this?
again, you're not understanding the difference between. Do you know what's the difference between an ought and an is?
I'm not sure. And again, the word. What is the word?
What do you know the difference between an ought claim and an is
Ah, an
claim?
ought. Yes. Hume's guillotine. I'm familiar with.
Uh, do,
Question is, do you?
do you understand the
An
difference
ought.
between the ought and the is?
Mm, I think I will be able to recall some.
Okay, I'm gonna ask
Hold
again. If
on.
you say you know you understand it, why should you're saying that you should believe what your parents believe because they're your parents, correct?
No, I said most people will. I said it thrice, I think. It's not about. It's not about should. It's about is. That's all.
All right, let's
You
move
don't
forward.
choose your tradition. Yeah, I think it was a long time. We should have moved forward. I didn't really plan to be
Yeah, it's
discussing
it's
this
it's
subject in
fine.
particular.
There's the I cannot I listen if you don't understand the difference between one question and the other and how to answer them. I can teach you that. There's nothing I can do
Yeah,
about that.
I need teachers. I do need teachers. That's for damn sure.
I don't think you need
Uh,
teachers. I think you really are not I don't know why you're so defensive about this,
hopeless.
but it's fine.
So hopeless.
No,
Why
you're
am I
not
so
hopeless.
defensive,
You're
dude?
just
Because maybe because
defensive.
you attacked instantly. Because you jumped on this on me.
I
I
want
mean,
to understand your position. I'm asking you questions.
mm,
It's like,
I believe
do you
these
know the
things
difference
sometimes may
between
be
the
called.
blue and red? And it's like, but it's yellow. But you know the difference between
Yeah,
blue and red. Well, let me tell you that it's yellow. Yeah, I understand that
I
it's yellow, but I want to know if you know the
mhm.
difference between blue and red. Yeah, but it's yellow.
But I'm
Okay.
colorblind.
Yeah,
That's the
fine.
problem.
I understand
I
you're
might be
colorblind.
blind. Maybe I never saw anything in my life.
Yeah, it has absolutely
Mm,
everything to do. It's correct.
yeah, yeah. But I think sometimes it may be called. You say you accused me of, well, asked me why was I so defensive. Well, maybe because there was an element of some sort of aggression. Asking questions sometimes might
Yeah,
be
I'm very
a certain
aggressive.
kind of attack. I don't mind it at all. Frankly
People
speaking,
have
it's all
told
right.
me
It's
that I'm
actually
very aggressive. I'm a very mean person. I'm the meanie. In fact, I have
no.
an
That's
emoji in my chat that's just the meanie because I am very meanie.
yeah. Look, I actually like it myself. I just wasn't expecting somewhat, but I'm not particularly. I'm a little toxic sometimes myself. It's just mm,
Okay.
well, for this one, I was planning to go differently, to have a different approach, but it's fine.
Well, my apologies. If
Uh,
you feel attacked, my apologies.
no, it's all right. It's all right. I just there is no problem with this whatsoever. It's just you. It's fine. We can move forward. Yes,
Mhm.
we can move forward. I don't know. Political subject. I guess we can discuss some political questions.
Yeah.
Just give me a moment because my stream disconnected for a moment. I needed to restart it.
Yeah. Don't
I
worry
hope
about it.
it's working fine. Yeah. I don't know, but politically, you were saying you are like a conservative, right?
I'm a right wing person. I believe in traditionalism up to a certain extent.
Ah, certain extent of traditionalism. Okay. Um, what is your maybe what is your current analysis on the just global political situation, perhaps?
Well, we're going to a transitionary process where um, a bunch of collectivist people, especially in Europe, have gained power in the past 10, 20 years. The effects in the economy, which is uh, the biggest problem when it comes to collectivist ideology, have been seen and shown. So the growth, especially of the first world, has been very stagnant in the past 10, 20 years. Europe is going to go through a period of crisis, especially when it comes to migration. I hope that they can go through it without violence, but I believe that there might be brewing internal war happening in Europe in the next 10 years if that is not solved directly. When it comes to how I think things are gonna move forward, I think we're gonna be move towards more traditional Christian ideations, especially in the short term, and especially now since there is people actually fighting for the ideas of Christianity and how Christianity should be interpreted in a sense, in a non so nice way, but in more forceful truth way.
True way. How would you propose to? How do you? What do you think is the maybe the? What do you think is the best approach to the migrational crisis? Perhaps.
Oh
How
well, they
would
have
you
to go
solve
back
it?
to their homes.
But how? Everybody says that from that camp.
Oh
Understandable.
well,
Like,
with force if
but
necessary.
how? The question I always was asking myself again. I just so you know, not a big fan of mass migration whatsoever.
You revoke
But
visas. Well,
huh?
this is the way you revoke visas. You deport them
Mm,
if necessary. You tell them they have to go back, and you show
Mm-hmm.
them the door in the nicest way possible. And if they don't want to take it in a nice way, you throw them through the door.
Well, yes, sounds easy, but about 2 years ago, when I was starting to stream in politics,
Hmm.
I was specifying certain kind of difficulties, technical difficulties. For
Okay.
example, well, let's say you revoke visas. Let's say you start deporting people.
Uh-huh.
What if all of those countries, most of them, well, all countries eventually, don't want to take those immigrants back? Where do you send them? Because this is exactly what happens with Donald Trump. He's got like packs of they've gathered illegal immigrants, some of them in detention centers, and then they didn't have anywhere else to send them because their homes, their home countries, were refusing to take so many immigrants in. They have their own reasons. They're not particularly rich. It will be a
And they're
pressure for
not
their social.
immigrants. They're not immigrants
Hmm?
in their nation.
Yeah,
They're
I understand. They
citizens.
come from there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are citizens. But those countries, they just don't take them back sometimes because it would be a pressure for their like social, for the social spheres. You know, they're pretty poor countries. If Iraq, let's say, yes, if a whole bunch of Iraqis now from all over the Western world are being deported back to Iraq, Iraq is going to be facing a certain kind of a crisis.
Yeah.
Violence is in their home, yes, as well, and so on. Eventually, that's the reason why they don't agree with, don't come to an agreement with the Americans or,
It
well,
seems that they have a
Trump
problem,
administration
right?
in this case. Mm-hmm.
That's not my problem,
Yeah.
right?
Well, it's your problem that you have these people now in your country,
Well, it wouldn't
and
be my
their
problem
home
if I send
countries
them back.
refuse
It
to.
will be their problem. They can fucking solve it.
Uh,
Why do I have to care about the
no,
whole world? It's not the position of
yeah,
our
it's
of our
marvelous,
system
but
is I want it
yeah,
to work for the people who are inside of my system. Why do I need to
I
care for the
understand.
people in the other side of the world and then pretend that
I
I'm
un-
holier than
you should
thou?
not be. You
It's not
you
doesn't
should not
work
be.
that way.
Imagine yourself a bureaucratic, like working for the bureaucratic mechanism. There is certain
I'm
kind of
taking a
procedures.
plane and I'm sending them
Hmm.
to their home country, and in their home country
Planes
they
are
have to
expensive.
fix whatever they need to fix. I don't have to fix them. It's not my work. If
Why do
I
you think?
could,
Mm,
maybe if they
mhm.
are willing to pay me a bunch of money in cash, you know, maybe if they're willing to give me their GDP, maybe it might be my problem if I want it to be my problem. But when it comes to them sending people to my house and I don't want them in my
They don't
house,
send.
it's not my
Yeah.
problem at all. They can
It's
just
also a
leave
part
my
of their
house.
policy, by the way. Yes. It's also a part. It's also a part of those countries' policies because this way they arrange very active
It's their
like
citizens. They have a right to be there. They don't
diaspora.
have a right to be here.
I understand. The question is technical. How do you see
It's
it
technical
through
for them,
your
not for
proposal?
me.
No, it will be for you because you are the administration of the United States, and now
Yeah.
you have like millions of illegals you plan to deport. You have arranged a plan deporting illegal immigrants. Okay,
Yes.
okay, fine. How do we see it through technically? There is
We
a list
take
of technical
planes.
issues that eventually doesn't.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this,
Planes
but
are
a plane
expensive. I
exists.
would say boats. I would say boats perhaps in this case.
Oh
Boats would
well,
be
fine.
rather
Boats
cheaper.
too. We take boats and planes, and we, send
Mm-hmm.
them to the place. If they need parachutes because they
Mm-hmm.
don't want to allow us to land the plane, fine. We'll show them with parachutes, and then if the same thing happens with the boats, we send them little boats so that they get there. And then it's their
That's
problem.
right.
It's not my
Technically, yes,
problem.
by
I have
boats.
nothing to do with
You
that
can you can
anymore.
you can like start departing them from ships
Mhm.
in the neutral waters, let's say, like 24 kilometers away from Africa, let's say, if they come from African region,
No, we can
and
take the
by
military if
boats they will be
necessary, and
able to
we
get
can
there.
leave them inland. What are they gonna do? Cry?
Uh,
Cry about it? What are
what
they
are they
gonna
gonna
do
do?
about it?
Well,
Cry
the
about
thing,
it?
I'm yeah, sure, but I'm just not sure that there are reasons why it never has been done previously, and there are
Uh,
certain kind of difficulties arranging that eventually.
no, there's has
I
been
just
people have been deported. Okay, this has happened all throughout the ages. This is not new. In fact, Obama, another administrator, did it
Mhm.
with Mexicans a lot of time. They were really good at doing it.
They had
So
agreements with Mexico, I suppose, didn't
agreements
they?
with Mexico? No,
They had
there's
a
no
bilateral
agreements.
agreement.
The agreement
Hmm?
is we're gonna do whatever we want. We're the United States. That's the agreement. We have a bigger and better military than yours, and we can do the same
I
thing with the
think it might
whole
have
world.
costs.
With the whole world.
I well, eventually, I understand. It sounds cool. It sounds like a cool thing. But like I'm afraid in real world there are reasons why politicians, including Donald Trump, cannot really implement such plans
Well,
because well, there
usually,
are difficulties, as I said.
right
Hmm.
now in the United States, it's not because we don't have the greatest military in the world. It's because of the cult of niceness. There is such a thing right now as a cult called the cult of niceness, where you gotta be nice.
Yeah,
You ought to be nice for
okay.
everything. So that's why
Kind of
a lot of
political
things
correctness.
hasn't happened.
Yeah, but the thing is, what happened to Donald Trump and ICE recently? Every action has a counteraction. That's also to mind
Because of the
about because
cult
half
of
of the
nice,
population of the
right?
USA.
In the United
Yeah,
States,
I
there's a cult of
understand.
nice in the United States. Which of
Mhm,
the countries have done anything when it comes to ICE? The ICE protests, if you look at them, are a bunch of Americans
mhm.
that are very angry because Americans are not nice. It has absolutely nothing to do. The rest of the world, what have they done? Nothing. When we send a plane with a bunch of immigrants to their home country, what do? They accept it and they take them because they know that if they don't, bad things are gonna happen to them.
I,
For example, Maduro. What happened to
it will happen.
Maduro?
Maduro was kidnapped quickly, rather quickly. Yeah, well
Kidnapped?
done.
No, he
I
was
guess.
apprehended.
I yeah. Okay.
Uh huh.
Sorry
You
for
know
the
what's the
wrong
difference
term.
between
He
kidnapping
was
and
he was
apprehension?
taken. mm, Yeah, I'm familiar. Well, it doesn't matter. Well,
Legitimate
okay,
force.
let
That's
it be
the
whatever.
only
He was arrested.
difference.
Maduro was arrested
Yeah, arrested.
over what term? Over what? Well, drug dealing, I guess. Transportation of drugs, I guess. The point is that yeah, other countries across the world.
They will be.
Oh,
They
sure.
will.
I mean, you can do it with one, with two countries like this, but eventually it will have its price. As well as domestically, as you say, you need to keep in mind what is like half of the American population believes in. Yes, niceness, if you call it like this, yes, but like they are extremely politically correct. They are very sensitive, and whenever such things happen, they see Hitler immediately. This is just an objective problem that you need to like deal with. Yes, I used the word necessarily. Don't worry.
Is it
This is a
you
problem
or
you
is it
need to
me
deal with.
that's having
Hmm?
a little bit of a trouble with the internet?
Well, me is rather stable now. Everything is fine, I think. I can hear you well. The stream is going fine too.
Let me turn. I'm gonna hang up the call and call you back in just a second. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You're
Mm-hmm.
now it's fine. We're back.
All right. Yeah. So a lot of people in the USA will not take it too well. Such policy eventually, they will see it
No,
Hitler-like.
the
And that's
people in the
creating issues
USA
for
voted
legitimacy.
overwhelmingly because they want to get rid of mass immigration. Overwhelmingly.
Wait, what? Hmm?
Last
All
election
America?
cycle,
What is?
last election
Mhm.
cycle was won by the
Yeah.
Republicans on the basic of they don't want
Mm-hmm.
more immigration. They won the Senate, they won the
Yeah.
House, and they won the presidency. It's very likely
Mm-hmm.
that even now they will keep the House and the Senate, and the reason why they will keep it is because they don't want more immigration. They're pretty happy with deportations.
What if
They
they?
want to build
What
a
if they lose
wall.
it?
They want to. I said very
It means
likely. I
otherwise.
don't know. We don't know yet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what if they
Mm-hmm.
lose it? I don't think they're gonna lose it. It's looking more and more likely they're actually gonna win it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I see. But no, I would just argue that a lot of people don't wouldn't will not take it nicely. It will have deliberate damage to legitimacy
I mean,
of the
sure, if
whole
you listen
system
to
and
Destiny,
totally.
then he doesn't like it,
Mm.
right?
Yeah, I guess. I guess Destiny doesn't like many things in this world.
I guess so. He's a lefty.
No, it's just
He's a Trump. He hates Trump. He hates, he wants more immigration. He's a liberal.
uh, point is that basically the ICE raids eventually were overbloated by the media, partially, somewhat. And there was a like reaction in terms of rates of approval. Well, of course, not as big as Iran's case, mm, the war in Iran and all that. But such
The
things.
war in Iran is
Hmm?
okay. Listen, there's a lot of people who think the
Mhm,
war in Iran is like the worst thing ever happened. The war in Iran happened mostly happened because at the end of the day, we're gonna do what we want to do when it comes to the world, right? It The Iranians were attacking an ally in the Middle East. At the end of the day, we want to have
mhm,
control over the Strait of Hormuz. There is a big problem when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz and all of that area. Most of it is because of Europe, by the way, because they get a bunch
mhm,
of stuff in Europe due to that strait, and all we wanted was to protect protect the trade. That's why it happened.
mhm,
It's not even a war. We've been bombing them. We can bomb them into oblivion. We've been trying to find a way, a political solution so that we don't have to. But if we wanted to, we could destroy the power plants, all of them. Okay. And what is Iran gonna do about it?
mhm.
What do you think is gonna happen once the population of Iran has no power for a year?
Mm. I don't know, by the way, how significant is the damage to the energy infrastructure, but
Right
what will
now, it
they do?
hasn't been. It
Doubtfully
has
they will
not been.
rise.
Right now, it's not
I don't know.
significant
I
because
know
we
they
have
don't have
decided not
internet at
to.
all.
Right now, it's not
I guess
significant because we haven't
you
destroyed
cannot.
it.
I guess the American army also cannot step in. It's quite obvious. Yeah,
We don't want to go there.
step
Why would we
in.
want to have that
Mm,
piece of fucking land?
to topple the regime, as it was proclaimed, assumed. I guess they were not
We
making
killed the
official
leaders.
claims. Oh well, true. The leaders, new leaders have been found. Well, but
So
that doesn't
what?
matter,
It's like,
truly.
let's go ahead
No,
and
I
destroy the
was
power
curious.
plants.
You
Let's
said
see how
the
much
war
they
with Iran.
stay
You said the
afloat.
war in Iran happens over the Hormuz. Hormuz
The Strait of
happened after the
Hormuz, and it's
attack. Like
happened
they
because
blocked.
of trade. There's no like the war is just us bombing them. We're not gonna go there. We don't care about the piece of land. It's not our.
Hey,
It's not this.
it's
The
okay.
position is not to go there and take it over. We don't want it. First of all, the people
For
over there
sure. There is
suck
no need for
anyway.
victory.
It's not like we're gonna get anything from having people like that.
It's understood. You just earlier you said that the war in Iran happened because of Hormuz. Like Hormuz initiated the Americans starting the attacks, as I
The Strait of
understand, or
Hormuz
what?
is a piece of water in which a lot of
It is a
trade
water because
ships
it's a
go
strait.
through it.
Hmm.
Okay? A bunch of ships go through
Yeah.
it, mostly towards Europe. A lot of the trade goes through it, through Europe. We want to protect that area of land so we can protect the trade.
Hmm. And that was why the war started, I suppose. Like, as based on your
That's the
perspective.
reason why it happened. And because they were attacking,
Okay, that's interesting.
and because they were attacking the Israel. Those were the two reasons why it
Israel, the
happened.
ally. Israel is yes, is the ally.
It is
No,
an
I
ally.
see.
It's not my. Listen,
It
if
is.
it was me,
Mm-hmm.
I would be charging people for us to protect the waters, and we won't have any kind of allies in the Middle East because that piece of land is completely and utterly useless. The only reason why I would think that it would be still be good to protect it is because there are historical significant sites there that I might like to protect, and that I know the Muslims that are completely barbaric will destroy if they could. That is the only reason.
And the currently, by the way, I'm not sure whether the blockade is still standing. I wasn't following the past month. Is there a blockade currently from both sides yet or not? Still. Like a month ago, there was an American and
Yeah, they
Iranian
had a
blockade of
blockade and they've
the
been
strait.
talking, they've been having different talks. They're gonna be both sides are gonna be saying that they won. It doesn't truly matter at the end of the day. It's the people who are going through this. The only thing that matters is whether or not there's actual problems when it comes to trade. Trade seems to be going through. It's good enough as long as the political actions from both sides. And the other problem is they really don't want them to have any kind of uranium. So
It's interesting that you didn't mention as the reason of the escalation in the region the nuclear weapons, because Donald Trump was always, well, at the beginning he was specifying the nukes, I suppose, the
well,
nuclear
there is
program.
that they do have capacity to enrich uranium. You know how we know that they
Hmm.
have the capacity?
I fear to imagine.
Because the United
Enlighten
States
me.
gave them the capacity. That's how
Oh, how? How
they gave
exactly?
them the technology so that they can enrich uranium. So they know they have the capacity because we gave them the technology.
Damn, so perhaps it's just like on that meme, usually it's the Jews who can, like the meme where a Jew is controlling two sides and
Hmm.
tell them to fight each other. Here it's like the USA is making Jews and Iranians fighting one another.
Well,
Apparently, that
they had a
looks
different
like it.
regime when we
Like,
gave them the capacity to do it. But yes,
mm. You mean during before the Islamic Revolution back then? Okay.
yeah,
Okay, all right, all right, all right. So who's winning so far in that war?
winning.
I wasn't following. Well,
I
more or less
mean,
closer to
one
winning.
side is telling, "Hey, let's go ahead, let's look for peace and let's figure it out." The other side lost their pope, pretty much.
The Supreme Ayatollah, yes.
Yeah,
Um,
and if they want, and if they,
but they have a new
if
one,
we wanted, we
just
probably
like
get
with
another
popes.
one. Yeah, we probably can go ahead and get him too if we wanted to.
Probably. Maybe he's already dead. There are rumors because nobody's seen him for a long time. Maybe he's already dead.
Yeah, why do you think nobody has
Yeah.
seen him? And the moment he
I
pokes
suppose
out his head, he's probably
it
gonna
may be
lose it.
anything.
That's why.
Why do you think they were able to take out the so many leaders so quickly, along with schools? Because I think
Along, what's
the
wrong with
element.
schools? What's wrong with schools?
Nothing. No schools, no problems.
No, I'm asking you
I just
because
want.
you see why the problem, you see why it was important to have the discussion on morality. Because now you're
Mhm.
saying, well, there's this school things, but you don't even know if it's good or bad that that happened. It's just your preference. You prefer that it didn't happen. But at the end of the day, it's not actually there's not actually a problem, right? It's not true. It's not an actual true statement that they blew up a school. That's not actually a problem. It's subjectively. It's dependent upon whoever watches it. See?
Yeah, that's exactly the position of paganists like Aristotle, for example.
Yeah, I believe
Precisely.
so.
Yes, yes. No, it's written pretty much the same way. Very close to it.
Well, you
In
told me that there's no
Nicomachean Ethics.
truth, so how would I know if you're telling me the truth? Right?
You choose what to believe, and that's what people do,
Exactly.
whether you like it
I
or not.
choose what to believe. I choose it. So if I choose
It's
to
more of a
believe,
phrase.
if I choose,
Why do you make
wait,
such? Why do
if
you think you
I
make
choose,
choices?
listen, if I choose to believe, that's perfectly justified. I'm fine. I'm right.
Remarkable.
That's remarkable for you. This
Uh,
is your position. It's not even mine.
it is my position, and you know it better than I. You knew it from the start, before I
Yep.
even started explaining anything, and
Yep.
that was great.
And
I
you know
mean,
what is the
whatever it takes
funniest
for a
part is that
victory.
you run away from it. I didn't.
I have no idea why would I be even seeking to run away from a cringe discussion. Anyway,
Fine.
there was something else. Uh, uh, who's winning? Yes, that I asked. Well, just I don't know. In general, if you have some questions while I'm thinking on mine.
Um. Well, you say you live in Russia. I've been thinking about Russia for a while, which is interesting for me. What is the general sentiment when it comes to communism in Russia?
The general sentiment on communism.
Mhm.
Yeah. I guess it may be worth discussing the what nowadays, I suppose. Yes, obviously. Nowadays, majorly significant portions of the elites are rather in favor of a certain kind of red-brown discourse. It's a combination of late something similar to Stalinism. Yes, when communism started acquiring certain kind of conservative features, so to say, and nationalism. So, like, some kind of a peculiar combination of late Soviet Union sympathies, I guess, mostly. It doesn't matter, actually. Just acceptance
Wait,
of
what
the
is the general
historical path, I
position? It's
guess.
like people are in
Huh?
favor of communism. They see that communism is a good thing. How do they feel about the idea of
Communism in general.
communism?
Communism in general. What do you understand by communism usually? Yes, as an ideology. Yes. Well, communism as an ideology, Leninism, whatever Lenin was teaching, his practices as well as Marxism. This is not really taken any seriously. You barely will be able to find any of that in this country, especially on the level of politics. There is a certain kind of a sympathy of some sort towards the historical past, yes, because in 90s in particular there was a huge, it was pretty much a mainstream amongst the elites of all kinds to deny the past of some
Mhm.
sort. Yes, it caused a reaction uh, of a kind. Yeah, it's a mixture of red conservatism. It's called red con and nationalism. There is a this discourse is highly well, it's dominating these in security services in particular. What's of Putin, as most of the leaders, he's sort of trying to. I don't think it's in these terms it will be understandable. I don't know what exactly interests you about. Well, like, do you care about the ideological element or what the elites
Yeah,
cling
no,
to
I
the
wanted to
beliefs of
know what the
theirs?
general
What's
population
the course of the
believed
country?
about communism.
Ah,
If
population.
they're in favor of it, if they think that there is that it was, for example, there's a cope that I see in
Mm.
a lot of people who say that communism wasn't bad; it was just badly implemented. Are they trying to go back to the idea of the Great Soviet Union? Do they believe that there is, you know, is there
Mhm.
is there like an actual understanding of what I would consider the terrors of the red like of the Red
Obviously, there are
regime.
people. Yeah, obviously there are people who try to like pretty much almost old school communism. Yeah, those you can find in the West, in the USA, as I understand, quite
Yeah,
often
a bunch
enough.
of
You
them
can
migrated
encounter.
to the U.S. In fact, there are a
Mm,
lot of them are like professors in universities and shit.
the communists, you mean?
Yeah, it was a. I don't know if you
Mm,
know, but there's a
yeah.
huge interview in which they pretty much took a bunch of the people who were the mouthpieces of the Russians, and they made them operatives and they sent them to the United States as part of the people that infiltrated the universities. And that's why there's like a such a prominent idea
Ah,
of communism in the United States and even Mexico.
ah, it's that discourse. I see. Yeah,
That
yeah. I got
discourse,
it. I
you
got
don't
it.
think it happened?
Yes, discourse. Discourse is what is the questions we discuss. Yeah, yeah, the infiltration of academic sphere by the communists, you mean,
Well,
right?
let me
The
tell you
American
something.
academia was.
Let me tell you something. It's very simple. Okay, my family teach in one of the greatest universities in Mexico, and one of the people who went over there and started to teach with them was a Russian operative that became a emeritus professor in Mexico. So it is
Okay.
not something that just happened. You can go to the people and see who are the professors, especially like 10 years ago. You'll see a lot of
Mm-hmm.
Russian people, especially in
Yeah.
philosophy and in economy.
Probably. I dare to assume. I never looked into this, but definitely you will be able to find some Russians. You will
One
be
A
able to
lot of
find
them, and they all were
a
communist,
lot.
and they all infiltrated with the idea of communism.
And they. Oh,
Mhm.
is that so? When exactly were they infiltrating? Like the era, approximately, the period of time, the window.
Around the 70s and 80s.
Mm.
Mhm.
They were infiltrating during uh, the age of marketism and all that. Interesting. Okay, let it be then. So let it be then.
Well, but
And they
I'm talking
turned.
about Russia because
Mhm.
my question about the Russians is whether or not they
Yeah.
have like the actually historical context of what happened in Russia during the Stalin regime, for example, or during Lenin regime. It's like people know about what happened with the Kulak population, for example.
Obviously, there are different layers of society. Some people believe in communism through and through. Yes, some people happen to be Leninists. Some people are nationalists. Yes, in general, I don't know. I didn't measure. I do not see so many communists. Plus, they themselves can be very much different sometimes. Uh, in general, on the level of the ideology, like generalizing, yes, the population somewhat, this is not such a significant
Okay, general population
part
in
of the
Russia, do they
population.
believe that they should have some kind of for example, free healthcare?
Free healthcare, yes, but it is a thing.
Yes.
They just get it.
Okay, you believe that you have like a right to healthcare in the general population.
Which believe there is. Yes,
I,
therefore,
I'm
yeah, I
asking about
suppose
a
they
belief.
believe.
The belief means
They
that
believe.
the general population
It's
thinks
it's
they have a right
convenient.
to healthcare. No, that I'm
if
not
it
asking a
if
right
it's
to
if
convenience.
it
I'm asking a
it's
right to
just not a
healthcare.
question people discuss. It's not a question people would be discussing in a society where it's a normal thing, whether we should be normally having it or not. Should we be normally? Is it
Yeah,
moral to breathe? How much should we breathe? You don't occupy yourself with such questions. You just breathe usually.
I'm
If
not.
this is
I don't
just a
need the
norm and
labor of
everybody's used to
other to
this,
breathe, right?
I am telling you that if something is normal and exists, and it's just not a question in
Do I need?
society. People don't wonder whether it should be this way. Nobody is considering. Let's abolish
I am considering it.
free medical system.
I am considering
Hmm?
it. I am considering it. So
Because you
I
come from a
don't.
different society,
I
yes,
don't
where
need.
it's an actual subject.
Yeah, I'm gonna explain to you. I don't need anybody else to
Hmm.
work for me to breathe, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I go to the doctor, okay, do I need somebody else to work in order for me to receive said service?
Mm, hold on, I had a problem with the stream.
No, no worries.
If well, the last part, the question itself.
Yeah. If I
Can you
go
repeat?
to the doctor, do I need somebody else to
Uh,
work so I can get that service?
yeah. You just get there if you have a citizenship. You receive medical services for
Why you
free.
not
There is
answering my
also the.
question? It's such an easy question. Do I need somebody else to
I didn't
work?
understand it.
Do I need somebody else to work so I can receive the service of, being seen by a doctor?
Do I need to have other people working?
Yes.
I don't understand. Who, the doctors?
Are they working?
They do.
They do work. Okay, so they're doing a labor, right?
Yes.
Do I have a right to their labor without me paying them? That's the question.
Do they get paid? They do. You pay to the free for the free
No,
medicine
I'm not paying them.
from
So
your
I am
taxes.
actually,
You
yeah,
pay
there you
with
go.
your
There it is.
taxes. You pay
Exactly.
for the free
You
medicine with
want other
taxes.
people, you want other people to pay for your services. Okay, you're using the labor of others at the end of the day because taxes, you can say, oh, it's taxation, fine. But at the end of the day, you're not paying it. That's the point. That's why we say things like, no, you know, when you should be able, I believe that there are systems that can work, but all of that should be voluntary. It shouldn't be through the
You know what is
government.
also cool? You know what's also cool?
Hmm.
There is also private medicine as well, and they can coexist sometimes. And this way, you
It
can
should only be
have a
private.
competition between state medicine. Huh?
It should only be private.
What?
There's no competition between a state
Oh,
medicine and private.
that's understandable. But a lot of people would disagree with this. And it's rather a very cool system, a competitive system of state-free medicine against, and the private
Okay,
sector
what
as well.
happens? What
Many countries
happens
do that
if
rather well, a lot more successfully.
let me
Hmm?
put it this way. Let's say that I have my state-run hospital, okay, and I give a shit
Mm-hmm.
service. It's the worst service in the world, and nobody wants to be
Mm-hmm.
part of that service because nobody wants to pay that. Nobody wants to go there. What happens to that hospital?
Mm-hmm. It's continuing functioning for people who have no money, who only will be going there because they don't have alternatives.
Nothing
They don't
happens
have a
to that
choice.
hospital. So what we're doing is
Yes.
we're providing a sub. We are just allowing to have shit medical service, okay? Because we're not willing to
Mm-hmm.
just allow it to fail, and that's a that's a problem. Do you don't see the problem there?
That's a
No,
That's a big problem. Yeah, that's a
that's a
huge
huge
problem
problem,
only
right?
if you consider a question under a certain angle, and you are really focused on the question of the state funding something that is not bringing enough profit. It's brilliant, but there will be people who are not capable of paying themselves. Either
Yeah.
way, surely you can just
Well,
neglect
I
them
mean, I know
completely.
what kind of
Also,
medicine
would be.
happens when you have socialized medicine. It happens in Mexico a lot. You know what happened? For example, one thing that
Mhm,
happened is kids, okay, these were poor kids, obviously, had to go to a state medicine. And instead of giving them chemotherapy, they gave them
mhm.
saline water. And they pretended it was
Uh,
chemotherapy. You know
do you
why?
have
Because
private
they didn't
medicine?
have any.
Do you have private? But do you have private medical sector
In
in
Mexico,
Mexico?
there is a
I
private
just don't
medical
know.
sector, yes.
Mhm. So it's mixed. So people have a choice to
Yeah.
go to get better services. And those people who cannot
Wait,
choose because
they
they are
don't
like
have an
they happen to
option
be poor.
because they are poor because they're paying like 40% in taxes. Baseline.
40%? 40% in
Baseline.
Mexico. Damn. All
And
right.
in some places
By the way,
they have actually made they made statistical corrections of it and it was about 55%. in taxes of their income.
So a better solution is that if they just don't have any hospital whatsoever. Or you suppose that if we
I mean,
remove
it would
the
have been
free
better for the
hospitals,
kid. What was the point of the kid going to the hospital? He got not he got absolutely no. He got nothing. They
well,
injected
it's
him
the question to
with
the
nothing
medicine
at the end of the
of
day. It was,
it.
oh, we're gonna cure your cancer. Let me put some saline water in you. Oh yes, that's gonna help you.
Uh, no, it's surely great, but you do understand that some countries may be looking differently. Yes, for example,
So
I'm not
I
much
don't
of an
care
expert, but
what.
I suppose in Norway they have plenty of nationalized medicine, like national free
Hmm.
medicine. Which is free only on paper, of course, because factually all the money, of course, come from the taxes of the citizens.
Hmm.
And Norway is not having such issues, so it happens, I suppose. Well, for Mexico, perhaps, maybe there would be some particular different. Maybe there would be a more functional, more efficient approach. It really depends on a
On what?
country, yes, on the circumstances of
Okay.
each. You create a
Yeah,
general
we cannot
rule.
make any general statements. We have to just it all depends upon me and what I believe at the end of the day. So I understand that there cannot be any general statements.
Uh, because I have an absolutely opposite experience. The free hospitals are rather decent. Yes, sometimes it's best to pay. By the way, free hospitals also affect on the prices in like private sector. Private hospitals
They always
will
affect
not
them.
be rising prices too high. Hmm?
They always affect them
Hmm?
because they are also taxed.
Hmm. No, I mean if they will not be raising it too high, perhaps sometimes. But I'm not really sure. It might be insignificant.
What are you talking about?
Point. I'm saying that if there is a balanced health system in the country and you have both
You come from a
national
rich
sector
family,
and
don't
the
you?
private sector, no, not much,
Yeah, I don't believe you.
not much. I Amazing. You pretty much could see at the beginning my background, which wasn't particularly fancy, as well as I just previously said that my experience with it's just that's that's what happens when you believe in objective truth, and this is precisely the result. You apparently cannot imagine that in other countries free medicine can be extremely good. Sometimes I'm not saying it's extremely good in
Which
Russia. It's
country is
just proper,
extremely good?
decent. I assume Norway. I assume they
So
can be pretty
Norway, that
good
is
there,
literally
probably.
subsidized by the private sector, and the only
I
reason
don't
why it
know
even
some.
works is because they have a no, they have a huge production of oil. That's the only reason why it works.
So
It's a
what?
very homogeneous society. It's a small society, full of, you know, it's a very small society. It's a very homogeneous society, and it works because of
Mm-hmm.
the place that they're in is full with resources, and they're producing a bunch of oil. That's the only reason why it works.
Wait, no, I can see the expertise in economy saying that it's mostly their revenues coming from oil. It's really
It
rather.
is. I don't know what to tell you.
No, truly, there isn't much else to add, without a doubt. But it seems to me that practically there is nothing wrong at all about having mixed kind of national system health about health system in a country. Yes, having both national sector as well as private, in which
Well, there
both
is
of
a
them will
big
be
problem. The
can be
problem is that you have
balancing
a
each other.
sector of the economy that's being destroyed by the public sector. You are going to be
Mm-mm.
taxing that area of the economy to fund the people that are competing against them. That's one of the problems with it. The other problem is you're going to be skewing the amount of competition. You're going to be rising prices because of taxes. You're going to have a huge, you're going to have problems when it comes to how much people are paid and the amount of corruption that is going to happen. And at the end of the day, you're going to be providing a worse service for the general population. You might get a higher tier for the for the rich people in
Mhm.
your society that they can reach that kind of service. All of the others are going to get fucked, which is what happens in places like Mexico, for example, that have that. and not have that for a little while. They've been having it for decades.
So that's what makes countries rich. I see. No, it's. I just I'm not sure whether you. How did you come to such conclusion? Regarding the how. Well, in particular, that the national health system will be damaging through the taxes the other sectors of economy, whether it's
Yes.
based on anything substantial or coming from
Yeah, because the
uh,
economy, how it works is
the
through
head.
a system of so you have a series of indicators, especially price. Price is a great indicator of how
Mm-hmm.
things are being valued by people. If you have something that is
Yes.
extremely valuable, only the few people will be able to get it, for example. Okay? Now, in reality, what people want and what companies want is to sell the most amount. They want to sell more, and the reason why they want to sell more is because they want to be able to provide to the most amount of people. That's the point of it. That's the point of having a corporation. The corporation will try to price for the best of their ability so you can get the most amount of margins. That's the idea behind it. That's why they exist. Okay. Now, if a
Mm-hmm.
corporation is failing, if a corporation is not providing a good service, what will happen is the corporation will die. That's called bankruptcy. It's as
True.
simple as that. You
Happens all the
have
time.
a corporation, it provides a shit service, people don't want it, it dies. Okay? That's how it's supposed to
Mm-hmm.
work. Now, if
Supposed to
you
work on
have
paper. No.
yeah,
Mhm.
fine, yeah, you can call and be like, oh, but this didn't happen there. Fine, it may have you may be correct that that was a shit idea, especially or particularly from governments most of the time. Okay,
Mhm.
but when it comes to the government doesn't have those kind of things. They don't. What they do is they come in, they do a bunch of they can do anything they want with that corporation, and the corporation will never fail because it's not even their money. If there's a moment in which the corporation is failing, not providing a good service, the people who are gonna pay for the corporation to keep existing is the taxpayers. So they end up being corruptions. They end up being dens of corruption. They put people that shouldn't be there. They put in their friends, okay, and they end up being places in which you can buy votes so that you can continue to get votes.
Mhm. I see. I see. No, all right. There was in the chat. There was a better example I suggested to me, but it doesn't matter now. I'm just Denmark. They say not Norway, but Denmark. Maybe also the English national health system, but it also has its own flaws for damn sure. Nonetheless, yes. Well, the guy in the chat
Like
says
lines,
NHS and free medicine in England saved his father's life for free for doing.
like
It's all
lines,
irrelevant
like
in the end.
waiting periods, like not being able to get actual medicine.
I suppose they have like special classifications of how important is the like
Yeah, I know.
the patient. I don't know the details of that,
Yeah,
but
sorry,
again,
you're
he
not as
shares his
important as
experience.
other people. I know.
No, no, he said no.
That is exactly how it
Remarkable.
is, by
Well,
the way.
that too for sure. But I meant that sometimes it may be more serious, sometimes less. He says it was fast, but surely he probably is lying because in the on YouTube and on paper they were saying otherwise. Mm, that it works
Let's see their
differently.
teeth and see how fast it went.
They
The
work
UK
slowly.
system
I
worker.
know.
Sorry, I'm not even gonna say it.
Uh, no, again,
Yeah, the same
I
system
already
that
said I already said what I wanted to.
the same system that helped Nowak. Yeah, great system.
No, what would you propose then? What would you propose? What guy? How would you
I
arrange
already told
the
you. I would
the
make it
national system of
completely.
health?
I would make it completely
Completely
private.
free, run
Yeah.
pretty much close to the American system, I suppose.
No, I would make it actually private. American system sucks. That's why we want to get
Actually, this is
Obamacare
not private
repealed.
enough.
It sucks.
Mm.
So Obama destroyed the American
hmm
system. It was a great system.
Well, I guess in this case maybe it happened even before Obama because there was Medicaid, I guess. during Lyndon Johnson's
Yeah,
presidency, maybe
Medicaid was
like
also a
something around
big
that
problem.
period.
We should get rid of all of it. That's one of the big problems of the debt in the United States. Sure.
Do you think it was? Do you think it was maybe by chance it could be at the beginning when it was implemented Medicaid? Yeah. What do you think it was a good thing or not?
No.
Like, because arguably it was working somewhat differently back then. The system was,
No,
I don't
it's
know,
not great.
functioning more efficiently. Always was shit. Yes.
Well,
Okay.
again, the reason why is because the government is overstepping its duties. It shouldn't be doing that.
No, well, of course, it's just an axiom of a sort. But
And
some people
even if
could
that
say
is the
that.
case, even if that is the case, okay, that the government that the American system is not as great as it used to be, it's still the best. And the reason why it's still the best is because it's at least to the degree of what it is still private.
The point is that I personally heard that when Medicaid was implemented at first, the first decade, like 1 or 2 decades perhaps, some for some time it was working very nice, well, pretty good. In
Yeah,
terms that,
because
well, meaning that before that, not so many people really could afford medical services. Nevertheless, afterwards, after Medicaid, a lot more people could acquire it. Surely, with time, it all started rotting, rather sooner than later, perhaps.
because it breeds
But
corruption. As I said, the more corrupt that it gets, is the worse that it gets. But in reality, the problem is not even that. The Americans have had good medical service for a long time. They are
mhm.
they're the richest people in the world for a reason. They can pay it.
Well, as the country, yes, without a doubt. Uh, the-
Even right
no
now,
arguments there.
right now you can you can have good. The best medical service in the world is still in the United States, and you can still get it.
I thought the best medical services are in Israel, though. But nevertheless, okay, I see. No, it's just making everything private, no matter what. That's the position generally, I suppose. I don't mind it, of course. Myself, necessarily, I do not mind it. I do not find it particularly too horrible, but it's an interesting approach nonetheless. Unusual. Uh, what else was there? Uh, uh,
When it comes to
we came to the. Mhm.
okay, so I never got an actual idea when it comes to the sentiment of the nation of Russia. It's like you were kind of deal daddling about it. You said some people think that it's that communism is good, some people think it's bad. The general population, do they believe that communism is good, or do they think it's bad? Can
They
you answer
don't
that
think about
question?
it much. If you mean like average people, some elderly ones may be just nostalgic about the symbols and color. That's all. Nobody really is proposing to see. Well, there are people, of course, who do that, but they would be marginal. Who would be proposing to return to the planned economy? Yes, that is not really on the agenda anywhere. Not seriously. Again, like some marginals would like to see that coming, but.
Eh?
It feels like in Europe you can find a lot more real true communists, yes, who are really obsessed with the idea of building a society absolutely equal for everyone in it. Yes.
And do they
Mm,
believe do they have like this nostalgia in general for the Soviet Union, or is it more of only the old people?
Mostly the old people, of course. Young, you can find some youth, but not so often. Not so often. Usually, and again, I also need. I don't know if there is a point of getting it across, but the sometimes ideology, well, communism for in this case, can be altering. Sometimes a government, as it develops, as the time goes, the state, as well as the nation, perhaps the people, acquire new. Well, there are new challenges that emerge ahead of them. The reality changes, the life is changing, new demands of some sort, and thus, eventually, what was starting as communism at some point might have not looked not well during Stalin's era. Um, communism has changed quite significantly, and post-Stalin era was also rather different, even though the core of the ideology and the economic system was communism, yes. And again, yeah, nobody really is, like, there is no serious powers anywhere that would propose to bring it about. Not that it would matter, because Russia is a centralized country, autocracy. So the opinions of the people, they are not really so important in terms of electoral competition. Yes, only for measuring the mood of the population, whether they are irritated or displeased. Yeah, such things always matter, no matter what you try to build as a country.
Okay. So just
Yeah.
to clarify, for my own sake, I may have been
Hmm.
slow.
Hmm.
Most people don't want to come back to the idea of communism. They just
No.
they don't
Mm-mm.
want a planned
No.
economy.
Well, if you mean by idea of communism the economic, like philosophy of communism, then no. Yes, the economic theory, the
So they want to go back to the
none of that.
philosophy of communism, like the idea of.
No, yeah, that's what I said. No, no. If you mean economic theory, no, no.
No. I
But
mean the
people usually
philosophy.
are
The
not.
philosophy will be like the collective idea of the good of the nation, that kind of stuff.
No,
That's
the good
more
of a nation is not just communist. It's
the good of the
besides the
nation means that
Original communism. Yeah, excuse me. Original communism
Mhm.
was not really in favor of a nation. It was international idea. Communism is to be built across the world. They were like fending off, trying to fight national, national,
National identity.
national. That too, but sometimes it happens that if it's a minority identity, in order to, fuck, what's the word? Dissolve the major national entity of some sort. These people, internationalists, sometimes they support minorities, like minority nationalism. That's something you can see on the West quite often nowadays. Why they don't like the German, French, American nationalism, yet whenever it's minorities and any kind of their nationalism and their pride for their nations, they don't mind it whatsoever, and actually often enough they encourage it. The reason is because, well, something that it's like a ram, one of the ramming tools against the uh, dominant, like against German nation of some sort. If you to put it really, really simply. But yeah, what I was going to say is that this is exactly what started changing at some point. Like communism was Lenin, yes, with Lenin, it was starting as an international idea. But
Uh-huh.
then, well, the war in particular happened, the World War II, and there was a need, desire, not there was a need for the state to mobilize, in order to mobilize society, and majorly it was the Russian people. They started reburning, bringing back to life, yeah, and appreciating like the church somewhat, yeah, trying to reconstruct it because there was a desire of the population somewhat, like basically a lot more nationalism, national symbols, I guess. Yes, the symbols such as well, certain kind of heroes from the past. Yes, associated with like the Russians majorly.
Hmm.
Lenin wouldn't do that. In Stalin's era, it was necessary because there was the war was dictating its
Well, it's a
needs.
different. Those were different
Hmm?
ideologues in a sense, and there was a big change from the beginning of Stalin to the end of Stalin, and the changes he made through that transitionary period, right?
Yeah, it was evolving throughout the whole course of
Mhm.
Soviet Union. Yeah. Basically, in 30s, as I usually say, yes, around 30s when it became clear that the war is looming in Europe. Stalin's Soviet Union, yes, under his command, turned onto the conservative rails somewhat. It's the impulse of the government. I use conservative in that sense mostly. In sense when you need to conserve the changes within society. Yes. Sometimes, well, basically, they were starting as extremely revolutionary folks, building absolutely new society. Yes, all the like arts, philosophy, arts, everything you can think of, economy, of course.
Yeah, like the French
Everything was
Revolution.
like, hmm?
Yeah, like the French Revolution.
Yeah, pretty much. And then at some point, you have, as a government, in order to survive, you need to have to freeze these changes. Not changes, but rather these reforms, these extreme reforms in the state. And well, so Stalin did that. And this is exactly what never has been stopped until the end of Soviet Union, and it was the end of it. It was the terrible mistake. They stood on these conserving rails for too long until Gorbachev in '85, when they realized it became absolutely clear some kind of reforms are necessary, but mm, Gorbachev didn't manage, and the one who managed to outrun him within political struggle, Yeltsin, he just proposed not to reform the system in the country, but just created a new. So yes, and thus Soviet Union collapsed. Uh, yeah.
When it
Frankly speaking,
comes
I think European Union. Yeah, sorry.
when it comes to when it comes to you directly, do you have are you kind of a liberal? Do you have more of a liberal idea of the world? You have more of a conservative idea? Where do you come from?
I naturally am a lot more conservative, just by nature, I suppose. I never was. I always was leaning towards conservative in like intentions. But I didn't change. I just realized at some point that in terms of the political analysis nowadays, all the tools, all the instrumentarium is outdated. What we use today, like in particular the political compass, left, right, top, bottom. Yeah, this is not really a functional and useful kind of a thing for the purposes it's intended was well intended to be used for. In particular, like it's supposed to be a descriptive kind of a model. Yes, a descriptive tool who is who like in politics. Yes, the map, the political map. But the thing is, it simply doesn't work. People try to recreate it, like build new ones, something more complex, but I don't see that being very helpful either. In general, yes, the world is changing, and most of the tools that we have in terms of political analysis, modeling, they are pretty much outdated. Myself, I would say I am like some kind of I'm trying to. I don't know. I thought about this, how to identify myself.
Right.
Leaning towards conservatism, but in general, like political realism, and I don't know, maybe something metamodernistic. I'm a metamodernist in politics. Let's put it
Okay.
this way.
So, for example, when it comes to the hierarchy, I would say my hierarchy of the way I look at the world would be
Mhm,
God, family, country. That's like the way I see it in my hierarchy of what I believe, right? Because God is at the top.
mhm,
How do you see family in your hierarchy? Like, do you think you have a higher duty to your family? You think you have a higher
mhm,
responsibility towards your family than towards the general population? You,
mhm.
how do you see family in general?
I think family would be, for me personally, yeah, I guess family would be on top. Lower would be something like close circle, like very close friends, generally. Uh, then below that would be country, I guess. But mm, I'm considering where would I place. No, something like this. Yes, I guess something of this sort. Yeah, like
Okay.
family, close circle, and
When it comes to
yeah.
family, you believe in the idea of the nuclear family structure, right? It can only be men, woman, and children. It cannot
Ah,
be like
mhm.
you wouldn't
Mm,
just as an ideal family in and of itself. You wouldn't say like two men, two women. stuff like that, it wouldn't be considered family, or would it be considered family?
I personally don't. I personally don't really consider it to be. I think it's quite clear that in the Western world, in global European world, the institution of marriages has been in decline for a long time. It's been gradually declining further and further until the point when uh, when the like gay marriages, yeah, are considered to be a fine thing. Frankly speaking, I just view marriage as I don't think there is a point of marriage if it's not for life, really. At least you don't intend it to be for life in general. So it's not even so much about like gay marriages, but I also find it weird when people get married for a year and then divorced. It's not serious. At this point, they can be just not bothering themselves with such matters at all. If it's not important for them. Marriage. I think it's majorly. I think marriage is supposed to be majorly religious.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with you on that one. I do think that there is a little bit of a little bit of a mixture when it comes to marriage and the state, mostly because the state is the enforcement arm, so you will have to use force in some cases. For example, if you have an abusive spouse, usually the way if you're saying that the state should be the one detaining anybody when it comes to that, it will be the duty of the state to do that. Would you agree with that?
Mm, maybe I didn't quite catch this.
Yeah, let's
Sorry.
say that there is an abusive spouse, man or woman, whatever, right? Who is the one that's gonna
Well,
be the one prevent like who's the one that's gonna be the one stopping that spouse from abusing the other?
damn, it depends entirely on society. Damn, I
I'm
don't
going
even
on
know.
and
But
I'm
however it
literally
happens.
smacking my hypothetical wife.
Mm,
Should the police stop me?
it's a difficult question. It depends on society in which you live. To be honest, meaning that every society has its own norms, so to say. Literally, it was different in the Christian world some few hundred years ago. Yes, different in different parts of the Christian world. They
No,
had
not
somewhat
really.
different approaches, different norms. Mm,
I
They
mean,
did have some
the
differences.
people, the state was obviously the king, for example, right, and the nobles. But if it was the
Okay.
case that if it was actual abuse going on, and the authorities were called, in this case the nobles had the authority to go on and tell the husband to stop doing that,
No, I think in the
or
modern world,
else.
yeah, likely the police should be. This is a certain kind of a violation. Yes, after all, and probably the state should be interfering somewhat. Likely,
So that's the only
there
thing that
is
I
no
was
other way
saying.
around it.
That's why I think there should be a little bit of a state involvement when it comes to that, because they are involved into protecting, the one that may be
Mm.
abused, the kids, for example,
No,
too.
that's for sure. No, that's for sure. But um, no, I would definitely wouldn't argue this. Yes, in modern days, I don't think it can be really properly work in any other way. Especially considering that in many parts of the world, the there is like there are certain problems with local communities and all that. Like usually it would be communities that solve it. Nowadays, like especially if you live in a city, your community is not such a big authority, and there is no really much practice of
Mm.
community taking care of such matters. So yeah, likely this is to be taken by the state in modern world. Yeah.
When it comes to the way you look at rights, I believe that you believe in rights, correct?
In what sense? Depending what you mean by rights.
So right is
Mm,
a right would be a entitlement absent a duty. For example, you
Hmm.
have the right to vote. You have the right. You said the right of healthcare. There are other possible rights that you would have an entitlement, and you don't have to do anything to obtain it, right?
No, why do you like as an American? Why do you have those rights? Usually, those rights they come from they are given mercifully by the state, so it happens.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
So
not.
in that
They
sense,
don't exist. They are social constructs that we sometimes.
hmm
Well, I don't even say we sometimes that are the normative way in which we look at that social construct. I don't think they're real.
okay, then
You
yeah,
don't
it's
have
just
access to them. You
sometimes
just yeah.
yeah, it's just sometimes people when they say rights, they speak of rights as if they exist in the like in the heavens somewhat. They are given by. I was expecting you
No,
would be agreeing with this.
I'm a virtue. I believe in virtue. So you
Hmm.
ought to do what is virtuous, and what is virtuous is the will of
Hmm.
God. But that is a different ontological authority. You're probably talking about the Catholic Church view of natural law, which I completely
Hmm.
disagree with
Yes,
because
exactly.
there's no such thing as natural law. Well,
Hmm.
otherwise,
All
otherwise, who
right.
is enforcing it?
The God by his hand,
Okay, do you have a
Jesus.
right to leave
Hmm. Yes, everybody has a right for living. Yes, I suppose
for
for living
living?
rather.
Yeah. So when we
I
go
think
on
maybe
ahead
yeah.
and then delete in AB, I hope you know what that means. Okay, we remove from existence about 60 million
Mhm.
babies in the womb of their mothers. Where exactly is that right there?
Doubtfully it's right. No, murder is bad,
I know murder is bad.
according to pretty
It
much
doesn't mean
everyone.
anything when it comes to rights. Right? Would be an entitlement.
Hmm.
Okay, if there was such thing in the natural law, it would not be allowed because an authority would be preventing it from happening. That would be the way that I would look
I
at
think
it.
not necessarily. I suppose it would be so there are violations of the law after all in our
Yeah.
material world, so to
And
say.
what
Yeah,
happens
there are
when you
people who
violate the
violate the
law?
law. They get punished
By whom?
by the state usually, if they get caught, of course.
And
If they
who
get
is the
caught.
state in this case? Would be a proper authority, right?
Hmm. No, the
So,
god will punish them. I suppose that would be the position of that. Like, you do bad things, you do evil things, and after life you get to hell. Something of this sort.
uh, I mean,
Uh, so,
that would be not the position of the Christians because we don't think that there is such a thing as a
mm,
complete removal from it's not like you do one thing and that means that you're removed directly from salvation. So that wouldn't be the case because
mm,
at the end of the day we all will fall. So this
yeah,
is
you
the
can
way that
repent.
we look at the things. It's like you're not perfect, you're gonna fall because you're not gonna be the perfect person. Only God is perfect. You have to submit yourself to the authority of the church and the will of God so that you can so that you can move towards theosis. So if you're like, oh, you do this thing and you're completely removed forever, that would be a contradiction from the worldview itself. So it doesn't make any sense
Mm,
for me to accept uh, this idea of the law, right? It's not like we're lawyers figuring out who is the one that is saved in accordance to a series of laws. It has to do more about your soul and the capacity of being. That's
yeah,
why
there
I.
will be like
That's what I. Sorry.
you will be judged in the end. Mhm.
Well, yeah, you'll be judged
Uh,
in the end, but it has nothing to do with whether or not you follow a series of rules. It has to do with
yes.
your soul and how it changed in accordance to Him or will move towards the idea of God and whether or not you partake within the energies of God. It's not a series of rules that you follow.
No, yeah, okay. All right. Uh, yeah, I suppose let's be coming to a close, to an end then. If you have some other questions, some subjects perhaps before
Yeah, I have one more
we.
question. What is
Mhm.
the sentiment towards the war in Ukraine? If you can talk about it, it's fine. You don't have to answer it.
The sentiment in general, I didn't measure. Um,
Yeah, it's like
if
if
you
you go
if you ask
outside and
me,
you're talking about it, and if you
I
I can
suppose
well,
often
I'm gonna
people will
ask
not talk.
you, and then I can ask you about people around you. But yeah, what is your sentiment towards the war in Ukraine, and then you can tell me about the people around you and how they feel about it.
Usually, when people ask me the question, well, the question, what do you think about the war? I usually say I love it, simply because this is a question to which there cannot be a right answer. If you think about this, the question that is put this way. Nonetheless, well, you phrased it differently.
Yeah, I
The
want to know if there's
sentiments.
like general
It's a difficult
support,
look.
if
Uh,
people are not happy with it. Um, that's
in general, people are. The war is, generally speaking, it feels like the war is more or less. Uh, Majorly, people do not really. There is. It's clear that there is no such. How, like discontent. Maybe is the word. Discontent, I suppose.
mhm.
People would prefer majorly. I think people would prefer to see this stopping in general. But there is like an inner argument, I suppose, that people have often enough. The topic is quite complicated with many arguments in favor and against. I would say, if you were asking about my sentiments, it's a difficult subject,
Yeah,
which would
well,
probably.
I was ask you about
Mm,
your sentiments, and then we can talk about the general population. As I said, I know it's a difficult topic. I know you are there. Maybe you can
mm,
talk about it. If you don't want to talk
I
about it, we
can,
can move.
I
We
can,
can
and
move away.
I can speak about this. The war always, as well as everything else, has its context, its history, right? No, usually people say Russia is an aggressor, rather common kind of a thing. Aggressor because why? Because it started the war, launched a military operation, started firing at cities, for example. Okay, fine. But in this case, for some reason, often enough, such people do not consider the Ukrainian military firing at their own citizens. Yes, often enough, people who don't seem to be willing to grasp the Russian perspective on this conflict. They completely ignore the civil war in Ukraine. It never was a thing because it wasn't a question. It's not a question that they discuss. Yes, somewhat.
Well,
Sometimes. No.
I I follow like I'm not in favor of the war in and of itself. I don't mean that is an as I agree with the Western idea of the war. I've read a little bit about it. There were a couple, if I'm not mistaken, I might be wrong because I don't know necessarily a lot about it, but I read that there were a couple of massacres, especially in Donetsk, against Russian population living there, and it created a cascade effect that ended up in the Russians wanted to go into Donetsk and Luhansk. I think that's the names,
Yeah, yeah.
and that was the thing that precipitated it. That there's a lot of Russian populations living in those areas. There was I think they burned a city hall with a bunch of Russians inside of it at one point, and
Not a city, but there was a building. A
yeah, a
building
city
in
hall.
Odessa. Mhm.
The city hall is like the
Yeah,
main
yeah.
building, and
Yeah, yeah.
that created
The
a
major
little bit of a
problem about.
problem,
Uh-huh.
and
Yeah, the major problem about that. Okay, continue. Sorry.
no, go ahead. You know more about it.
Yeah, it's just the major problem about that problem. The thing is, surely we can be moralizing. That's
Hmm.
why I myself not a big fan of moralizing, especially when it comes to politics, because such things eventually lead to far worse, far more immoral results. Somewhat. Generally, you can look at the conflict between in the Middle East, yes, where both play this game very well. Yes, they're very much into you play as a victim. You need to be a victim in order to get the sympathies of the people across the world, especially in the West. So you need to pose yourself as well accordingly. Yes.
Uh-huh.
Eventually, it leads to the situation when, well, war eventually will be ending up with, well, there will be some casualties, yes. And if people start showing at a dead children, pointing out a dead child, like they often do, and
Like
saying
the
that,
schools
look,
in
they
Iran.
killed our children, let's wipe them all out, let's kill them all. This is a regular thing you can encounter, I guess, rather often across the internet. So I usually myself just try not to be appealing to such categories myself, yes. Uh, but the major problem of Odessa and the building that was burned is that nobody was punished. It was normalized. That was some kind of a statement made by the Ukrainian government, by the Ukrainian system at the time. Well, basically, you have people, two parts of populations who don't like each other. One burns another and doesn't get punished in any way. They actually receive a certain kind of a favor sometimes. It creates it adds a lot more fuel to the civilian conflict in the
Hmm.
country. Yes, creates a lot more unnecessary conflicts within society, somewhat. Yes. Uh, yeah. If we talk about who started military operations first, arguably, I could say that maybe Ukraine started this. Well, surely there was Crimea before that. Yes, well, originally, like at first there was a revolution, as they call it. Yes, a revolution, a coup, doesn't matter, whatever is the term, whatever the term we use. Um, uh, right shortly after this coup, Russia has taken, occupied, annexed later on a certain region, Crimea. Yes.
Crimea.
Nevertheless, there was not Crimea. There was no violence there. Yes, no bloodshed. I understand it's very unpleasant. I wouldn't like it myself. I understand why Ukrainians are so pissed about this. Nevertheless, there was no war happening in particular, right? And if we use this kind of optics, this kind of if we talk in the terms of who started the aggression first, military aggression, Ukrainians launched their military operation on east of Ukraine afterwards, when other regions tried to follow the steps of Crimea. Yes, in particular, well, the Donbas regions, that would be. Yeah,
Yep.
and thus the civil war in Ukraine began. It was like slowly going, slower and slower at some point. But it's not that the intentions of the Ukrainian administration was not. They clearly were announcing it can be found on the internet today, on the Ukrainian medias, by the way, um, that Zelensky was making direct statements, intentions to take, retrieve Donbass. In particular, was there a possibility to do that? Technically, why not? It could be possible. They always declared the means to return it, and sometimes violently if necessary, somewhat. Well, uh, yeah. So I'm just saying. I'm not saying Ukraine is like guilty and responsible for this. I generally say that there is no guilty or innocent. There are different stages of guilt, especially when we talk about politics.
Okay.
Politics works by different rules. I
Well,
suggest
it's about
Hobbes.
force at the end of the day, so it kind of makes sense because the and this is like I understand the difficulties of having a society and run it and how you're gonna have to take moral actions, and sometimes the moral action is going to be it's going to be seen as probably not the best, right? You're gonna have to, for example, you're gonna have to go to war at some points, and once you go to war, it might be justified in the way you look at things, but it might not actually. But the rest of the world or even other people might see it as not the best possible solution. So that's what I was talking about, the idea of Russia. That's what I remember, the thing that happened, and that's why I've been like extremely against the war. But I did understand the Russian perspective, because they're like, oh, they're pretty much removing the Russian people from these areas, and the government is not doing anything to prevent it. So they are just pretty much allowing the unjustified killing of this population because of the ethnicity of the population.
Mm. Yeah, kind of. Well, speaking, you mentioned that the decision, sometimes the decision probably was mistaken, but what do you do afterwards? Like the decision was made already. In particular, like
Oh
starting such
yeah,
a war.
well,
Yes.
yeah,
But then the
it's
situation sort of changes, the circumstances.
the way that I
And
look at it is
mhm.
that you are the authority. So I would prefer a permanent authority than a variant authority that is always changing. I believe
Hmm.
more into the idea of monarchism. Not necessarily because I
Ah,
think
I
the
see.
monarchy is perfect. It's more of a duty based idea. The monarch is
Mhm.
the monarch because it's duty, yes, the monarch exists and persists throughout the life of it. But I don't even believe that monarchy is a solution. That the solution comes from the population. You need to have a moral population so that your society reflects it. So it's not the way that you actually try to fix society would be, in my worldview, through the church, so that they can have and partake within the goodness of the idea of what is good. Otherwise, you have a you have a competing society that has no unifying morality. They're not unified in anything. It's all about their preferences and whatever they like, and there's always going to be a huge amount of conflict if you have those kind of people, instead of having a unified ethos that will, you know, move them forward.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, I see. I get the point. Well, yeah, I guess let's be finishing then on this note,
Yeah,
I
I,
suppose.
I
Yeah.
listen. I know that I am aggressive. I am an aggressive debater, and an aggressive. I have aggressive kind of conversations. I mean no ill will. Thank you very much for inviting me to your channel and for allowing me to have this conversation with you. It was very enjoyable on my end. I hope you enjoyed it as well, and I'm willing to do it again anytime you want.
Yeah, again, no problem with aggressiveness. It's just at some major problem is that at some point it just became stuffy, like suffocating a little bit. But aggression, I don't mind at all. I sometimes I like play CS or talk in voice chat roulettes, and being quite toxic myself. I don't mind it whatsoever. Yeah. Thank you, man, for coming.
No,
Thanks.
it
It
was
was a fine
absolutely,
conversation.
yeah,
Yeah.
it was incredible. Thank you for letting me know little bit more about the ideas, especially in the region. I don't have much there's a lot of misinformation when it comes to what the Russians feel, for example, how the Russians see the war. There's been a lot of people saying that they're tired, they don't want it anymore, that the general
Yeah, of
population is
course.
pretty much saying that it has to end. And that they are pretty much against their government now because of it. So it's interesting to listen to people talk about it and how they actually feel about it.
No, you see, the population can be tired, but what is the alternative that you can do? To give up? Yes, because it doesn't seem that. I mean, alternatively, you can end the war. Yes, of course, it's understandable. But what if the other side is not really willing to just end the conflict with some kind of a parity of with parity compromise, something like this, with a compromise somewhat, if they are not ready for this themselves sometimes. Or you just continue somewhat, however tired you may be.
Yeah,
And in
well,
general, yeah.
it's more of the narrative, right? The narrative is that pretty much the
No.
Russians want the to change the government and stuff like that, which I never believed. I don't think that's the general idea of the Russian people. There might be a minority who would like to see a change of regime, but I don't think it's the majority, and I don't think that's like the base, like the sentiment in the nation in general.
Yeah, the everything they definitely do not make a majority. That's for sure. They could be if they could control the narrative and the discourse a lot more, surely, but they do not. So yeah, the support of the president of Russia in particular, considering the nature of all kind of autocracies and how legitimacy is being arranged for such countries, it's different from like democratic countries.
Yeah,
Yes, because in democracy, in democratic models, you usually have a president or prime minister who's supported by 30% of population. It's absolutely normal considering how he was elected. Yes, the first term people vote for who they like. The second term of election, term I think, so like cycle, not cycle.
the
I think it's
cycles,
term.
election cycles.
No, not the cycles. No. Like there is primaries. You
Well,
vote on primaries, and then there is general election, basically.
yeah, the primary is you vote between the parties. So let's say that you have
Yeah.
the Democratic and the Republicans, and they have different candidates for the Republicans and different candidates for the
Yeah, it's
Democrats,
like two
and you
terms.
select
Two
you
terms or
select
two.
between which one of the Democrats you want in the ballot, and then the Republicans you select which one of the Republicans you want in the ballot, and then the
Well,
general is
yeah.
the Republicans versus the Democrats, pretty much.
Yeah, that I'm aware of this. Yes, I'm just saying that in American terms, people vote for who they really like during primaries, and then they vote for whoever they dislike the least. Yes, so it happens. Thus, the different approval rates. Approval rates look differently always in autocratic regimes, countries, due to the way how they acquire their legitimacy and how they manage it, because it's usually there is usually the management of alternatives, alternative views, and alternatives as just candidates simply. So that's it's a very usual picture for every autocratic system that they have support like by 60, 70, 80% of population. It's not that they're being drawn numbers, it's just the way how it's being managed due to the specifics of such systems.
Yeah, there's also
Generally, yes.
there's also a big difference when it comes to the capacity of changing. There's a lot less likely for you to have any kind of loyalty to the person that is like in charge. And that if you have a system that is sustained, in which the part of the identity of the nation comes from its leadership, so you're way more
Mhm.
likely to have identifier. You have to identify yourself with the leader of the nation if the leader of the nation is is sustained, it's maintained during the time instead of changing every now and again.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yes, true. That is also an element. That is so too. Yeah, but basically, I was saying that just you can pretty much measure how people support, yes, the current course. Nonetheless, yeah, there is a certain kind of exhaustion, and I often speak on my streams about the current situation in Russia, because truly, frankly speaking, there is it's impossible to find any proper information on just how Russian system functions, for example. Not just the parliament and president, but in details. Yes, what is the administration of the president? How the governors are being selected or elected? What is the relationships between them? Yes, there is barely any of such information, proper information in Russian on Russian internet as well. In English, I suppose it's but natural that there will be none. Of course, you can find something, but usually it's just crap, to be honest.
Yeah, it's different.
Um,
Well, once again, thank you very
yeah.
much
Mhm.
for inviting me.
Yeah, you too, man.
Whenever you want to have another conversation, let me know. I'm always open. It was very enjoyable, and thank you for your time and your patience.
Yeah, you too, man. We can arrange another talk, another conversation. It's just yeah, preferably with less suffocation at the beginning regarding the
Well, I'm not gonna
philosophy,
go.
so to
I'm not
say.
gonna tell you that I'm gonna be different. Uh,
I prefer
when it
I
comes
prefer
to
regression. Hmm.
But when it comes to topics I don't know about, when I was asking you questions about Russia, obviously I'm not gonna attack you on that one. Why would I? I don't know anything about it. But when it comes to issues like morality, when it comes to actual questions in the general sense of philosophy, that is it's just a different topic, and it's obviously going to be different way. I can be a lot, people will say a lot nicer instead of a mini. But it all depends on what kind of conversation we're having. And once again, I don't mean anything actually bad by it. It's just I'm aggressive when it comes to conversations. I am, and I know that I am, and I'm not trying
It's
to destroy you. I'm
it.
just it's just the way that I do it.
Well, right. Again, as I said, it's not really so much about aggression as much as it is about just the suffocating element. But anyway, yeah. We can argue on morality. What is morality and ethics? Some other time, if you like.
Whenever you
Because
want.
I can see by the context that we have somewhat different understanding of what is morality. Yes, how is and like I noticed that you probably mistake it with the ethics sometimes. Morality
Well,
always exists. It cannot not
morality
exist.
is the way that I look at it is morality is the way that you see it's an internal ideation of the way that you see what is good or bad, and ethics is the framework, is the general framework of what
No,
good and
no,
bad is. That is
an
the way that it's been
overstructure. Yes.
explained. It's in the structure. I would say that you can have a moral standard that is completely subjective. I can agree with that. The thing is, when you're talking about good or evil, if it's completely subjective, it's dependent upon you. So you're the one decided what good and evil is. That's all it means. You will end up saying good is what I like because it's up to you. You are the owner of that morality. And then the on the other side, when it comes to the and you don't have you don't have access to an actual framework of ethics because the framework it would be completely subjective, so it regresses into morality, right?
Mm, regresses. No, I just the way I was taught, so to say, is that basically morality is some very basic views of what is good and what is bad, and ethics is the way is as you said, framework. Yes, it's a construction theory, yes, a theory built upon this. Why is it so, so
Yeah,
to say, and how is it all working, so to
correct.
say?
Well, all I'm saying is it just regresses upon itself because it's dependent upon the
No,
subject.
yes.
So morality is dependent upon
Mm,
the subject, and ethics will be dependent upon the subject, so it's just the same thing. And that's what I
well,
mean when it comes to that, because the if it's dependent upon me, I don't have access to ethics. It's just my morality. It's an I statement of what I am, of what it
no,
comes
in this
from
case,
me.
yeah, it can be so. It can be so. It can be so. Yes. Just something to like agree upon. Okay, yes. For the third time, man. Thank you for coming. Thank you for joining, for talking. I guess we'll see each other
Yeah,
again.
have a great time. I'm gonna
Uh,
leave so
yeah,
I
you
don't
too,
take
man.
more of the time. Take care. We both were. Hey, good to see everybody. Emmett told me he hated Augustus this morning. Probably. He said you look stinky and little stupid. To be fair, I'm also impressed Mexicans have access to books. I'm also impressed about that. I will be more impressed if they have access to iPads. um, you know what? I'm already here. Let's open a little bit of a panel if anybody wants to jump in for a little while. Dusty, it was so funny. I was so happy that you had to deal with a bunch of dumb people 2 days in a row. that actually made that actually made me happy. I thought it was funny as fuck. There we go. Damn, that dude couldn't see my comments. Nope. If anyone wants to jump in, you can. I'm not allow it. I'm driving. I shouldn't be texting. Today's what I miss. Oh man, the ethics debate was absolutely awful. It was okay, but it was actually awful. Otherwise, it was great talk. And then I don't understand why people who are subjectivists just don't accept the idea of the subjective. Like, at least I know that. I don't think Dusty would say that. Hey, Josh.
Hey, how's it going? I figured I'd come up here since Flow has difficulty operating turn signals and electronic devices at the same time. I figure I'll come up here and sit with you on panel.
Yeah, it happens. Blackout is
How you been?
I've been okay. How you been?
Were you really trash talking Augustus, sir?
I was really trash talking Augustus a little bit. He didn't know how to navigate a conversation with ethics, but it's fine. A lot of people don't. You've had that problem too, so it's fine.
No. I have a hard time with sometimes I have difficulty with specific concepts that are phrased a little weird.
Okay. Like ethics?
But to be fair, right? To be fair, some things that are non-tangible, really hard to grasp. It is what it is.
Well, I'm going to grant you that one. I'm not going to go ahead and shit talk you on that one. I agree.
No, come on. You can trash talk.
No, I'm not. Why would I trash talk you? It's true. It's not like it's the easiest thing.
Okay, well, damn it. Don't take it easy on the redneck.
What do you think of the debate yesterday?
Which one? There were several.
At
least for me.
What debate happened yesterday that I missed?
I don't know. There was the one with Wishy. There was another one. God. Yeah, there was another one with basically the recent stabbing. And then another one with the previous one with I guess Asian family shot another kid, right? So there's several. I get involved with the weird stuff. Okay. Which one are you referring to?
So the stabbing. Now you're talking about the Anthony.
Yeah,
something?
Yeah. That's the one.
I think that was pretty obvious that that kid was, murdered. Allegedly, because the guy hasn't been convicted, and I don't want to have anything to do with law. But I think it was pretty obvious that that guy pretty much murdered the other kid. Okay, for what I know.
Yeah, definitionally. Yeah, definitionally. I think at best they're going to try. Well, they were trying. The defense rested, so the case is over. They're going to do their finals now, or their closing arguments. But I think, the
defense rested.
Definitionally, you kill somebody.
Did he present what was the arguments by the defense? Do you know?
I think if you go to what is it? It's either CBS or NBC. I forget which one. You go to that main website, the news organization. They did the tech stream on it, like over the last couple of days. You can read it if you want. To be honest with you, not much in there.
Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be much. The Asian family, I haven't heard of that one at all.
That's the one happened a couple years ago, or what was it, a year ago? I don't remember the exact date, right? But basically, a little black kid, 14 years old, goes into a store, grabs a couple waters. Asian lady pulls up behind him, tells him to put the waters back. Supposedly tells him to put the waters back. The audio wasn't available. Kid walks out, or before he goes out, right, they call him out and say, hey, show me your pockets, kind of bull stuff. Supposedly they might have seen the pistol in his waistband. He abruptly goes out, whether he just basically ran from her, who knows, right? But they ran out the damn store, or the kid ran out the store, and then I guess up to about 150 yards. So the family chased after him. supposedly because he stole something and he got shot in the back. Now, what happened outside that store? Very controversial. There's no really way of proving it. If we're being honest about it, right? So it's just he said, she said. But since he had a weapon,
Oh,
right,
she
that was the end
wasn't
of it. They
found
claimed he
guilty.
pointed it, and that's really all it really requires.
Yeah,
Yeah, she got off.
apparently
Well, she didn't. She technically wasn't the one. Yeah, it was the father. It was the father. There was three of them, I guess, that ran out the store. I don't think she actually pursued him. I think the father and the son did. I don't
okay.
recall the exact details.
Yeah, serious car
But
Mark Belton. Apparently, they chased him for about 100 yards, and
yep, that's a so everybody's like questioning every little aspect, and I guess people don't understand they call it shopkeeper's privilege. Generally speaking, if they suspect you of shoplifting, they can kind of hold you. They can hold you around, until they find out you're not stealing, right? But it has a lot of limitations, right? It's why some stores. It's why some stores will hold you, and most stores will generally say, "Fuck it, it's not worth it," right? Because it comes with some nasty consequences.
well, yeah, it is a big problem.
Yeah. But it is what it is. But ultimately, he got convicted, or ultimately, they got let off the hook just because the nature is a 14-year-old having a sidearm. That's a big, well, that's federally a no-no. That state, I don't know what the rules are.
And finally, the witchy bitchy debate with Daria.
Oh, you got a problem with were you pro or anti like Narcan being distributed by medical staff, basically?
I think it should be general. Like, I think it's fine if the general population has access. But to be fair, I think the general population should have access to almost most drugs. So
Oh yeah, I'm not opposed to most people having access to a bullet. Just one though.
yeah, so it's got a little bit like I'm not 100% against it. I'm more against the idea of distributing any kind of paraphernalia when it comes to drug use. I'm against that more than I'm against the distribution of Narcan.
Yeah, that kind of goes into, I guess, what the debate really was. I suppose the problem is that would be what the debate was supposed to be about, right? But you also got to understand Wishy's position. She opposes the availability of it ultimately because a small group of people ought not be
Yeah,
living.
yeah, I understand 100%. I got it from the beginning. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was like,
and if I was
so
a
I mean
worse
that
person than I am, I would be 100% in the same idea. I would be like, yeah, fine.
Well, see, welcome to my world, right? Me and Bushy are actually kind of really close when it comes down to some of that stuff, right? I was pro eugenics too.
I mean, I think you have been pro eugenics for
Yeah. I just don't.
forever.
To
I
me,
don't.
it's just yeah. To me, it's just like basically a pros and cons list, right? And so we all just we probably agree on some things, disagree on others, right? But it's really based on, I guess, the intent behind it, like why are you doing it, kind of thing. And I think that's where, like, if we get into the realm with the Christians, right, that's where stuff gets a little nasty because the intention kind of matters.
Uh, I understand. I understand what the idea comes from. I don't
Right.
disagree a little bit, but not 100%. I think there are.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that, but it's kind of like what it boils down to, right?
Well, my
Eh,
problem in reality with most of the ideas is not even the debate itself. My problem with the debate
right.
is usually the solution is the deletion of babies, and that is the problem. That's the moment I have a problem with it. It's like, okay, fine. If you want
Yeah,
to go ahead
I
and
don't.
say that we ought destroy this kind of people or this kind of population, uh,
right?
You may have an argument that I can listen to, up to the point in which you say the best solution
Well,
is to delete babies. At that point, it's
well,
like, well, I
let me
don't have
try
anything.
this. Let me try this. Let me try this. Would you hold the position that all babies,
You,
100% of all babies, ought be saved in some, for whatever reason, in any format? 100% of babies ought be saved.
I don't know what you mean by saved. You mean protect? I hold the
It-
position that 100% of
yeah,
babies
protect their,
should be protected.
protect their lives at all costs. Yeah,
Well,
that's your position. I mean, that's the
uh,
question.
in the general statement, yes.
Okay, see, now there you go. Right now, you get the general statement. I'm
Well,
fine with that, right?
it's like you say at all costs, but let's say that there is there are argumentations in which I may not agree with it. It's like,
Yep,
well,
yep. No, no, no.
let's say
That's
that
it.
there is an accident in a highway there, because people are driving, and when they have an accident and a baby dies, it's not like I'm gonna be like, oh, we ought to remove all of the highways now. That's not the point. It
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah, yeah,
make
yeah.
any. Yeah.
No. Here the concept. Would you be pro or anti King Saul and the Amalekites?
No, I under. You mean, yes? I know where it comes from and the idea
Right.
behind it.
Just saying. That's
Like,
what it's going to boil down to. Is we're all going to basically point at some group and say they ought be gone. Right. The only difference is with the Christians, right? They're going to basically like, if God says it, sure, right? Because that's just where it comes from. I
yeah,
guess the question then comes down to figures out what the hell God wants. That's a little bit more difficult.
yeah, it would be more difficult to understand what he wants.
Right. And so that there's the argument, right? And I don't know. I don't go around trying to pretend like I know what the hell God wants. Sometimes I kind of figure it confusing if I'm just using the Bible. Even that gets a little difficult.
Well, that would not be my position. My position is still on virtue ethics. So I don't see when it comes to I the reason why they were pretty much removed from existence in the book is because um they were sacrificing babies in the altars.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole point of it was
Yep.
to stop that from happening. And it's like, well, yeah, everything is tainted by what they were doing. So they were talking about the destruction of the population, and I even don't see it that way. What I see is, and when you're waging war, you are going to come to a point in which, for example, Islamists do this a lot. Um, they will use women, they will use children, they will use like these kind of shields in front of them. So the point
Right.
is, let's say that you're in a war and you're fighting a bunch of terrorists and they strap babies to them. Ought you be able to shoot them? And the answer
I would say yes.
in my answer is yes, obviously. But there's
Yeah.
there's been like people who tell me, why? No, I would do everything to avoid it. I would not. It's like, no, that's not how it works. It's you know
I think if, and I'm using this word evil based on, here I'll just adopt the Christian definition, right? Anything that opposes God is definitionally what, I guess, how evil works, right?
mhm.
So if you're opposing evil by general policy, pure destruction of that thing is the prescription. It's just how it is, right? Regardless of the side consequences and collateral damage that comes with it. It's just what you're supposed to do, apparently. I'm
Well,
fine with it, right? I
it is what you ought to do, but the problem is, how do you know that that is the correct interpretation, right?
yeah. I have no clue. Now you got me, right? Because I don't go down that path too much.
Yeah, it's a little, that part is the complicated part, and that's why in my worldview I would just refer to the church. The church is the one who holds um that power of kind of interpretation, so
Well,
they can help
I'm
us.
fine with Christian group. I'm fine with the Christian Crusades coming back. I got no qualms with that.
Neither do I. I'm okay with that as well. I do
See,
believe
that's
that
what.
we're gonna see a. I talked to you. Do you know who Jake Rattlesnake is?
Yes.
So Jake was at a church in, I think it's Austria, and the whole place had been like completely taken over by Muslim gangs, and they went on and like all around the mosque they had like graffiti and shit. And I saw that video, and I was talking to him one day and asked him like, how do you see immigration going, and what do you think is gonna happen in Europe? And he said, well, I was there, and it was like it was extremely bad. It was dangerous to be in that kind of area. And he told me that he sees that if they don't do something about it, especially now, that in the next 10, 20 years, there's going to be like a huge amount of
Uh,
like a war
Europe,
going on in Europe.
yeah, Europe opened that door about the time when France, I guess it was like 30 years ago. I don't remember when exactly, but when France started having those policies about uh, 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 banning any type of like religious symbols in public. I remember this because there were a bunch of damn Americans getting pissy when they got off the damn plane, and they were told that they had to take their crucifix and tuck it under their shirt. Wasn't allowed to be outside and viewable. I was like, when I first heard about it, I was like, what the hell is this kind of crap? I'd never heard about it before, right? And then you go to look up their laws, and then lo and behold, they started blocking that. So basically, they tried to block everybody. And strangely enough, not all denominations, not all religions have similar rules, right? And it seems like when you start making general rules, there's always a lack of protection for one or the other, and they're ultimately going to clash. They got rid of the Christian side, or at least made it to where it couldn't be visible public, and so they opened the door for something else to come in, which it did. So I don't have much empathy for them. Let them fight it out.
Oh well, that's true. I don't have much empathy either for the Europeans, Techopians. But I do think that they're gonna have like if they don't change anything, the way things are going, they're gonna end up pretty much, having to fight a war inside Europe for whatever
Well,
happens.
yeah, that's what the Baltics seem to have claimed, and that's what they like reversed almost all of their immigration. They started deporting massive. I remember the whole Syrian war, right? They took in a whole number. Well, they took in a large number proportionate to their populations, and they started reversing that crap and throwing them back out, saying, you know what, you guys just can't assimilate. You got to go. Europe, on the other hand, like they doubled down on it and started bringing in more and more that had nothing to do with the Syrian thing, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they needed cheap labor. Who knows, right? Yeah, of course, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I don't know. You could be right. I sit back and watch this stuff.
Well,
Anything
I
else been
agree
going
with
on?
you. I don't think there's gonna be. I don't think there's much controversy when it comes to how we, where Europe is going. They literally
Yeah,
a couple of days ago, not a couple, about a week ago, they deleted a kid. And when the police was told, "Hey, I've been stabbed," they pretty much told him they didn't believe him because the other guy was saying that he was a racist, right? So
yeah.
it's
That's where we're.
they are they
That.
are fucked in that sense. They are absolutely fucked in that sense.
Yep.
Did you see
They'll learn.
did you see the picture of like the fist?
Of the fist.
Yeah, there's a picture going around of him in when he was handcuffed, and you can see like his hand and kind of his fist.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen the photo, and not much familiar with many cases over that way. Europe is not very interesting to me, to be honest with you. I should be theoretically. Whatever happens in Europe's going to have a nasty little impact on us, at least on our side of the world. I just don't.
You just don't care.
I don't know. It's not that I don't care. It's all care after they decide that they want to fight about something and get it over with, right? But until they get to that point, it's just like, oh, it's going to be a lot of back and forth stuff, and I'm not really interested in the back and forth. They
Hey,
all need
Mr.
to get out
Mister.
and
Hey, what's up? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt
start
you
fighting.
guys.
That's what the hell they need to do.
Are you Josh, just to finish it, you're way more interested, I believe, in like the Asian kind of politics and American politics, right?
God, hell no. We shouldn't. No, we shouldn't be trusting like 90% of the Asian countries. We should come back over here with Agent Orange and spray everything. That's what we should do. We're just not going to.
Okay. I agree with
Right
that.
now, if I have to be honest, I'm eyeballing Mexico because that seems to be where all of the manufacturing is supposed to be going, right? Like that's where all the contracts are supposed to be going. So I guess I unfortunately have to watch you. Damn it.
if damn.
It hurts. Which, to be fair, I honestly think we ought to give Texas back, right? All the way up to like, most of California, right? That was y'all's. We took it from you. You can have it back. Fucking lefties.
That is the picture I was talking about.
Can you zoom in a little bit? I'm on my phone. I can't see so well. Yeah. The hell is that on his wrist?
It's he had like a metal band, and then those are the handcuffs.
Yeah, the handcuffs, I understand. What the hell is that metal band thing?
I don't know. That's a good question. I have no idea what the fuck it was on his wrist.
Was it a bracelet or was like that somebody put that on him?
No, I think it was a bracelet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think he had like something. If Twitch Emmet. What's up, Mister? How's it going?
Good. I just wanted to come up and ask you what you thought about this California primary that's going on.
The primary or the general election for the governor?
No, well, both, but the primary in general.
The governor is
researching.
a fucking joke, and
It's a train wreck, right? I mean,
like,
yeah. Well, I keep seeing this media slop out there, and what's great about it is I think there's a lot of smart people out there that are starting to understand the patterns and how people are cheating and how the Democrats are pretty much commie Islamic scum and are like pretty much, fomenting the downfall of our society. And anyone who's on their side is an absolute moron. But that's beside the point. Basically, what I see is, the New York Times came out with this stupid piece about how Spencer Pratt was like, because it came out, they had a ballot dump and it was like 0 ballots in a certain period, right? And so the New York Times came out with a report, and they're like, well, it wasn't 0 at the time. The guy actually, because I mean, it looked like so egregious, right?
look horrible. Yeah.
Right. But they think we're stupid that we're not looking at every single thing they're doing, right? And so I just wanted to pick your brain for a minute because you know who Judicial Watch is, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So for people out there in the chat who don't know, they're Judicial Watch. They were sued Oregon, and they took 6 or 800,000 ineligible voter ballot, the rules, right? They looked at California, and in your head, you might be thinking to yourself, you know what? That seems like a roundabout number, but we have the numbers to prove that it's not just a random number, right? Or they're like, oh, maybe it's like so many 100,000. They went around to the counties and they added them up, and they got this number, and they said, yeah, California has like hundreds of thousands of ineligible voters on their voter rolls that they refuse to take off. So how we know they're cheating is this, okay? Basically, it comes in, the ballots come in. They have a window margin of about 600,000 to 800,000 ballots that they can do whatever they want with. So they extend it by counting through a certain amount of days. It's been a week already, and they're not even done counting, and people are pissed off. But it gives them the ability to like ballot count and whatever. And of course, they want us to look at like they want the numbers narrative to be there when in actuality it's not about like what's on those ballots, more or less it's about like who they're not taking off and yeah.
The other thing they're doing is at the same time they're ramping the New York protests in New York State. So I think what they're just trying to do is to get eyes off from California, and it is horrible. And it was the other part that is also interesting is I think Trump had an interview about it, and he was like pretty much calling it what it is, that there's fraud and they're cheating their way in. I really believe that they are cheating. I don't know what else to say.
This thunder, see you next Tuesday lady from MSDNC, right? He's having an interview with this lady, and she's like, they're in Wisconsin, and this was over the weekend, Trump and this lady.
Yeah.
And she's like, Mr. President, there's no evidence of that. He's like, it's everywhere. Everybody knows it.
Well, can you present the evidence? And the guy
She goes, where?
Yeah.
Right.
Did you see that, Josh? By the way? The whole election in California. All right, Josh is not here.
Yeah, no, I'm here, and no, I didn't pay attention much.
People afraid of your favorite word? I don't know what is your favorite word. Eugenics, you mean?
California, I gave up all hope on back in what they call their whole exit thing, the Cali exit thing, when they all started migrating to Washington and Texas, right? I just gave up on California then. Only problem with California is they got way too much money. That state generates enough GDP that it just takes out like half of Europe on its own. That one little state, right? Nobody knows what the hell to do with it. Can be managed. It just is. It's a problem.
It is a problem, but they're losing a lot of revenue right now, so we're probably still gonna see.
Yeah, well, here's a problem.
Go on, Mister.
Here's a problem with California and these people who talk about the revenue generated by these Democrat states or whatever. It's like they found, right, from one hospice in California, $180 billion worth of fraud. That is 4 weeks of the current cost, right? And here's the thing, right? Like, if we let this shit happen, I'm not worried about them. Like, we know they're scumbags, the Democrats, and what they're going to do. My worry is this, and that's why we're trying to do those videos, Emmett, with the courts, and we're trying to work on that project.
Uh-huh.
If the courts ignore it and they just say, fuck it, we don't care about about this voter fraud happening, then the other side's going to do it. And we all know what happens, right? It's okay for them to do it, but when we do it, that's when it's a problem. And so when they get hit back, and it's going to get ugly, right? Then it's going to become a problem. But they've been getting away with it for what, like 10 to 15 years? It's not a problem for them. But that's why I said the courts have to do something about this. They have to.
I don't think there's. I really don't believe we're gonna see a lot of court handling on this case. Maybe,
Well,
maybe we'll see it.
that's
But if it goes to
yeah.
federal
Well, I have hope.
courts, I don't know.
I have hope, Emmett, because Judicial Watch won two cases. They won the two states. They won Colorado and they won Oregon, which are the two of the bluest. Like Colorado is the only state in the entire United States that went more blue. Like I have all the receipts for this. Well,
Utah went more
the
blue, but
bluest
it was
state that
still a lot red, so it still went red,
yeah.
but it shifted blue.
All of those white liberal cucked, like whatever you want to call them,
Cocksuckers.
they left California and New York in a shithole, left it for the migrants, and they all went to Colorado. That's what happened. But the point is, they won their lawsuits in Oregon and Colorado. So that's why I have hope. And I'm looking at these two court cases, the Supreme Court, the one in Watson v. RNC. It's they're arguing that they have to have all the ballots in by election day. So if this Supreme Court case goes through and they say yes, it's within the scope, right? Then all of the ballots have to be in by election day. That's that. Let's see if that one goes through. So, but it's like you got to win these incremental battles and still keep pushing forward. Yeah. So I don't know.
Yeah, I do know. It's What do you think of the discussion with Augustus? It was a little bit too much.
Yeah,
Augustus.
The guy
you need
who
a
was
little
here
bit more.
with me.
Yeah, you need a little bit more contention in there.
You probably didn't see it at the beginning. It was very contentious. He got very.
That's
he
only
got a
because-
got a little bit mad, and I had to tone it down so that he wouldn't.
I hear you, Josh. I hear you. Well, the thing is with Twitch is it's like a leftist scum playing ground where you can't like just
God damn.
So you have that human waste of protoplasm, Hassan Piker, that pretty much can get away with whatever the hell he wants.
I'm pretty sure the rules are different.
That's actually actually pretty funny that he's actually going to get indicted
Out there.
Yeah, for going to Cuba and pretending that the Cuban were having no problems.
Wait, he's getting indicted for going to Cuba?
Yes.
I'm aware. Well, see, I had questioned how the hell he got there in the first place. For a U.S. citizen to go to Cuba, you actually require special permission. One of those few places you can't just get on the airplane and fly out.
So there's obviously an embargo. He stayed in one of the hotels that has been like embargoed by the U.S. They the person who is the person who bankrolled them, he told on the person who bankrolled them. It apparently has it apparently is going to be the case that he's gonna get indicted. I don't know if he's gonna get convicted though, but at least the DOJ is opening a case and an investigation of all of the people that went to Cuba, and especially because they were
He
pretty
might
much saying that it was they were like the good guys. The Cubans were the good guys.
he might be he might be clinically retarded. Like they might actually find Hassan Piker is actually retarded when they start doing medical examinations on this guy, because only someone that retarded would go to a communist like utopia and just start being like, this is amazing. While the people are in squalor, he has a generator in his hotel room and people are looking at him like he's the bad guy. And he's like, I'm awesome. I'm doing great. They all have no electricity. And this fuckwit is sitting there pointing at them. And he's like, oh, I'm going to throw you some money if you do a little dance. And he's like, I'm the moral authority around here. I'm so great.
Well, that is exactly what happened.
I can't.
100%. That's exactly what happened.
Wait.
Oh, they're doing amazing.
Wait. So he fit right in with the Cuban dictators. That's kind of fucking awesome, actually. Yeah, violating the OFAC, nasty work. If he was charged with any of that stuff, it's not questionable whether he's going to get off or not. He will be. I think they have like a crazy high conviction rate. It's just most people don't. Like, there's some crazy rules out there. Like Vietnam, I think, I say about 15 years ago, if you were to get like pulled over by a cop, technically they write you a ticket, right, for whatever whatever violation you did, right? But how they pay, like instead of going to court, right, you could just slide the cops some money. They called it coffee money, right? You on your end, you don't really understand it. They're just telling you like, here's the ticket, give me money, kind of thing, right? 15 years ago, that shit was illegal if you were a U.S. citizen, right? You couldn't do that. They did away with it. I want to say 14 or 15 years ago, right? But there's just crazy laws out there. And anything that's on the OFAC, nasty work. Don't be transferring no money that way.
Well, I think he's gonna get a little bit fucked because of that, that incredible amount of wisdom. But yeah, I don't even know how bad it's gonna be, to be honest.
What's going on, Flo?
Man, just got home. I was trying to keep chatting, but my phone died. Got some chicken here. Shit's going
nice. Good. I love chicken sandwiches.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I had a talk to you, but I got to drop in a little bit because I'm at my hub. But I have a question. Like, you could do so well, right, with how you run your content. Mm-hmm. I always wondered this. Like, why don't you ever do a hit piece on like Candace Owens or Nick Catboy, Jay Fuentes, or
that is actually absolutely the right question to ask me. Honestly, because I spend enough time slumming around with you fucks that I don't really watch that shit. So, but you're right. You're right. I'm doing it wrong. I got to punch higher than Marte.
Yeah, now, I mean, I know you're. Listen, I know you're really on our side. It's I don't know, but that whole thing, yeah.
The comment that I was in the middle of when my phone died, I was in the middle of typing a comment about. I really like how your autism manifests in such a vigilant form. There's a lot of autists on these YouTube streets, but Mr. be vigilant about shit.
Oh, okay.
he's keeping track of sides and stuff. And
yeah. It is what it is.
I just want to eat chicken and get money.
I that's fair. Mm-hmm. But like, I listen. I want people to understand. I care about, like, I have a family and my friends, and some people might not look at it like that, but I'm vehemently against anything that is causing harm to us in that regard. So maybe sometimes that doesn't align with and people argue on the semantics and like the meta bullshit, but like the actual problems, that's what I look at and I say we got problems.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, yeah, there's people out there that when you say things about those, it's like there's like what do they call them? Like
Jews?
no-go zones.
Oh,
Well, that exactly. That's exactly a good example. It's like you can't. Right. Well, it's like you can't. What the fuck, man? You can't talk about. You can't talk about anything without people getting butthurt. But it's like you want to say shit about something, then where are your receipts? And like you said, I got autism. I got all the damn receipts.
I got.
I know you do. I haven't seen them, but I'm just aware that they're out there. And I've known you long enough. The fact that I've known that they're out there for this long, but I've not seen them ever, makes me want. If like one of these days, Mr. Mister's just gonna go off, and everybody's gonna get it. But I know I poke fun, but like I don't disagree with you. I actually, like you said, I generally agree with your takes on things. I just personally have a philosophy of I don't stress about things that I can't actually impact.
Right. Well, I was just saying that you got all these people out there that they're doing like hit pieces. Sorry guys, I'm at work, but they're doing hit pieces on these folk, and I'm like, take example the bill that they just came out with. They were gonna refund the January Sixers, right? And all these people were blocking the bill, and this Thunder see you next Tuesday lady from the NBC or whatever, she's like, are they justified or whatever? It's like they ruined people's lives. I'm only saying that because and I know you weren't a part of that, but some of the people that were trying
that I helped. So
right.
I helped someone's old lady move out because he couldn't pay rent when he was in jail, right? So she needed help packing up the house. Like it was a big deal. My issue, and it remains my biggest issue, is Trump did that to them. Trump brought everyone there, and Trump was still president when they got arrested.
Oh, you're talking about
he had time to do something about it.
He didn't get pardoned when he was his first presidency.
Right. It was the second one. So that's like an open tab in my brain that like just kind of ruined Trump for me.
No, I get why you look at it like that, but my issue with that in particular is like, okay, they created maybe some of his answers weren't a good answer, but they created a January 6th committee that was highly unregular in Congress to go after all these people, know?
Yeah, and actually,
and it was
the guy that I was talking about who I helped his wife move out. He called when they started picking people up. He called the FBI and asked if they wanted him to turn himself in, and they said no, stay there. And the next day they showed up and they raided him with like armored vehicles and shit.
Right.
Duh.
Like
so Trump was like that. Yeah, so Trump was like, hey, maybe I can make up for this stuff. So he comes up with this plan. We're going to give back $4 billion to the January 6th people. And, you had people on the right and left that were blocking it. And I'm sitting there, I'm going, we got all this fraud. We got all this shit going on. We got this deficit. And you're worried about making things right with the American people. I was upset about that, definitely, because.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, I don't know if you know who. He's on Grid's channel sometimes. What the fuck was his name? He was in one of his debates, but he was like no, he was at January 6th. He went to jail.
Oh yeah, Tim Hale.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
And Tim was like, they had agents all over the place trying to blackmail people and get people to go after each other.
I mean, you've heard me. Have you heard me talk about that whole event?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I heard.
Yeah, we had a Fed.
And people.
The Fed in our chapter is the guy who was driving full cars there each way.
Right. It's crazy.
That's who I was going to ride with. I texted him the night before and said I'm bailing.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, okay, bro.
People.
I bailed on January 6th.
No, but why?
I could smell the honey. I could smell the trap.
Yeah.
Mostly from Twitter and Telegram shit. So I've been a Proud Boy since before the whole Trump. Since Proud Boys got big when Trump mentioned him during the speech. I joined like 6 months earlier, and so I've been active for a while. And in December we went out for a Stop the Steal rally. That was a lot of fun and a little bit crazy and shit. And then I was going to go back out January 6th, but. Yeah, the night before I was going around the social medias and I noticed that all the Antifa pages were putting out warnings to their people not to go. They said, don't go out because there's going to be a lot of racists out. Well, that's the polar opposite of what their messaging normally is. Normally they're saying, hurry, we need everybody here. There's a lot of racists. And so I was looking at this unified message across the left social media going, I don't know. I haven't been out of jail that long. I got it's like I can only play so much risky games. I can't play like all the way risky games, so I didn't play that risky game.
Yeah, well, the point is you had people who unalive themselves, right? And so many people got hurt during that time frame, and they're trying to make it right, and it's like everything that we do to make right by current, standards with everything that happened, there's a roadblock for.
I don't view it as an attempt
to
make things right. I think it's an attempt to exacerbate right-left tensions. They can't make it right.
Fine.
Giving people a little bit of cash at this far after the fact is, I mean, sure, cash is nice, but it's not gonna. What it's gonna do is it's gonna piss off the left. And it's just going to fire things back up, but it won't undo the thing.
Well, no.
Listen, I get that. It's not going to. Yeah, it's not going to bring people back, but at least it acknowledges that something went wrong. And I look at the other side and I go, that's what they really don't want. They don't want all this to come out. Like that NBC reporter that was like, oh, there's no evidence of fraud. It's like, wait a minute. It's everywhere. Look what happened in Georgia. 300,000 ballots had no signature verification. Everybody knows that. Everybody.
I didn't, but I don't pay attention to things.
Yeah. Well, I'm
blissfully jaded. Like it's like the whole system sucked, and I don't have to care.
I get you're mucking it out in the sewers with us, and that's fine. But I'm just saying, man, you fit into that narrative just like some of these other people that, they're going after like these right-wing, fake right-wing grifters. And I'm like, that's what Flo should be doing. He should be calling out these like Candace Owens, and they're getting like hundreds of thousands of views, and she's sitting there in Russia playing like she's going out there to go to a religious cathedral or whatever, and I'm like, she's in a meeting with Putin, and what do you call it? Like they're
did they go horseback riding?
It's like a media meeting they have once or twice a year.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and she's there with like some of the worst human beings that have caused like the worst problems. And she's like, "Oh, me and my husband are going there to, we're going there to see the religious cathedrals." And it's like, her husband's this leftist, like gay cuck, like British guy who, and I'm like, dude, there's no way that they're like, it's definitely like there's something wrong with that marriage. I'm sorry, but
Mister, when are you going to accept the gays and welcome them into our society?
Never.
if
He's based.
Damn it, I lost my train of thought. Oh, okay. Here,
if they want to be on our side,
I want to ask you this before I forget it again. If I set up something with Talcott, would you be interested in debating him?
Talcott? No, it's a waste of my time.
I'll
it's
debate
like-
Talcott.
Mr. despises Talcott.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why I wanted to
it's
debate
like
him.
talking. Let me tell you something. One time in my life, I went to this hospital, right? And I had to do an evaluation for school. And part of the wing was like in this, like they were helping out people that were like legit mental. And I look over and I see this like guy, and it's one of those like, it's one of these like pyromaniacs, and he's locked in a room with like what do you call it?
Turtle suit?
The straitjacket. Yeah. And he's got like bandages around his head where like little pieces of hair are sticking out. And I looked into the like the cell part of it, and the guy comes up and he's like, hey, I look in his eyes and they're like beady black, right? The guy looks evil. I said to him, I was like, hey, what's up? He goes, you got any matches? When I think of that,
hey,
that is how I think of Jack Talcott.
For trying. Shout out to that guy, whoever he was. Good on him for not giving up hope in that situation.
To me, that is Jack Talcott in the left, right? I don't need to talk to these people because I know exactly what I'm getting. As far
it's
as
not
I'm
a matter
concerned,
of needing something. It's a matter of having the honor, the pleasure of getting to vampire all that energy.
It's the pleasure of making Dusty enjoy it, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, if I were to actually, I did have an interaction with Talcott, and I asked him about his socialism, Christian socialism narrative. The very first time I got,
he doesn't
and he's like,
socialism. He calls it compassionate socialism.
well, anyway.
How did it go?
Him and Denizen,
how did you guys get on?
Him and Denizen were on that panel, and one of his other guys, and that's fine, right? I don't have any problem with them. But Talcott in particular, he was like this. He was like the whole show, Jesus is here for you, and guys, this is gonna work. All wars are gonna end. I said to him, I go, Jack, what do you do with the people that don't agree with you? How do you know it's going to work? Who the fuck are you? Blah, blah, blah. Why would you come at me and say that plan isn't going to work? I'm like, explain to me how it's going to work. Fuck you, get off my show. Blah, 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 blah. I'm like,
I've known Talcott for like 4 years. You cannot ask him to explain anything in any sort of detail. He makes statements, and you've either got to like just let him go, or agree, or recognize that unless you're very charming, you finna get kicked quick.
I only came out of the woods.
I can challenge him and stay on the panel and in his good graces if I feel like it. Paul can do it too, but I think he might be gay for us, but I don't know.
Well, I saw like AVG, and she's becoming a good debater or whatever, and that's not my lane, right? Because I'm trying to do strictly like analytics and media, right? So I see AVG diving in the mud with this lunatic Talcott, so I had to come out of the mud and warn her and say, hey, this guy is like, you don't know what you're getting involved with. And look what happened.
What happened? The mud is where the fun's at.
I don't know. I
Someday
think,
you got to show me the Talcott file.
yeah. Well, he's didn't he almost get arrested in Washington for
He
being a
got
lunatic?
tackled. He got tackled by like Secret Service or something.
Right.
But it wasn't like it wasn't. I don't think he was about to get arrested or anything. They just kind of gently laid down an old man who was running at the. I mean, Jack's not that old, but when you see him running, he looks a lot older.
Right.
It's an awkward little
if I had the time to do a documentary, which I don't because I'm trying to do like this other stuff, right? But if I had the time to do a documentary on how someone becomes a lunatic leftist, the prime example I would use would be Jack Talcott, right? And it's like I don't think the guy's a bad guy, and I don't think he doesn't mean harm. But the problem is, it's like he got brainwashed. He goes from having a job and all this stuff, and I'm like, from that to all of a sudden, fast forward like 5 years later, he's getting tackled as a lunatic leftist in front of the Washington Capitol State Building, right?
Yeah.
And he's wearing like this like communist jacket or whatever, yelling "F Trump" and this and that.
I would never fuck Trump. He's way too old. Can't believe Jack said that.
Yeah. No, but yeah, like he said, he was going to put Chuck in a concentration camp, like because
Chuck gets under his skin.
All he did was say, "Hey, I want to have a talk with you," and he's like, "No." He's like,
"Well, Chuck's been around longer than I have, so I mean, at this point, Chuck does things that Super Chat's considered supportive, even if they are kind of gaslighty. But like when Chuck looks like he's being nice with Jack, I have my serious doubts about it. There ain't no way that you spend 5 years pissing some dude off, but then just keep trying to be friends with him innocently, not knowing it's going to antagonize him.
Yeah.
I mean, I do that with people a lot.
This guy has been to Vietnam, right? Isn't that true?
No, he didn't go to Vietnam. He was stationed, I don't know, in Japan, somewhere over in Asia. He wasn't in combat, but he didn't go to Nam.
Huh? Did he had in combat?
I'm talking about what's his name? Not Talcott. I thought what's his name went to Vietnam.
You're talking about
Chuck.
Chuck did not go to Nam either. He was he was in the military for a while. I know he was stationed in Germany for a while, but he moved around some.
Well, let me just tell the chat this. This guy is awesome. It would not surprise me if Chuck was in Vietnam, because he is like, the predominantly right wing, like you would think of what a real American like right winger would be. That would be Chuck. So
how did I know that you had an admiration for Chuck?
Yeah. No, but seriously, like to see him do that, and he's like, well, all you guys, I'm like, what are you going to do about all the people that don't agree? Well, we're gonna put them in re-education camps. Maybe we have to get rid of them. Like, that doesn't seem very Christian. And that whole
Jack's not Christian. Jack uses any religious or civil rights, anything that looks like it's a virtuous figure, he'll scoop into the just general aura that he wants to have floating around himself. But then he's got the rest of his stuff on panel.
Do you remember when he had that whole, I went back and I tried to find it, and and I don't have time for this anymore, but I went back and I tried to find that narrative. I feel like
you're trying to convince yourself there. That's the second time that you've mentioned that you don't have time for Talcott. But who are you talking to? I feel like you're talking to yourself because you spent too much time on it.
Well, he's an obvious leftist. That's my problem with him. You just say you're a leftist and we're good. Like
Oh,
you're not this.
he'll say he's a leftist. He will not admit that he's a communist. He's fine with socialist.
Well, the point is, he had this thing. He had this like shtick he was promoting called "Living Without Fear." Remember that? Living Without Fear.
Mm-hmm.
And I could not find it. But he was like, "These are the components of living without fear." It sounded word for word like some environmental protection, like global initiative, like left wing bullshit that he was tying to like Christianity. And I'm like, this is so fucked up. Like, it's like, yeah. Like, if you looked at the USAID, what do you call it? USAID bill, the one HR 4, I think it is, the legislation to get rid of the USAID in the federal government.
You got
It
bill
was
numbers
like,
memorized and shit.
yeah, well, I have them all.
So,
but
Mr.
it's
Mister,
like,
you might be the one that I need. I've had this back burner business idea in the back of my head for a while that I need to shit or get off the pot on. Do you know how much
Right.
money over how many decades the pharmaceutical companies are shelling out for the opiate epidemic?
I could probably get the number.
Tons. I mean, it's so much money over 30 years, and they're giving it all to government, like local government agencies and nonprofits to combat addiction. We got to set up a
I could tell you.
Oh, are you talking about?
I could tell you one of the things.
Are you talking about the idea that it's part of the industry? That they're rehab centers and all that are just part of the industry.
Well, the pharmaceutical companies lost lawsuits, and so they have to, for 30 years, they have to pay out like billions of dollars to fund little programs that fight addiction. So there's tons and tons of money earmarked every year to be distributed to states, and I just feel like there's a lot of money there and opportunity.
I could tell
have you considered helping the afflicted addicted?
Yes, I will.
You could bring your pet. You could bring your fucking birds, and they could be pet therapy. Or at least we could say that, but it'd probably just drive people nuts.
Well, I mean, Emmett's been helping me out, and Abe and a few others, with trying to like put all this together, because I think I do have autism to a certain extent, but like one of the things that, well, it pisses me off. Like I have the receipts for every single one of the fraud scams that they're doing. Like, I have all the receipts for it, and I can tell you right now, the total is over 400 billion. Like, it's like 400 billion, 300 something million at the moment, and it's day by day they're finding more. Right now, I'm looking into the SSB loans. Remember that from COVID?
Oh my God, bro! Yes, my ex-wife cashed the fuck in on those, and she was trying to get me to get some. And I told her, I said, "You're not getting me caught up in that fuck shit with you."
Right. Well, they're saying it's $1 trillion plus.
Yep. Of course they were. I mean, I watched people taking these things out. It was so easy. She didn't have not one business. She got like 7 of those fucking loans.
So during the medical thing, for the people in the chat that are listening, they had this thing called the Small Business SSB loan or whatever, and people were just cashing in on it. And it's like, they're like, oh well, it's happening in these red states too. Well, not to the extent it's happening in their states. You're talking 180 billion in for California hospice alone. 180 billion.
We gotta be reasonable with or real with this shit. There is no way that whole incident is a Democrats or left wing problem. That is a structural, both sides. That program was rotten from the beginning. They basically just said, "Here, fraud us. We will give you money if you fraud us." And people were like,
right.
"Well, I'm not working." So I just don't even. That was so egregious. I don't think you can put that as a.
Well, hold on a minute, right? I get what you're saying. However, right, there is a clear difference between how the right interacts with that and how the left interacts with that, and I'll explain it. We now have the receipts for all of the right wingers, and this is why I say we're on the right side. We're on the side of good, because we're trying to get rid of these assholes that are funding these NGOs, but the other side isn't. We are calling out these rhinos and saying, stop voting for this shit. So you had a couple in the House, probably, I think it was like 15 to 17 in the House, that were voting with the other side to fund some of these, organizations. That is the extent of how the right's involved. How the left is involved is they're actually taking some of the money and they're funneling it back into their own political campaigns.
So
and we have the evidence of that.
I'm going to disagree with you. I think that if this whole, I have a different perspective on it. I think this whole thing is actually, if we're going to have to make it a right or a left issue, it is more of a right issue. That this program was put up under Trump. Trump was also the biggest spending, most inflationary president in all of American history. If you look at the makeup of the U.S.'s balance sheet, the biggest asset by a landslide on the U.S.'s federal government's balance sheet is student loan debt. Our government, because we shut down and because Trump was spending money and because he knew he was going to spend more money, he needed to inflate the balance sheet. So he created assets by giving out these stupid fucking loans to people who were going to be greedy and take them.
I get what you're saying, and he has created debt. Now here's the contention I have on the economic front. And nobody looks at it this way because they're not looking at the actual like receipts and where the source is coming from. The way that both sides deal with the economy is different. The left believes it's all linear. They believe everything runs in a straight line. I can show you. There's a one source called the Peterson. Well, they do. I think they do because they. Well, let me just. This is a generalized term for what they believe, but it's absolutely true. Everything that their answer for anything economic is tax. It's tax subsidies for everything.
Right.
On the right, what you could clearly see, and I was just about to give you the source. It's the Peterson Institute of Finance. They were showing how Trump has he's diluted the deficit over a 10-year period, $10 trillion. So the way that he's doing it is not a direct.
Mr. The words that the sentence that you just said about what Trump was doing isn't even like structurally correct. The deficit is a yearly difference between what we export and import. It's not a debt number. You can't extend the term on it.
I'm talking about the national debt, right?
Okay.
There's a source for it. We were at one point we were $33 trillion in debt. What I'm saying is the way that the right is trying to do it is it's like a up and down, and then eventually they're going to get rid of it. But they have to borrow and take and put back in to do it. From certain angles. That's how they're doing it. There's a report on it. I could send it to you if you want to see it. But
if you have it, I'd be kind of curious in it because there ain't no way. Like the right is not trying to fix the debt problem. They're just not.
Nobody's.
I know that they do talk a better game than the left, which is basically the party of envy, right? Like the left is just envious. They hate rich people. They want to take that money. But the right is also it's a different sort of issue. But the right wing politicians definitely are not trying to they just say that.
Nobody's
shit.
trying to fix it because it's a hallucination when it comes to voters. That's the problem.
Right. Well, let me put it to you like this. All right, if you say that over 300, let's just lowball. There's a piece by the Atlantic that described what do you call it? Every single government agency that had a percentage of it showed receipts of where they were firing federal workers. So he's looking for places to get the tax burden down without it being a tax. So, like a small example is if you fire federal workers, let's just say 100,000, right? And they're all taking 70 grand on average annual salary. That is, a substantial number that now that doesn't come out of the tax pool. You extrapolate that over four years, add in the billions in fraud that we're not paying anymore, right? Immigration.
Well,
right?
hold on. He didn't trim nearly as much fat. What Trump's doing? Trump is a good media person. Trump is, especially in his second term, he's gonna print money like a motherfucker while making a show of trying to cut costs, and so we're gonna see him cutting costs while also experience the economic boom that comes with inflation. And so people will look back on Trump's last term and go, that was an economic golden age. Like, he's setting himself up perfectly for down the road to be remembered. But he is the most inflationary president we've ever had, and he's doing it again. He is I know that he makes a show of doing things with Elon Musk or whatever. This man is spending some fucking money.
Well, that's not because of him even. There's no way that we're gonna get rid of the debt or lower the amount of debt or the amount of spending because nobody wants to vote for it. Everybody who says we're going to get rid of
it's structurally impossible with our central bank system.
Everybody who says
let's just all agree on.
Let's put it this way: who's going to vote to get rid of student loans? And I don't mean student loan forgiveness. I mean getting rid of issuing the student loans.
I mean, I would vote for that if that were an option. Like, fuck those student loans. They'd turn two generations of Americans into indentured servants with them.
If you look to the way that people do the research in campaigns, if they offer that, it's like it's a losing issue. Everybody's gonna be like, "Oh my God, you don't want people to get out of college anymore." And it's dumb, but it's the way that it works when it comes to society.
Look at what I do with my college degree.
2 points real quick, and then I got to drop. Biden, in the last quarter of the CPI index, it went up 8 points. Okay, that's more than at any time in any of you go back and look. It's more than any time of all of Trump's years in presidency. Biden's shit was insane. Remember the stupid transitory inflation crap?
The PPI is a better measure. The issue with all these measures is they keep fucking changing the way that they calculate them. Inflation they change, CPI they change. The PPI, the producer price index, is not as much of a consumer metric, so they don't fuck with it quite as much. But economic ramifications have a delay. We'll be the lockdowns. We're gonna be feeling them for a fucking decade. But yeah, no, I don't know. Yeah, I'm just gonna say Trump is better than Biden, right? Like, I'm not saying that anybody on the other side would have been better than Trump, but what I will say is that man is not fixing the economy. What he is doing is he is gassing it.
Yeah, we're not going to see a fix of the economy for a while. It's not going to happen anyway.
That's exactly what my second point was, what Emmett just said, because it seems to me that all the people that want the answers for this stuff, it's an all or nothing narrative. This is why I said you should be doing videos on Nick Fuentes and his bullshit. Because listen, this moron, right?
After today, I'm not fucking with any more of you losers. I got big things. Me and Mr. Mister going to the big time.
No, but his one video was one day it's he only deported 175,000 people. And then the next day it's he only deported 300,000 people. And I'm like, where are you getting your numbers from? And then he's
if I remember correctly, Obama deported more than Trump did, didn't he?
Well, they're comparing 4 years, sometimes longer in the Obama campaign to Trump has only been at this for 2 years, and you have to have solid sources to pull and say this is where they're going. But these idiots never do that. They just go, oh, it's only 175,000. Well, where are your receipts? They don't give any of them, right? They don't do that. Like
one of these days, Mr.
Operation.
I'll figure out how to get you to realize that everybody's corrupt and there ain't no good guys to look to there.
No, there is good guys. There's Jesus and there's us.
Well,
and
Jesus
we're family men.
and we're not politicians, right? But no. That's exactly my point, right? That's why I don't get caught up in the political shit, because I think all the politicians are corrupt, and that's not really where I can have an impact. We're all right. You with our families is 1,000% correct.
No, we're gonna have an impact in Boyd politics and drama. That's where we're gonna have an impact.
We can. I believe
Release
that.
the
We can.
files.
You listen. Look at what Scott Pressler is doing.
I don't know who that is.
Scott Pressler is he's big on X because this is where I want the parties to go. If the left wants these lunatics in office, like this idiot from Maine that has the schnoozy tattoos on his body, let him have it. If they want to have these lunatics, just keep them out of our zones, right? You guys want to have these idiots? Go right ahead. But for us, we're trying to clean up our own mess. So people that want to vote for these ridiculous like funding bills and they want to go against our narrative, we got to get rid of them too. And that's what Scott Pressler was doing. When we wanted I talked about this in the beginning, but the Voter Registration Act, what do you call it? The Save America Act. And it's all over the internet. You had to have seen at least one video on it, but the point being is, it's our own people holding it up. Yes, these other assholes on the other side are going to hold it up, but we have the power to get it through. So what Scott Pressler did was, first of all, he runs his own like ground campaign and coordinates with the RNC, right? And he coordinates with his own social media group and says, guys, I'm showing up in South Dakota because the Senate Majority Leader John Thune is causing issues. So we're going to South Dakota. He shows up in South Dakota, starts grabbing a bunch of people, and then hosts a media video where he's like, we are going to kick you out of Senate if you don't vote for this shit. That's why I say you can't affect it. Absolutely.
Not if I don't try.
Yeah, well,
I'm just kidding. But Emmett, if we mobilize our own candidate, can you get us the illegal immigrant vote?
I will, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I even
the
do the public
25%
speaking in both English and Spanish if you want me to.
Let me tell you something. This is where they fucked up. 25%. Okay, you have 17 countries in South America that are right wing now. 17 of the 20. 25% of America is now Hispanic, and they're mostly Christians. But just like and this is a reference to Reuters, who showed that the African American male is now on our side for the most part. Point being is the left just feels like that you owe them the vote. If you're gay or
black people, they definitely feel entitled to black people vote.
Not
Does that mean that we can say did we get our end card today? I just learned about.
I have like 5, so
I think that mine is valid, but I don't have permission from you yet to have you haven't signed my.
No, we can't say it because I don't have one yet.
Okay, fine.
Jesus.
Gosh, now you've got every race enforcing it, but the blacks. It's crazy.
You can.
This is why they need the immigration.
That's fine. Nobody cares.
This is why they need the Muslims, because it only the lies and the LARP only last for a certain period of time, and then they gotta, the failures of socialism. It has to come. It's a finite source that it comes from. It has to be replenished, and since you know, and I know you'll agree with me on this one because you're against Talcott or whatever, like me. But socialism.
I love Talcott, but for different reasons than you hate him.
Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, but look at what happened in New York, right? What did this guy do? This Mamdani guy. Within 3 months, he's asking for federal funds. Kathy Hochul had to give this guy millions of dollars because he's like, well, I want to get rid of all these like, you know, horrible landowners that they're, you know, are making money and they're not giving them to the impoverished masses. Rather than fix it the right way, he's like, I need to pull it from outside because it's not a sustainable you know, loop. So yeah, these people are bad. They're just bad.
Yeah. I mean, if you think of what politics is, it's basically people fighting over who can steal money from who.
Yeah, it's
all it
people fighting over who has more power to enforce.
That's why we need to go back and have a Christian king. He'll let us live on his land. We can be peasants, and everybody will go to church. It'll be great. It'll be a king that cares about us, though. He'll love us, and he'll love Jesus.
Well, that's not how it
Right.
works. But yes, kind of. There's a lot of faith involving what you're saying that I disagree with.
That's we're halfway there.
Exactly.
All of the best plans are built on just pure hope.
Yeah, well, you know, you miss the church. That's the one thing that, and I don't mean you go to church. There is a lot more involved in the church for that to make sense.
I mean, I've been to church. I haven't been to church when the lockdowns happened and churches shut down service, but opened up to be jab clinics. I told my mom, I said, "Don't invite me to Easter there anymore. I'm not going."
I know people are going to cringe or whatever, but I grew up Catholic, so that's like people hear that and they go,
I went to Catholic high school. I like Catholics.
Catholics,
you know, I don't.
There. They just need to repent for the schism and get rid of the fucking Pope.
I don't like Mexican,
you're Catholic too.
I was raised Catholic, yes.
Yeah, and that's for life. You probably still got some candles. You still got some Jesus candles. You probably have a 38 Super Pistol with custom Jesus engraving on the handle.
That's why they wouldn't let me on the police force. Like, both of my brothers are detectives, but when I went in, I was like, "Look, I will throw bodies. I will look. If I got to do God's work, I got to do God's work. Let's just leave it at that."
That is not the right answer, Mister. You knew that already.
Yeah. One of my professors, when I studied art, he was a jeweler, and he.
You went to art school, you little emo Efsler.
Yeah, he sold. Let's call it 38 specials with Pokemon engravings.
I had a buddy who's a little bit younger than me, and he I feel like the Pokemon card racket is massive.
It's huge.
It took me too long to catch on. I was making fun of him for a while, and then I realized like how much money he was making at this shit.
So this is not mine, but let me show you something.
This is not mine, but let me show you my Pokemon cards. My first stupid investment was Beanie Babies. For some reason, I thought Beanie Babies were going to take off, not Pokemon cards. You live, you learn. I can't believe you didn't lie to the police questioners.
So
yeah, well, that was
this is not mine, but we have like
they're not even open, huh?
No.
So you got a friend who'd be stealing Pokemon cards and then wanting to stash them at your house? Is that what?
It's my brother. My brother
Well, don't snitch on him, Emmett. Jesus.
Wow, it's not. I'm not snitching on him. It's investment. It's his investment.
Why didn't he take his free investment back to his house?
Because part of the investment is someone else is buying them for him.
And so that person couldn't know that he had them? Like, what's...
Oh well, he's
Is he
not.
hide-
He's in the military right now, so this is safekeeping.
Uh-huh. Which cartels he work
What
for?
branch?
Well, we believe he is part of the Sinaloa cartel, but we're not entirely sure now that the cartel got separated. Got divided. I'm not lying by that. By the way, I do believe he has ties to the Sinaloa cartel.
When's the last time you guys looked at the 10 planks of communism that Marx did?
What?
We got a lot of them already pretty well. Number 2 is a heavy progressive or graduated income tax. There.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about.
Number 4 is confiscation of the property of all immigrants and rebels. I wonder if you right-wing useless idiots have any idea that you guys have been cheering the fuck on out of one of the tenets of communism for the last 2 years.
Well, he might be right about one thing. That doesn't mean that he's right about everything else. And by the way, the whole point of it is not the problem. The problem with immigration is the entitlements that are being given by the government itself. You have to if you want to have immigration, you have to get rid of the whole.
We could just get rid of like that's what I've been saying from day one.
Entitlements.
Just get rid of entitlements. Get rid of entitlements for these people altogether. That would solve like basically all the problems, and all you have is just like hard workers for cheap.
I agree with you partially. I do think there are other problems, but one of the big things that you have to get rid of to solve any kind of issue when it comes to the government, it's the entitlements. This is what I said, that it's not a problem with left and right it's just there's no political will of anybody to get rid of entitlements.
Right.
And the moment there's actual political will by the citizens to get rid of entitlements is the only moment that we're going to see any kind of solution when it comes to the economy.
There will never be a moment in humanity when the majority of a massive population like this does not want free stuff because they're more concerned about the long-term health of the general.
I will say
like
that
not even a good that actually is even a dumb. That's a stupid position for anyone to take. Forget the principles.
I would agree with you if it wasn't for Argentina.
I don't know about Argentina.
If the dumbest fuckers in the world could do it by selecting Milei, which the whole campaign was, we're gonna get rid of entitlements, I think there's a possibility of people actually learning that that we need to get rid of.
But was it done because the public wanted it, or was it done because the guy who took power decided it?
No, it was done. The campaign was that. The whole thing was, we're gonna get rid of entitlements.
And do they have election? Are the elections down there good, or is it like the Congo?
No, the election was good. It's hard to tell, but he got like a super majority. Like it was a blowout win, because people were completely like. You will say people don't realize how bad inflation is until you're like 200% inflation and everything is horrible.
Oh,
but
yeah.
at that point you need to do something about it, otherwise everything sucks.
Well, you have to reset then. At that point, like the problem's already.
He didn't reset. This is actually the way that he got rid of inflation, or the way that he's getting rid of inflation, because it's a 2-year process. He took the amount of money inside of the economy, lower as much as he could the amount of people working for the government and spending, and then it started buying money from he started buying his own money, and then he started taking money from the general staff and buying dollars with it, and that's like the way he started getting rid of inflation. It was his plan is very solid and it works. So there are ways to get in.
And so was he using the dollar as like a backing asset for the local currency?
No, what he was doing was getting rid of currency. So all he wanted was to get
and just using the dollar.
Yeah, he was buying dollars by getting rid of the amount of like pesos in the current economy. So he wanted to lower the demand. He wanted to lower the offer of pesos in the economy by buying dollars. And he did it just by stopping spending. So every single time they were getting any kind of every single peso they were getting that was over the budget, he was just buying dollars with it.
That's what I've been doing with my money and with silver for 8 years now. Like,
yeah, that's a great thing to do. You probably got a good amount of money out of that investment.
It's been a good decision. It's been the right thing.
Yeah.
By the way, Provident Metals has American Silver Eagle 1 ounce coins for spot price right now. If anybody has a little extra money they want to throw at it, damn good price and free shipping.
You can get gold bars at Costco.
Man, I can't.
I
got gold. I got a few gold coins, but
it's a little bit pricey.
You can like scrounge up a little bit of extra change and throw it at some silver, periodically. You really can't touch gold unless you've got like enough to buy a car to throw at it, like.
Yeah, it's expensive.
Yeah, and the way that the cost scales at quantity or at smaller quantities, right? Like I don't know, like buying a 1/10 of an ounce what costs like $700 or some shit, but it just doesn't seem.
No, I wouldn't recommend it.
That's why we need to start these rehab centers or whatever, so we can get government cheese, invest it in gold, because that's a good recovery thing, I think.
Just one quick question on the immigration narrative. Okay, if I just yield, right, and I would say, hey, I'm fine with the immigration, but the trade-off is we have to get rid of all and never let any Islamic people into our country ever again. Would you agree to that?
No.
Yes.
Look, absolutely not. First of all, I just want to say this right up front. I don't like Islam or Muslims. I don't want more of them. However, it's kind of astonishing to me how eager people are to throw away like the rights that make America American. Like, fuck religious freedom. I don't like these people with the hats.
Yes, I agree.
Like, no,
I agree with what you're saying. I would still say yes.
Yeah, but
I would also get rid of gay marriage. I would get rid of a lot of bullshit. Okay.
Yeah, but see, I expect that out of you because I don't consider you. You're not an American born here, and you're like, if it weren't for your religious beliefs, like just barely holding you probably need a guide rail from religion, because if you were untethered from religion, you would probably be like witchy bitchy out here, like trying to have genocidal policies and stuff. You need the structure. I'm a naturally good moral person. I don't need the same structure on me.
No. No,
but you know who I would get rid? I would get rid of people who play the lottery
right now. Okay, you enjoy
a little bit. I don't get to do it very much.
It's. I mean, obviously you're interested right now.
But let me. I would get rid of people who play the lottery though. Scratchers. I hate those fuckers. They cog up the gas station counter and they want people to check their shit and they take forever to scratch their tickets and they're losers. They're not going to win.
I would absolutely do it for the economy, 100%.
So, well, now I think it's July 1st. There's going to be a new law, a state law implemented in Florida and Texas are coordinating because they're trying to deal with the Islamic invasion problem, and apparently that
The
there's
Islamic
organization.
invasion- Hold on a second. Is that a thing or is that a panicky thing? I don't know if I believe that that's a real issue here. If you had said Michigan, then I probably wouldn't be pushing
Right.
back. But I don't know that I believe Texas and Florida have anything but aggressively conservative leadership.
Okay, to keep on trucking with the
Well-
wait. Okay, to keep on trucking with Insane Huge $5 super chat says to add to that, Mister, don't let the red dots and moon religion to drive semi trucks.
Yeah. No,
Have you seen the
they
bullshit
on a-
with the semi trucks, Dusty?
I don't
Listen,
know what bullshit you're thinking
yeah,
of.
they the Department of Transportation, he had to eliminate over 100,000 CDLs because like one kid got unalived in Michigan. They were giving these illegals CDLs, and like this is the argument I was making before. Like
We've
if
had
you want your state, right? Well, it's like they're that's why I said like, you know. But anyway, one kid, this 12-year-old kid, he got unalived by a truck driver because he was given a license and he didn't even he should not have had it. You had people in San Diego, they were driving down the wrong way on a one-way street, like, you know, they're all over the place because they get it.
If you have hundreds of thousands of people for who knows how long driving trucks around, I mean, just the mathematically at some point, one of them's going to hit somebody. It has nothing to do with whether or not they can drive or not. It's just the math of being and the fact that there's risk with the road. Like I said before, good. That's what these people can contribute to us. Like if we're just looking at this from a purely selfish standpoint, let them fucking work. Like that's they come over here and get entitlements, and then when they come over here and get jobs, like, oh my gosh, they let these people have jobs. Like there's no winning here.
Yeah, well, like we said before, this is where our impasse was. I'll just go right to the end when we had our talk on your channel. I think it was like in the winter or whatever about immigration. But like they could fix all of it if they did one of two things. If they just made them all legal, which they will not do because they cannot agree on shit, as we both know. Because if they made them all legal, then that would mean that they have to abide by our what do you call it? Laws, you know, like minimum wage laws and that kind of thing.
They have to abide by that shit anyways. If they get caught breaking the law, it's just as illegal for them as it is for us.
No, I get that, but a lot of them don't.
He's talking about the employers. So the employers would have to pay minimum wage. They would get all of the entitlements that citizens get.
Well,
anyway.
that undermines my cost saving here, guys. Why are you trying to cock block my savings?
I'm not trying to. I'm just saying that
I like being able to go to a taco stand and buy tamales on the cheap.
Okay, Mister, I'm so moral. I'm sorry that I'm
I'm past my virtue signaling now.
I'm
on to my greed
I'm
signaling.
attacking your slaves. I apologize.
You better start making some fucking tamales.
I'm gonna be making some fucking tamales, I guess. Okay, to keep on trucking with the insanely huge $5 says, add to that. We gotta undo the Motorized Carrier Act of 1980. We're giving these mega carriers tax subsidies to train people. So you're actually paying the payers to train these people.
Well, 2 points real quick. The first one is I think it was Maine. There was a video going around of someone recording. They were recording a phone call with the DMV out there, and the lady's like, "Well, he's not really from this country. Can he get a license? What are the qualifications?" And the lady was like, "Yeah, sure, no problem. Just bring him in. We'll just rubber stamp it." The other point is, like we said before, if they want to have their states the way that they have them, I'm okay with that. But they can't allow them to cross the state lines into other states that don't agree. Because I guarantee you, Texas did not want 26 mosques up in 24 months. There is no way in hell anyone's going to convince me that Texas wanted that shit in Dallas. No fucking way. There's no way that anyone's going to convince me that all that shit that happened in Florida what is it, Tampa, that how the hell did they get in there? Because they didn't, I promise you they didn't come through those borders.
How many how many mosques have gone up in Kansas City where I'm at? Do you know?
I could get the number. Definitely.
I don't have it. It was a leading question because I don't have any idea. I have no idea. It doesn't impact me. I'm not Muslim, and so when you say 24 mosques went up, it's like, is that a big deal? I have no idea. Did maybe 30 mosques went up here? I don't fucking know. I don't go to that shit.
No. Listen. So
20.
like we were talking about before,
We've had 20 new mosques.
I think it's 20 total.
But like,
what I meant to say, okay, like,
I think you might be prematurely freaking out a little bit. I mean, I don't like Islam. It's even more conservative than you Christian conservatives, right? Like it's even farther down that road. But
I'm gonna disagree on that one. It's like the moment you have a huge population of Muslims, at that point you're already fucked up. So I would say,
they're a long ways from that, though.
Yeah, but why should I?
Well,
it's like, why should I have to have the big fucking problem when I can not have the problem at all?
Well,
I want no problem with those fucking people. So yeah, just send them back. I don't want to have a deal with them.
When you give up your rights because you want your daddy, the government, to take care of you your whole life, then it causes other problems because you're just a big man child.
What problem would it cause to not have a bunch of goat fuckers?
Well, that would mean that you got rid of the freedom of religion. It gets rid of the freedom of religion. And how long do you think it would take for them to say orthodoxy is Russian propaganda? How long until that narrative comes out?
I don't give a fuck about that. It's not true.
Hold on.
It doesn't matter.
This is
it doesn't have to be true to be actionable.
By the way, it happened. Did you know that the Russian Orthodox got separated from Russia specifically for that narrative, right? In America.
Yes.
Yeah, well, it happened already. We already deal with that.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You're already a member of a religion they're already watching your religion, and you want to get rid of freedom of religion?
It already happened. Okay, people already said there were Russian propaganda.
No,
I know, but they said that while you still have. But right now you have freedom
of Russian patriarchy, so they can have they could have the Orthodox Church here. Now we're gonna deal with the fuckers.
You know how frequently I watch you, and I watch you in like stupefied amazement more frequently than most people because I see you out here promoting things that you know are stupid because you're trying to be loyal to, like, ban the Muslims.
The other day, you were literally trying to have a conversation.
That's like the number one thing we should be doing.
And pretend that he's.
You realize that would eradicate permanently freedom of religion. You guys down for that?
I don't give a fuck about freedom of religion. Neither do you.
Wait.
Well, I do actually.
Let's just
you don't. If I were to tell you, I'm gonna go ahead and sacrifice babies because of my religion intention, you will be like, no, you can't do it. It's fine.
Wait, hold on a minute. My argument isn't that we should get rid of that. My argument is these, like, the people in America, we never wanted that to begin with. And like I was trying to finish before, they did not come through those state borders. I guarantee you more than 75% of them, Texas did not let in through their southern border. They came through other states that, like sanctuary cities, that betrayed the social contract. Okay? Sanctuary cities, we all know this. They are in direct violation of federal law. And so what happens is they cross state lines and they migrate into other states. That is the problem I have with them. Okay? If they want to have these, if New York wants to be a socialist, commie Islamic hellhole, I'm all for it. But don't let them cross state lines. That's the problem I have. Like
Okay,
they're
so
allowed
now
to just
you want to
run
get rid
rampant.
of. Man, you're just like
Listen,
I don't know.
Dusty, I don't know if you know your
No,
whole
no,
history.
not my-
You
but in
guys, you
my
guys,
Kansas,
like,
stance has
you
been-
understand?
Kansas-
Hold on, Mister. Do you understand how absolutely foundationally un-American your takes are?
well, I don't know. I don't think it's
No,
foundationally in
it's-
America. Read a little bit about what happened to the Mormons. In
I know.
Kansas,
Well, yeah, I
by
know.
the way.
Yeah, that I know.
So
it's
not it's not like foundational America didn't understood what was going on when it comes to the
Well, the federal
Mormons.
government back then really wasn't much of a thing at that point. It is
Fine.
very foundational to American freedom of religion is
Now-
foundational.
Oh, so America
The-
is just
the
now
freedom-
is the thing that we
freedom-
agree
freedom-
now that we're liberals.
Okay, you know what? You guys are all political subs. You want Daddy Dom to tell you when you can come, when you can't come.
No, look,
I will give you- I
I'm
will give
abiding
you-
by the law.
Wait, I
They
will say
aren't. They
You
are
guys
not
are-
abiding by the law.
You are a political 10th man.
I will say this, and I will agree on you with this specifically. That I will, when it comes to how I see people, and I don't try to have problems with certain individuals. That I
who?
was wrong, and I fucked up in the way that I approached that situation. Okay, so
What
you get
situation?
that.
Man, I have situations all the
You were
time. I don't know what the
you
fuck
were
you're talking
about Marte, okay? That's what you were talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Like
at the end of the
an
day,
hour ago.
No, it was just a moment ago.
Okay, so you fucked up by like trying to hold his hand forever?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, I know, but you knew that already.
I was
No,
trying.
but
my
You did.
fucking
You did.
best,
Look, I'm good at reading.
okay?
I'm good at reading micro expressions. You knew it already.
I was trying my fucking best so that
I know,
Listen.
and goddamn it, you're adorable. You get Jesus props. You get mad wicked Jesus props for trying to save one. But I am glad that
Wait.
you cut him loose.
Really
At this
quick, Flo.
point, it's over.
Do you see that my stance is actually like righteous in the sense of like, okay, it's for state laws, right? So if a state wants to have that stuff happen, then that's fine. But that is keeping within the Constitution, because
I mean,
they're the ones that broke. They're the ones that broke the federal agreement, not us.
And
Like that's the point I was trying to
Are
make.
you talking about Mamdani with his little communism thing, or are you talking about the sanctuary city thing specifically?
The sanctuary cities. They
Okay,
are the
so
main
then-
problem.
So then, what would you do with all the states that legalize marijuana against federal law? See, I absolutely believe that states and federal governments can and should clash periodically on things, right? That's the nature. That's the nature of checks and balances.
Right.
So when I see states granting sanctuary cities, I personally wouldn't really support that, but I do support them doing things in opposition to the federal government, right? So.
That's fair, but
I
even you had to concede. Even you had to concede this when we were talking about it. What it causes is
I've never conceded anything in my life.
okay. When we had
got
that
married,
talk,
though,
we talked about what would happen. What is going to happen if this continues to happen? You're going to have what? You're going to have states with National Guard at the state borders, not just the.
No, it's.
I'll
tell you
you're
what
going to have to have that in order to keep them out.
The sanctuary city shit is only. It's not even sustainable. It's already turned around because other groups of people who are citizens were getting mad about all the shit going on. Right, the sanctuary city thing reversed on its own. There's self-correcting swings.
Oh, is that what's happening in California?
I don't know about California.
Are they allowed?
I mean,
what about
there's
New York?
still some illegal immigrants there, Mister. But I don't think that the sanctuary cities need our attention right now. We can go on and
What do you
save
think
other
needs our
things.
attention?
This fucking chicken and some super chats. What do you mean? Same shit as always.
Yeah,
Cigarettes.
You got me on the
I will
chicken.
agree with that one. Okay, I agree.
got me
that
on the
we need some
chicken.
fucking chicken and some super chats. In fact, I would say that I am gonna go and get myself some of that Lord chicken in a biscuit, so that I can.
I actually got it from a Mexican. El Pollo Rey is where I got it from. So, yes, sir. I had to go. I had to go
to my stream when you're eating some fucking ethnic food. It's like
because you're like the most Mexican person I talk to anymore.
Oh, today but every time you talk to me, it's like, yeah, today I have tamales, and then the other day it's like, oh yeah, today I got some tacos.
The thing is I just love Mexican.
I got some Mexican pollo.
I want you to invite me to Mexican culture. I love quinceañeras. I like cocaine and Corona. I love the food. Like. I'm just all about that shit. And I'm sorry, white people, but we got to step up our partying game.
Okay. If you ever in Utah, I will make you some fish tacos. You will love it.
Man, Utah Mexicans don't party.
No, I am like the worst person you can find when it comes to parties. I agree.
Yeah.
But I will make you some killer fish tacos, okay?
I do like fish tacos, but like, can we at least hit a quinceañera and like do some coke?
I'll try. I'll try to get coke is gonna be hard, but I'll try to get you a quinceañera.
Okay, if you get everything else set up, then I'm sure that I can probably find the coke easier than you can. Even though it's your city. Don't worry, I got this. Nobody trusts people who own birds.
Nobody. That's true.
So what did you kind of alluded to? What did you think about the JS stuff yesterday?
JS stuff? What do you mean?
What were you referring to when you said I had to deal with idiots 2 days in a row? I thought that it was.
Oh no, you were talking. I was talking about you trying to argue with Witchy Bitchy, and then after dealing with Clay. Oh, the Clay conversation was.
Oh my God, yeah, Clay. Oh. Man, I know when there's something heated going on, and if I'm into a contentious debate that I actually am like invested in, and then Clay shows up, it's just like it's like when you die in Mario or something, and then you got to go all the way back to the beginning. It's like no. Or if you see something in the road, but you know it's too late to swerve and not hit it, it's like, fuck, here it comes.
Oh, damn, no. Yeah. Yeah, the clay brick debate you had the other day, I don't know where it was. I think it was at the Raging Tomato, but I'm not even sure. That was... you were trying to explain basic economics, like supply and demand. And he was absolutely not getting it. And I was like, well, I'm not the only one who has to deal with dumbasses.
I just have to make a statement on that, because anytime someone that is a so-called expert, a prime example would be like Hassan Piker, says something like that, like modern economics, blah, 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 right? When they say right at the end of that sentence, it usually means they're full of shit. Just so you know.
I don't know if that's a fact, but I hear what you're saying. I'll take it into consideration. You know what I really don't trust though is if anybody says, I'm gonna tell you the truth. If they start off with that, I don't even bother listening to it. They're about to fool you full of shit.
Yeah, I agree. I can agree with that one.
Also, if somebody says they're just saying, they're not. They're never just saying when they say they're just saying.
I'm just saying. That conversation with Brick was insane. I was actually like,
I'm still pushing on Grid. I want him to set up a Brick Andrew debate. Did you see them on OGs that one time?
Yeah,
it was so good.
Yeah, it was good.
That was really good, Lush, man.
I already know how that's gonna go. Because the sovereign citizen people are like, oh, we're right wing. It's like they're libertarians in reality. That's what they are.
But I mean, the great thing about Brick is that he is like stubborn and arrogant as shit. He absolutely knows that he is smarter than the rest of us. Also, Brick can't think. at all. So it's like it's a unique combination.
No, I get what you're saying, because they're
I would
they're
just
also the same type of people that when they get pulled over by the police, they're going to put these stickers in the window that says, "I don't have to answer any questions," and then 5 minutes later, they're getting their window broken and
yeah.
pulled out on their ass and handcuffed.
Those are the tase me stickers.
Yeah.
I love I love those kind of the videos too. When it's a police officers, he's like, "Can I get your license and registration?" I answer no questions. 2 minutes later, they're on the pavement. Best videos on YouTube.
Where I used to live when I got raided that county during my lawyer told me about it but there was like a big hush hush thing at the department during a training session. One of the cops got shot with a taser by another cop, and the barb went into his dick. Like didn't like hit like actually full meat contact and penetration. Like
That guy deserves a promotion. Like if I was a cop and I was going to tase someone, I absolutely would aim for their balls, 100%.
Yeah, but I mean, with those things, the odds of actually getting a direct hit on dick is pretty small. You got little wired barbs going out all. It's not super accurate. So, I mean, if you get one just straight through the shaft, I don't know what you did, but it pissed God off.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
And he didn't tell me who it was, but still, what is it? It's like almost 10 years later. I'm so happy sitting here thinking about that. I don't know which cop it was, but I knew most of the cops back then, and it doesn't matter who it was. I'm happy that any one of them would get shot in the dick.
That would get that, and like tasing to the face would get like millions of views, definitely. Like I would look for a video like that, like, and just title it "Tase to the Face." Immigrant gets pulled over, tase to the face. Yep.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Well, God, yeah, I mean, God take the wheel, God take the barb, grid, something. I mean, it could be random chance. Maybe it just manifested out of nothing and appeared here, and there's a barb in his dick. I can't prove it didn't, but sometimes.
You think Carmelo Anthony's gonna go to prison? That's a good question.
I don't know. I haven't been paying attention to it. I think that I would like to see him not go to prison. I think that
what? Why?
because so I'm out of the loop on this thing, but from initially when this happened, the actual catalysts of what led to the stabbing were too ambiguous. It was a bunch of he say, she say, but it wasn't clear. It was a single thrust stab, right? The odds of you killing somebody with one thrust are really small. That was really bad luck that happened. Also, they're kids. When I was there, they're freshmen, right? When I was a freshman or a sophomore, the same thing happened in my high school parking lot, right? These things escalate really fast from like fist fight to, oh no, a knife's out, right? I've seen how fast that shit can happen, and I just think that I don't think that anybody meant to kill anybody.
Okay. I understand that argument. I do think he's gonna go to prison for what I seen of the case.
I mean, he might. I wasn't making. I don't know if he's gonna go to prison or not. I just.
Yeah, you were saying that he should.
If we give him the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, I don't know if he's a good kid or a bad kid, but if he goes to prison for this, he's never going to be a good person again, permanently. If he's a good kid and things got out of hand, right, and he doesn't go to prison, then there's a chance there.
Well, I've seen some of the character statements for him. He didn't seem like a great character for what I've heard.
I haven't seen. I haven't seen any of them.
But
the case is so marred up by racial components.
Yeah,
that it's.
I mean, when it comes to the racial components, I think that would play in his favor, wouldn't that?
I don't know. It just annoys me because I think that this is like you would hope that something like this we could address instead of having everybody in the world try to like co-opt the tragedy for their stupid little racial cause.
Okay, yeah.
I just
Right.
it muddies it completely muddies the water on the actual incident. If he goes to prison, it'll probably be because of some other thing, right? I don't think that probably anybody's going to cast their jury vote based on whether or not this kid is guilty. I think they're going to probably do it based on their own ideological preferences because it's got so spun up into an ideology thing. I think we should outlaw ideologies altogether.
Well, if the
I don't
person that's covering it,
Lobotomies for everybody. Just breathe and shuffle.
Oh my God, religious freedom, but now we're gonna lobotomize everybody.
Emmett,
Well, you don't gotta
is he getting
lobotomize
charged?
Marseille or Brick. They're already good, you know.
They don't need one. They're gonna be like,
Right.
go
Is he
right
getting
through.
charged? How old is he? How old is he? How old is this kid?
No,
I think
Does anybody know?
He got charged.
I think no, he's not 14. If he say, I don't even know. Let me
Well,
see.
he was when the incident happened, right?
I don't think he was.
I have no
14. I think
idea.
he was 18 already.
No, I don't. He wasn't.
Carmelo.
I think he was a freshman.
No, he was a senior. At least a senior.
See, these are the better questions to ask rather than the racial components. The better questions to ask. Try to get the facts before everyone does all the other stuff.
The facts. So I don't remember how old he is. It was Texas, so if he's old enough to charge as an adult because it's Texas and they'll charge anyone as an adult. I do know that the knife that he had in his backpack, it was against school rules technically, but it was not illegal.
Yeah, I had heard the same thing. I heard it was like 5 inches or something like that. Like you're allowed to have.
He was 17 at the time.
Okay. Either way, these are kids. Shit escalates quickly.
He was 17 at the time. I'm trying to figure
out. Also, even though there's a lot of the only thing that we know for sure about that incident and what the catalyst was is we know for a fact that he was outnumbered 2-1. That's so no matter who was saying or doing what, like that is worth keeping in mind. That the one thing that's not hearsay that we can be clear about is that he was outnumbered 2-1.
Okay, he was asked to leave the place. He wasn't being attacked.
See,
for what I
hold on,
that was the whole
but
point.
that's just hearsay, right? We don't know that. We don't actually know that.
No, there's recordings that there. I believe that there is actual video of the incident. It's just not publicly available.
Well, okay.
For
my anonymous source,
I understand that is a hearsay because I'm saying it's not publicly available. Okay, but for what I've known, there is actual video of the incident.
Yeah.
Well, just listen to how bad this sounds for a second, though, right? You're 17. You're going to a sporting event. You're on the opposing opponent's side. You refuse to leave, and you're carrying a blade in your pack. That immediately up front.
We don't.
Yeah.
We don't. Did you not carry a knife when you were a kid?
No, I didn't need a knife.
I carried knives.
I didn't.
I have to carry knives again now. I have to carry knives again now because do you carry a gun, Mister?
I don't need one.
Because you got that vigilant autism and that ninja sword there.
Yeah, well,
Or
because you this way.
Because you didn't lie and you don't pass the background checks anymore.
No,
high five.
No, because, listen. let me just answer, Emmett. Just let me answer his question, okay? Because and you know this, when we were kids, we didn't pull this shit, okay? When we had problems, we all got together, we fought it out. There was no like crazy injuries where we were stomping each other's heads in the ground or anything like that. We fought it out, and then we were like, we're done. That's how it used to go. We didn't sit there and bring all these weapons and shit to. I don't. Yeah, maybe by like a year or two.
That's how it usually happened, but it also happened the other way where I was at. There was people would it not it, you know, most fights were just fights, but some fights were more than just fights.
That's true. We had our principal got thrown down a flight of stairs,
I mean,
and then
like
on the
I said,
loudspeaker in the morning.
We had a kid get killed in the school parking lot with a punch knife. You know, like there's that's the thing about fights, though. Most of the time, it's just a fight, but you can never ever have the confidence that this won't be the one, right?
Yeah,
It's just
well,
not different. The shit
like
has
I
been
said,
going on since human history. Just have better communication
Right.
methods to hear about it. Let's not have.
Yeah,
those
I think that if somebody is going to punch you, then you should defend yourself as extremely as it takes to stop the threat.
But
So
he was
I
the
1,000%.
Okay, everybody's saying that, and I agree. If there was like a fight, and he was being mocked or anything, I would be way more sympathetic to you. The thing is, he was. What I know is he was asked to leave. People didn't know he was armed or anything, which is fine. Nobody has to know. And then, the guy tried to like remove him from the place, like touch him, and at that point he pretty much just stabbed him.
Which is also not if you've got a student from another school in the wrong area, it is not the student's job to enforce that shit. But you know, it's all kids telling stories after the fact. You can't trust any of it. But what I can say, if two scenarios, which one sounds more likely? He was over there for some reason, and a couple of brothers saw an opportunity to, you know, demonstrate their toughness, or he snuck over there with a knife in his backpack, hoping to shank somebody. It makes more sense to me that I don't know why he was over there, but they confronted him, probably got in his face, probably were not just like, oh, will you please leave, sir? Right? Probably he had a reason to be scared, and so he reacted in fear.
I'm trying to agree.
It's
with
a more likely
you,
scenario,
but for what I know of the case, that's not what happened. That's the only thing. Like in theory, I would kind of agree with you.
Yeah.
If you're setting up in that scenario, then I would agree with you. But
yeah.
That's.
I mean, I think unless they make video footage public, like we don't know.
What should have happened is the kid should have been like, if he was really that threatened, right? He should have went and got his buddies and then came back and said, "Let's rumble." But what you don't do is, and I could be wrong on this, but you don't wait for the other guy to turn around, take out a knife, and jab it right in his back. You don't do that.
He didn't stab him in his back. He stabbed him in the front.
The other thing is, well, the other thing would be like, because he was in a tent that doesn't like he wasn't supposed to be there at all.
Yeah, I mean that's some weird shit, but it definitely doesn't have anything to do with whether or not a murder, like the murder. That's not okay. Being in the other person's tent doesn't matter. It doesn't justify.
It does matter, because I would literally say that is like invasion in a sense.
It's not though. It's not. You can try to make that.
If I go into your fucking house and I'm like, oh, I'm just here
right.
to see
no.
stuff. It would be like
my house is not a public place at a public event.
It wasn't a public place. That's the point. The tent.
It is a public place. If you're at a soccer, okay, if we're playing football and you go and sit on the other team's bench, you're in the wrong area, but you didn't just trespass.
Well, it would be like they go into the locker room.
It would be awkward and weird, but it's not trespassing. He didn't invade. You don't need to defend your bench. He didn't invade the bench.
The locker room of Barcelona. It has nothing to do there. Why is he even there?
That is a good question, but whatever the answer is, it's not. There's no illegality. There's no trespass, and there's no right to defend your castle, King.
Well, I'm not saying that he has a right to defend the castle. I'm just saying that the point we're talking about, what kind you're giving reasons as to self-defense, and I'm trying to. Because at the end,
I think it was self-defense. I do. I actually don't. I don't know if I think it was fear. I think that he was legitimately scared, and that's why he acted that way.
I don't think he was legitimate. That's the point.
You think that this kid was like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go stab somebody and fuck up my life today.
if he had if
I think you,
if that was the
yeah.
defense he would have gone to, maybe I would agree. But the defense was literally the other guy that stabbed himself. That was the defense.
Did they say that?
Yes.
Well,
This is fucking
can I
crazy.
just
No way.
Oh, you want to see that?
let me
You
just say,
see it?
I don't
Wait,
want to see
wait.
it. This is why I don't pay attention to these fucking kangaroo publicity cases. Go ahead, Mr. Mister. Sing
Yeah,
me the
I was
song
gonna
of
say, when I
conservatives.
was-
Well,
no. When I was a kid, right, we were deviant little effers. Like we used to pull pranks and do all. Maybe the problem is that they're getting out of hand these days. Like maybe this kid was like trying to do something like that. Like when I was a kid, we ruined the homecoming like halftime show for the marching band. We threw like pumpkins and stuff at them. Like
oh my god.
so.
Could you be any
So
cuter?
maybe the guy was trying to cause some kind of like bullshit where he was like, we're gonna go over there and we're gonna ruin their banners and
We're
cut them
gonna
all down
throw a
and shit.
pumpkin.
Right. We're well.
It's
I would
possible.
have done that.
It is definitely possible. But the reason why he's over there is not relevant to the stabbing event to me, because what we got to look at then is, okay, he's over there. That's like a minor irritation. That's not really, he wouldn't even get in trouble for that. It's not even a rule breaking, right? It's just like you're not doing something right. But now what do we do with it? We've got two students who that is their tent, and they decide to be be little vigilantes, and you've got another guy who I don't know. I just don't know what happened. All I know is there's two of them. Being in the other tent is definitely not reason to cause violence over, right? That doesn't justify any violence, having somebody on the wrong bleacher.
We used to smuggle booze. We used to do all kinds of crazy shit. Like, so I'm just saying, maybe he was trying to do something like that, and it just got out of hand.
Well, I mean, yeah, we can. I mean, I'll go just grant it makes sense to me that whatever he was doing over there is probably ornery, right? Maybe he was doing something ornery,
Right.
But that's not the issue here. The issue here is, why the fuck do we have a dead student? And what just doesn't make any sense to me is that Carmelo Anthony went over there and was like, "Hey, I'm gonna go stab somebody today," right? The knife was in his backpack. There was one thrust to the chest, and that to me has all the markings of I'm scared and I'm trying to get away, right? I think that's a fair response. And if you're getting attacked by two people, I think that is reasonable to defend yourself with a knife, even if you are on the wrong bleachers.
As I said, like when that's the narrative, I kind of want to agree with you. It's just that the other side of the evidence doesn't showcase that from the kid at all.
What I mean, first of all, that defense narrative is fucking crazy to me. Does he have public defenders or something?
I don't know. He has he
Like,
got like
he
half a
probably-
million. He got like $500,000.
Yeah, he probably got a
for
good
his
lawyer.
sins.
Probably got a good lawyer. Yeah.
I mean, if the lawyer is saying that the other guy stabbed himself, that's not. I mean, that is crazy. I don't know. The whole situation is a bummer. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say that based off the shit that we don't know, which is a lot, I'm gonna vote to give the kid a chance. And if he doesn't, like I said, if he goes to prison, that's gonna be a ruined person for his entire life. There's two people that died that day. If he doesn't go to prison, he's still probably gonna have some fucked up shit to deal with. But at least there's a chance that you're not taking a kid who was actually acting in what he believed to be self-defense and now turning him into a fucked up, ruined person for life.
Yeah, the only thing is, I agree. I tend to agree with self-defense. I don't think this was self-defense. That's the point. The point is,
Why
I
don't you
really
think it?
that this is self-defense and the way that?
Well, why don't you think it?
Well, one, there were more people in the tent. There was one person. He was asked to leave. He wasn't being attacked. During the whole testimony, for what I know, he was like, people were not being aggressive towards him. The one that was being aggressive was this kid, when he was like, actually, like he was he was.
Are
Somebody
we
was
are we
trying
going
to
off the
move
testimony of a
away.
bunch of high school kids whose friend just died? Is that what this is? Is that what the evidence is?
Well, that's what it. That what else?
I mean,
What is
just
the
like you
other
just
part?
have to
Like, what is the other
you just
part,
have to
right?
acknowledge what it is. Of course, those kids are going to say that. Of course, they're going to say that.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, that makes.
You just have to understand that they're saying exactly what they would say no matter what.
No, that's not the point. I don't believe it. That is the point. That when you
you
hear
think you
when
think
you
that
hear
you,
from
so there's
when
more.
you hear from them, when you hear from people who knew him, like everything will. That would be a great way to put a defense. By the way, if just a bunch of racist kids that want him to go to jail because of the
Could
friend.
you imagine? Can you imagine being 16 or whatever and
17.
being one of the friends who were in the tent that day? Like, you see this kid got charged with first-degree murder. You're gonna not say anything that might incriminate you a little tiny bit. Like,
I mean,
nothing.
that would be a great defense, right? I would go through that as the defense if that was the case. But the reality,
At that age, I don't know what happened to kids, but at that age, all we cared about was messing around with women and having raging keggers, and that was it. Fulfilling our potential.
Yeah, no, I get it, and that's probably what all these kids were mostly concerned about, anyways. Probably, I mean, and I'm just making up storylines, but this is what makes most sense to me. They found a guy who was in the wrong tent, and one of the brothers was taking an opportunity to show off and be tough. And so he started getting in his face, and that kid and Carmelo overreacted, got scared, and stabbed, and now the rest is history. That story makes a lot of sense to me, and it seems, but unless there is actually video footage, we're not going to know. All we've got is like the fucking kids left whose friend just died. You can't trust a damn thing out of their mouths. They have way too much interest in not saying if they were doing anything wrong.
Nah, I really don't. I don't agree with you, mostly because of the evidence. When I first heard of what happened,
that's why I asked you what the evidence is.
When I heard about what happened the first time, I thought that was what happened. It was just a bunch of kids, and these kids were in a fight.
But now that you've heard all the kids who were on the opposite side of Carmelo Anthony give their testimony that it was all Carmelo Anthony's fault and not incriminating themselves as maybe threatening him some, like, come on.
No, it's not that way at all. It's just
the question is, hey kids, what happened? Kids, were you partially to blame for this, or was it all him? It was all fucking him.
Dusty, even if you're right, and he didn't go over there with the thought to stab somebody, the law for self-defense has several factors that have to be proven for it to be self-defense. You learn this if you take a CCW class.
I would think you'd love this. Somebody died.
One of the primary factors. Oh, I do love that somebody died. Don't get me wrong, but one of the primary factors legally in self-defense was the response proportionate?
Right.
So the fact of the matter is, even if he didn't go over there with the idea to do it,
proportionality.
It was proportionate. It isn't. If you
pulling a
yeah, but
knife
proportionality is
Yeah.
subjective, guys.
You do not. If you're getting attacked, you do not have the obligation to only respond with equal force. A fist is a deadly weapon.
Yeah, proportionate is subjective. It's one of those things in there that's for arbitrary enforcement.
Then the another factor, which is very important, is the ability to flee. He was not surrounded. He had the ability to back up and move away.
Right.
Do we know that? I don't know if we know that.
The video shows he was not surrounded.
Well,
have you seen the video?
Yes,
the video is very shitty and far away. You can't really tell much from it from what I've seen.
You could tell that he's not surrounded, that they're standing in front of him because you can see him.
There's several things that we're not considering here. Some are circumstantial, some are not. Right? The things that are not circumstantial. He was suspended. He wasn't supposed to be at the fucking shit. He had no business being there at all. He shouldn't have had the knife on him. It was against the rules for school. You
But
know,
it's not illegal, and yeah,
And
We're good.
yeah, but he shouldn't have, he
no,
shouldn't have been there. He shouldn't have been there.
Yeah, no, that's not law either. We're dealing with the law here, not school rules.
I
You
can
don't
tell
get to
the
drag
judge
Yeah,
the
was
yeah,
school.
but
watching the
Dusty,
damn
are
case.
you really going to sit here and pretend that the courts are not going to take into the account that he should not have been there because the school could have had him trespass?
They probably will take it
into
into account. Those fuckers take all sorts of things into account. I don't think it should be taken into account. I don't think it's relevant or significant.
Well, the thing is, he would have been trespassed if somebody had reported him to administration or because that's how it
Okay.
works.
The administration
exactly how
can't
that
trespass. They have to have the
Yes,
cops trespass.
that's what I'm saying. They will
Right.
literally call the police and have him trespass. So
Yeah.
let's
Dusty,
get off
Hold
that.
on,
You guys need to. What we need to be talking about what's actually.
How are you the richest one here and you got the poorest
Okay,
microphone?
Let's give
What? I
let's
do?
gi-
Your
wait,
microphone is humming.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, your microphone's fucked.
Why is
But
one-
there's also
Hold
some
on.
circumstantial things such as low IQ, low impulse control, and a culture of victimhood status where you can get away with doing certain shit whatever you want. And those are also factors that are affecting this, and that's why people are making it racial.
You just told us.
Why
It
is
sounds
one-
like you just said it's racial because the people are making it racial because this group of people is a problem. Like that's what I just.
It's the culture that's showing its problem. That's why people are making it overly racial.
and
Yeah.
see,
No,
you're trying to say that he's blaming black people, but really, white people handed victimhood to black people on a silver platter and said, "Here,
Yeah.
take this and use it against you."
Right.
And
right.
people are sick of it. And it's
Y'all
gotta go away.
white women loving that like empathetic sense of superiority. Oh, I'm helping the Browns. Emmett, do you need a tomato? I grew some tomatoes, Emmett.
It's better.
want some tomatoes.
No. Us degenerate white women just like the black cock.
Is it this much better?
It is better.
Oh yeah, that's better.
Yeah, I had it plugged in on the wrong USB port. So obviously, none of you guys are actually watching the trial.
No, I'm not.
Yeah. So they've shown a couple of they've shown the video that's really crappy. They've also shown some other video taken from other locations. And it's really clear that not only was he not surrounded, nobody touched him before he stabbed the kid. And the even the people who have testified for the defense, which I think happened today, but they actually say that
Which was who? Who testified for the defense? Because I thought he was the only one. Like,
no,
of
his
his people
defense
that-
team put up. Sorry, so the defense team put up a bunch of his teammates, and they, for some stupid ass reason, called some of the kids from the team of the guy who got stabbed, and all of the defense looked like complete idiots yesterday and today because every single one of those kids said that Carmelo was wrong, that it was not self-defense, and that he was obviously angry, that he had something going, that there was some reason that he was all pissed off, and those kids really didn't do anything to antagonize him or threaten him in any way. They just asked him to leave. There was originally a vein of questioning about how, or one of the narratives that the defense tried to spin was that that the opposing team, not just the kid who got stabbed, but basically other people, had accused Anthony of stealing because he was found with his bag in the area where their gear was. And so initially they're trying to spin a narrative that they'd accused Anthony of stealing and that had heightened tensions, and that's why everything got all out of sorts. But every single kid they questioned said, no, that's not what happened. They just came up. They said, hey, man, you don't belong here. You got to go. Anthony said, you can't make me leave. Some shit like that. And basically, the last thing he said before he stabbed the kid, that the one thing they all agree on is, touch me again and see what happens. But he had never been touched to begin with. Like nobody had laid a hand on him at that point, and everything is.
The kids? Everybody who's testifying are kids who basically are in the paradigm where they have to either say he did everything himself, or they admit to maybe being part of the issue, right?
No. They've had kids testify on both sides for the prosecution and for the defense. The worst is the kids that are testifying for the defense are supposed to be on Anthony's side are actually throwing him under the bus big time. And literally when the defense attorney got up there and started asking him questions, one of the biggest things is that they've spun this narrative the whole time about how these kids said very incriminating things to the police, but the kids are like, no, that's not what I said at all. And they read it back and they're like, well, I said something similar to that, but this is not what I actually said. What I actually said was, and it points to the police record, and what he actually said was totally different. And that happened in multiple occasions. And this is just all a matter of spinning narrative. Now, one of the things, Flo, that maybe you don't realize, but that kid was not from Texas. He wasn't a kid that belonged there, where, it was a small town, kind of everybody knows everybody. And, like what you're talking about, where they're just kids and nobody expects anybody to pull a knife on them or anything like that.
No, I mean, I think that they are just kids, but like that is something you expect now.
Yeah. So no, not there. But that kid, Anthony,
small towns are trash.
No, they aren't. But
when's the last time you lived in a small town?
I mean, my town was small, but it's not now. But but
They're
anyway,
trash.
But at any rate, Anthony was from some really bad area in Louisiana, and so he had, before they scrubbed his Facebook and took it all down, he had pictures of him posing with throwing up gang sign and guns and acting all hood and thuggy and all that kind of shit. And they scrubbed that.
Yeah, people who pose with guns are really hood.
I know.
Yeah, but it
obviously depends on how, right? I mean, it goes to it all goes to I mean, you're trying to spin a narrative of just a kid who got scared, who was bullied and stabbed, and the defense tried to spin that too, but nobody's buying it because that's what happened.
So, but then the narrative that you all apparently seem to think happened is this kid, who's a bad gangster kid, decided to sneak up to this thing that he's banned from with a knife in his backpack.
Yes.
Wait till he's outnumbered and then stab somebody. And he happened to do one stab that was so perfectly thrust in place, it actually killed the kid, which is really hard to do, actually.
Yeah, well,
to kill somebody with one stab.
Think that he meant to kill. I mean, I don't know that he meant to kill the kid.
You understand that the narrative that's being spun against him.
I'm not like you, Flo. I'm not going to appeal to his. I don't know what the kid was thinking. I'm going to tell you what happened. What happened is that the kid was not being threatened. He could have turned around and left. Now,
because the other kid said that they weren't threatening him. That's how you know that. Right?
Literally every kid. Like not one of them said, not one of them. Even for the defense, it was.
But the defense kid, the kids for the defense were not there.
All the kids for the defense were there, and they were probably all being paid by the defense to be there.
No. What I'm saying is, all the people who were there in the tent when it went down.
Yes,
none of them were from Carmelo's school, right?
Right, but the kids that were
the only people who witnessed this
you're missing the point. The kids that were under the tent were testifying for the defense, and they all said the same thing.
So this doesn't seem sketchy to you. The defense is throwing this. I don't know. This whole thing is fucking sketchy.
Well, yeah, just go from one conspiracy theory to the other, Flo. I love that about you.
I mean, don't you think it's weird that you have a defense team that's saying the guy stabbed himself, and then they're getting witnesses that hurt their case good?
I think that they're telling the truth. I think that this was such a blatant, obvious case of low IQ, low impulse control murder that they've spun it into something that it's not, because it's not this big racial animosity war.
Yeah, I don't think it is either. I don't think it's a racial thing either.
I'm just gonna say
for the community,
he's
yes,
not been convicted yet. So,
but it's such a clear-cut case of murder that people have spun up into this big thing that it's just making shit look even more retarded than it actually is.
And look, we know from what his parents say that he didn't normally carry a knife. That they didn't even know that. I think originally it said they didn't even know that he had the knife. But then I think they may have changed their story on that. I don't remember what the parents said about the knife, but they did say that he didn't normally carry it. When every single teammate were asked, "Hey, did you guys bring a knife?" No. Did you know that we weren't supposed to bring a knife here? Yeah, we knew that. Was Anthony supposed to be here? No, he wasn't really supposed to be here. He wasn't supposed to be in that area, even if he was going to be here, right? So that
you understand that that question is asking kids to snitch on themselves. That's my point.
Yeah, but in
If you ask me,
court,
hey,
hold on,
did you
hold on. In
did you
court,
break? If you ask me if I broke the rules too, I'm gonna say no.
in court, you would do that under oath.
Oh yeah.
I mean, yeah, you do have the right to not incriminate yourself. That's
Right.
Yeah.
Well, then I would say, look, I'm not
You
going
know,
to answer that.
no, let me clarify. What I would say is I don't recall.
Right. I have no
Yeah.
idea. I can't answer that question. But if you just say, no, I wouldn't do that.
But you guys, you're presenting these sort of things as if they're evidence. But all the
It
questions
is evidence. It's exactly evidence.
or
That's
as
what's
if there's
happening
no
right now.
conflict of interest.
It's
The
exactly
question
evidence.
is,
In the court,
think about the people
the
answering
law
it.
is-
Are they concerned about giving the truth to people? Or are they concerned first about not getting themselves in trouble? That's
How
a
can you get into
question
trouble?
where if you get what if you say, oh yeah, I break the rules all the time. I break the school
Yeah,
rules.
and
I bring a
people
knife.
do that in court all the time. People say, yeah, I do it. Yeah. So what?
The kids which you're just referring to, nobody was asked in court. Were they?
Yeah, they were in court.
I mean,
they're
anybody
testifying
would
in
have-
court, Dusty,
Okay.
right now.
So you
Anybody
were
would have-
right. I
And they
just
said-
can't
and they
imagine.
said-
I
and they
cannot
said, no,
imagine
this is
any.
not what I said. This is not what I
I
said.
cannot
You
imagine
were
any
taking me out of
teenage
context.
kid who was around during this shit, who's having to go on the witness stand, being like that, who would ever have the balls to be like, "Oh yeah, I break some rules." Fuck no, you ain't gonna breathe wrong in this situation.
Anybody with
I
half
think
a
you
brain
have a
knows
weird-
exactly what went down.
I think you have a weird.
Okay, well that's a disingenuous statement, and I haven't seen.
I mean, you
I haven't seen the
can
video.
logic your way about it. I feel like you're just being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian.
You know
Well,
what's
no.
scary about
Here's
No,
the
I-
thing:
I
is
think- I think Dusty believes
I've seen how fast little confrontations can escalate into somebody being stabbed.
And I
And
agree with you.
and
And
it's
I,
like
I
that.
agree with you.
It just
I
takes
agree
one
with
of
you.
you
It doesn't
on the
take
jury
take
and
a lot. I
talk.
agree with you
It
100%.
literally just
So
takes
hold on.
one
But
of you
low
on the
impulse
jury,
control.
Dusty.
Hold on,
Okay,
hold on, hold on.
one at a
Problem.
time.
Hold on.
One at a time. Let's.
Dusty, if you agree that
If- hold on.
small confrontations can very rapidly
Yes.
escalate into somebody getting stabbed to death,
Correct.
then why are you not like, yeah, dude did it. He's guilty of murder.
What do you
Because
think
he's
would
being
happen
charged with
if
first
you-
degree murder.
He
0% of me thinks that he's guilty of first degree premeditated murder.
Okay,
Well,
the
how do you-
minute
how
he
do you
stuck
think
his
the trial
hand in
would
the
be going
bag
if
to
the
get the
tables were
knife,
turned?
when he was not being attacked, when he was not being threatened, when he had clearly had a way to leave, there was nobody was yelling at him, nobody was screaming at him.
Can
nobody
you
was
hear the
shooting on him.
conversation on the security cameras?
What constitutes premeditated?
Well, that premeditated is the instant he pulls it out and stabs him. You've thought about it. There's no length of time.
So there's
I'm
well, then
asking
there's no
Dusty.
such thing as
I'm asking
non-premeditated
Dusty.
murder.
Dusty
If that's the
says it's
definition
not
of it, then
premeditated.
non-premeditated murder
Right.
doesn't exist.
Okay.
Exactly.
What
If it's
constitutes
murder, it's going to be.
premeditated, Dusty.
Okay, could you repeat that, Witchy? We couldn't hear you.
What constitutes premeditated, Dusty? You said it's not.
I don't know. I'm not a fucking Texas lawyer, but what I do know is if the definition that Grid just gave, that covers everything. So there's no point in just making a distinction because there is no such thing as not premeditated murder.
So I'll help you out. Premeditated has to do with opportunity. A weapon of opportunity is one that is within reach and grabbed as a reaction. Whereas
If I'm about to Google some shit because my gut's telling me that you're wrong. If you're wrong, I'm gonna drag the shit out of you.
He had to think about the fact that the weapon was in his bag in order to retrieve it from his bag. Whereas it's not premeditated if, say, someone's attacking you and you grab a knife on the counter and
The premeditation comes from him putting both hands in his bag to get the knife and then
that you are
pulling it out.
going for that weapon.
All right.
Hello?
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, and I think that you're
There's
wrong.
no
So I'm looking
timeline
up.
required
That's-
for
it's-
premeditation.
So in
they
Texas
actually
criminal law,
explained it in the case. If you're watching the case, they
I'm not
did
watching the
really
case.
explain this. Okay, well, they did explain it. It's not like I'm pulling it out of my ass.
okay, in Texas
I
criminal
I wonder
law,
if he's gonna get a
premeditated
slap on the
means
wrist.
that a crime was planned and deliberated in advance represents a conscious decision to act, distinguish the crime from spontaneous or impulsive acts of sudden passion. And it says Texas does not formally use terms fifth-degree murder or premeditated murder in its statutes. Instead, the legal equivalent rules around the specific murder classifications that were whether a crime was intentional and planned.
So, regardless of that, all it takes is one Dusty on the jury, and he walks anyway. Just one Dusty on the jury, and it's a hung jury.
Yeah,
Well,
that'll be
then it would
good.
be a
Although
retrial.
I'm going to say that if it sounds like the defense and the prosecution are working against him together. So, let's see.
I would agree there. From what I've watched, Dusty, the defense attorney, is the best member of the prosecution's team.
Crimes of passion can be an affirmative defense. What would make this
They're not, but they didn't go with that. See, that I actually would have agreed with you, Dusty. To be honest with you, the fact that they're going with self-defense is I would not have done that. If I've been on his legal team, I would have gone with crime of passion. I would have gone with
did the defense really say that the dude stabbed himself?
What's that?
Somebody said, I don't remember who it was. Somebody said that Carmelo's defense had said that the other dude stabbed himself.
No. Carmelo's defense basically is just saying that it's self-defense. Carmelo was attacked and threatened, and
yeah, and
that's their whole defense.
I'm not saying that he necessarily was attacked, right? I think that probably there's enough footage. It sounds like he was not attacked.
No, he definitely was attacked.
Right, as in assaulted, but he could have definitely probably was threatened.
Yeah, but so here's the thing. While Texas is a stand your ground state, you have to have a reasonable fear for your life, and they haven't established that. The problem is that the defense has failed to meet the burden of him having a reasonable fear for his life. What they're counting on is that the kid that he stabbed was heavier than him, was bigger than him by like a lot, I think, like maybe 80 pounds or something. Guy was big.
There's other social elements they were counting on as well.
Well, I don't think. I mean, so far, if the defense is playing that, they haven't brought that in. So far, the defense has just been kind of inept and kind of like, they may be going for. So, if I were
this thing, it smelled like a psyop to me since day one, and it's smelling more and more like it.
If I were a betting man. If I were Dusty and I was betting on this, I would bet that the defense is going to, if they win, everything would be cool, no problem. But if they lose, Carmelo is going to argue that he had an ineffective defense, that he was not properly advised on the self-defense plea, that he should have, he should have, argued that, some like fear, not fear for his life, but what is it? Exigent circumstances, anything other than self-defense, because it's obviously not self-defense.
Well, I mean, does self-defense? I mean, is the same thing? Like, can you be scared for your life? That's good enough for cops. If you're outnumbered and you're getting threatened verbally, I don't think you have to wait to get beat up.
But there's no proof that he was being threatened. That's a problem.
Well, you're right. There's no proof that he wasn't. In the video, were they walking towards him? Was there?
They're literally like, and actually they've refuted his claims that he was boxed in. Like, there's just two dudes standing kind of close to him. They're not like gathered around him or mobbed him.
Nobody's pointing out the fact that he was where he shouldn't be. But all these kids also were doing what they shouldn't do, which has become vigilante.
No, they weren't. That's what they were not doing. They just asked him to leave their place.
1,000% do not believe that. It hasn't been that long, like since we were in high school. Nobody just politely asks the other team to leave. They square the fuck up. It's an opportunity to demonstrate your badassery.
Yeah, I don't think so. On maybe in your world, but in in sports these days, especially at this level, no, they're not going to do that. They get caught fighting and they're thrown off.
Would you prefer them to
literally, you understand that Carmelo was pissed about this because he was going to lose. I think he was actually either off the team or he was on suspension or something like that, and he was going to lose like some massive scholarship because of this. These kids don't fuck around that way anymore, Dustin.
So he went to go. So he got mad because some things were going on in his life, and he snuck over to the other tent to stab the first random white guy that he saw.
As near as I can tell, he it's not even the question of whether he snuck over there or he purposely went over there looking for a fight or anything like that. I don't know, and I don't think it's been covered as to why he was there. I don't think anybody really has bothered to. Maybe they've established why, and I just missed that part of the trial. I haven't watched the whole thing, but
it's speculated that he was skulking around different people's shit because at first nobody was over there with their shit.
Right. Well,
speculated that he was stealing people's shit.
Yeah, there was a claim made that he was, and it wasn't just that specific tent. It was apparently he was like maybe he was wandering around, but
that makes sense to me. That would make sense to me, but
I didn't.
Dusty, if you walked up on somebody stealing your shit, you're gonna call the cops. You're gonna square up on them.
I'm gonna square up on them.
Right, but nobody.
Right.
The guys.
But it would still. If I'm in high school and I decide to beat somebody up because I'm me and I'm a douchebag and I'm breaking the rules, you know.
But at that moment, would you say that he's justified in just attacking you because you square off on him?
Well, hold on.
I don't think. No, I don't think that he's. I don't think Carmelo is justified at all unless he was truly scared for his life. Now, I think that there's probably good reason for him to be scared. It just makes more sense to me that he's outnumbered and caught and he's actually scared, than it does that.
Well, that means
he's not scared. He's just angry enough
to. He has no defense because now he's killed somebody in the commission of a crime.
I don't know if that's how that works.
Well, okay, look, you can't have it both ways. You can't be committing a crime and being afraid of being caught committing a crime.
I didn't say that he was.
That's what you just said.
Did they demonstrate? I'm speculating there too.
Right, sure.
Of course, he's going to say he was not committing a crime, just like they're going to say that they weren't threatening him. Right? There's certain obvious answers. He's going to say he wasn't committing a crime.
I just don't think it's as obvious as you think. The reality of the situation seems to be that this kid was not of good moral character. He was doing some crazy shit. He was asked to leave. He got pissed off and then just went on and stabbed the kid. And it like, I don't think he necessarily wanted to kill him, but that doesn't mean that he didn't do it.
I mean, I'm trying to be a better person and not propagandize certain stuff, but like this is easy propaganda, bro. Like I get why. I get why, but like
honestly, I think that's what I really think. I really think that this is a psyop, and I've thought it since day one.
But I don't think it's a psyop, but I think it's being used as one. I think there was a low IQ, low impulse control individual that did some stupid shit because they have a culture of victimhood status, which is totally opposite. You can't tell them nothing. They can't do anything, and they can do no wrong. Dude was overly aggressive in a situation he thought he would get a fucking way with.
This is we've been it looks like race bait to me. If he's found guilty, especially after who was that fucking the kid at the riots who shot the pedos chasing him? What was his name?
Are you talking about Rittenhouse?
Yeah. Right. You can. It's not a far fetched to draw parallels between the two of them.
Oh
right?
No,
at least
it's completely different, dude.
I agree. No. Okay, hold on. I agree. It's different, but it's an easy thing for people to go. Look, what happened when to point to the two cases and
Rittenhouse was running away.
No. Dusty's not saying it's right. Listen to what he's saying. He's saying that these ignorant motherfuckers that are out there at the court saying kill white people.
It teased the ball up for racial. It'll give all the validation that anyone needs to go. We're oppressed.
What
right?
Would be the racial thing?
I don't. You're not tracking. I'm not saying. I don't think that race should be a part of this. I don't think it's a racial thing. Yeah, I'm saying if you're trying to, right? But I'm just one person who's smarter than the rest of the people. The rest of the people will come unglued if I don't know.
I just don't know what
This-
is the.
This is why I don't pay attention to this shit. All it does is piss me off, and I get pissed at the people involved in it, and I get pissed at the idiots around me. Primarily Grid, who's so eager to just swallow narratives that don't make sense. Like
I just don't
Freddie
like
was-
your narrative. Your narrative sucks.
Anytime somebody does like, well, Pretty shouldn't have been there. Carmelo shouldn't have been there.
True.
That's
I mean,
kind
he
of a fact,
should have been
though,
there.
bro.
It's not a
It's
probably.
kind of a
He should
fact.
not have
If
been
you ain't
there.
Okay,
supposed to
no,
be
but it's
there, and you get
actually
got-
It's absolute. It's absolute. The fact that you guys think that Pretty shouldn't have been at a constitutionally protected event is fucking crazy.
Oh, I don't
Oh,
agree
no,
with
there's
that.
no
one.
constitutionally protected event.
Me and you are on the same side on that. One.
Wait.
Freedom of freedom. Yes, he is allowed to
Hold on.
protest.
Hold the
Hold-
phone.
Hold on.
What's
Wait,
constitutionally protected about a school sporting event? They
I was talking about
no,
Pretty.
No, it's
Yeah,
talking about
he was
Pretty.
talking about Brady.
Since when obstruction of justice is a constitutional protected?
Since 1776, baby.
Obstruction.
Uh,
Let me
it's-
get you your powdered wig.
that-
Let me get you
Is
your
that
powdered
what we're
wig.
gonna go
I didn't know
for?
you was a subject to
Are we
King
gonna go for
George.
that one?
Getting tackled, disarmed, and then executed in the street is not obstruction of
I
justice.
hate to
maybe
tell
you
you,
ought
Emmett,
not
I hate
be
to tell you, Emmett, but you can
obstructing
defend yourself
justice,
against law
boy.
enforcement for
Maybe you
unconstitutional,
shouldn't have been there after
unconstitutional
all.
laws. I hate to tell you, it's very hard to prove in this certain system, and they'll find something to throw at you. But it is completely legal for you to defend yourself against being detained illegally.
He
with
didn't even
force if
defend him.
necessary.
He didn't even defend himself against that.
Well, no. I just want to point that out for King George's subject. You know, we fought a whole revolution for this shit, and it's
That
really
has nothing to
un-American
do
to
with
bow
it.
down
That's-
that bad of
What they're
authority.
doing is
Yes, it
obstruction
is. Yes,
of
it is.
justice.
He had
No.
he wasn't obstructing justice. Those
It
ice
was
agents
obstructing
went and
justice.
pushed
What are
those
you talking
ladies
about?
and started pushing other motherfuckers.
Okay,
Alright?
why was
I-
If,
ICE?
if you're saying if you think that, what is the threshold for obstruction of justice?
What was
Just
ICE?
being there and not listening the first time you're told, apparently.
Yeah,
No,
being there at all is
no.
obstruction.
The whole,
Grid
the
thinks
whole
it's premeditated if you do it at all. You know,
the
like the-
operation that we're going for, okay, the
Premedi-
operation of
premeditation is
these
a legal
people
standard.
was obstruction of justice.
no, it's not. That's why nobody
Yes,
getting
it
arrested for
is.
all the things they're doing. The protesting, the whistleblowing, they're not getting arrested for that because it's not actually a crime.
There, it is a crime. That's why people are being indicted when it comes to this whole thing.
No, it's not. They were not
They
getting
were-
arrested.
there-
All
there
the
were people-
obnoxious whistleblowing lefties. Yeah, when they do things like block a road, then you get arrested. That's illegal. But what Pretty was doing, running around, filming, blowing whistles and shit, that's not obstruction of justice.
And I
The
mean,
oper-
even
Yeah,
even then,
yeah, what
blocking
Freddie
the
was
road
doing
is
prior
arguable.
to intervening in the officer doing his job, that wasn't obstruction.
Did we watch the same video?
officer-
Because he wasn't
You
intervening.
mean the officer who got mad about something and jumped out of the car to go attack a woman when he was leaving?
attack
Right?
a woman and then
Oh,
like,
we're gonna
and
go
then
with
his
that
co-
one
his
too. Which
homeboys
one is?
attacked other people.
Which narrative do you
Yeah.
want?
I
What
want
did-
the narrative. I want
Hold on, I mean-
Jump between one
When-
thing
when-
to
when-
another
happened?
to another. How
When
many times are we
is
gonna
I
jump?
when
when
We're
am I
talking
gonna
about
get
one specific
when am I
thing.
gonna get videos? When am I
Okay.
gonna get
Yeah,
videos of
it's
ICE
so much
shooting
fun.
illegal
I just
immigrants?
find it funny.
Okay,
that
hold on. I got.
the
Let me
first
jump to
person that's
another.
gonna be
Let me jump
against
to
me when
another
it
one.
comes to all of these is OG.
Grid,
Okay?
Grid and Emmett. Did you see the thing where the woman who had like a pot of boiling water got shot by the cops?
No, I missed that one.
No, I missed that one.
You get
God damn it, Grid!
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's bad. Homie got
Don't
like,
no! Don't team up. I want to see what he thinks about it. Grid is Mr. Bootlicker.
Okay, before
No,
we do
you-
that,
you-
we're gonna go
you-
ahead and watch this for a second.
We're back on this shit.
You just like the
Grid's
narrative.
like,
You
Grid's like,
go
I don't
ahead
like the
and look
police.
for
That's
the
what let's
thing,
follow
and
the
I'm gonna play
laws.
this.
See, he couldn't hide it. Stop the cap, Tyrone. Nobody's named Tyrone that's white. You're a
I actually didn't know a
black.
dude named Tyrone that was white.
You're a black.
The hell am I watching?
We're watching Hello Listener.
You're a black.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers will watch this and get mad at me for being racist. That's crazy.
Why? Why did we watch that?
What is racist about that? He was black.
Emmett, can I say the N word over here yet?
No.
What was racist about it was Tyrone's not a white name. That was the racist part. And
Yeah.
then you're a
I
black.
know a white guy named Tyrone.
I also have an
everybody
uncle
knows
named-
a white guy named Tyrone now.
But I mean, you have to be from the deep south to know.
Yes,
a white
you
guy.
do have to be from the deep south to know a white tie. What's funny is Tyrone is an Irish name. That's how fucked up it is.
Yeah, that's
Well-
why it's got to be from the deep south. That's where all the Irish went.
You're an
In Allegheny
Irish.
Mountain.
But no, but no. The simple fact of the matter is, my question is, and you know, I support ICE. I support the deportations. I want more of them.
Absolutely.
But why
Line
the
'em up.
fuck are by seeing ICE only shooting and harassing American citizens? I get it
Because
because
it's
they're
the other
leftists,
way
all right? All you gotta
around.
do is
It's a
shut me up
bunch
and
of
go,
fucking
"Oh, these are
No,
leftists."
retards coming from universities that are harassing the officers.
I mean, if you want to shut me up, all you have to say there's leftists. But the question has
What?
to be asked.
Wait, your
You're right.
question
Why?
was your question was why are you only seeing that?
Yeah, I haven't seen
Well,
anything
media.
of substance. I haven't seen.
Media. They're
There's
never going to
plenty of
show
right
you.
there, sweetheart. I don't watch
They're
mainstream
never going
media.
to. No,
They're not showing you
they're
Jose
never.
getting
They're never
thrown
going to
in
focus
category.
on anything that any part of the.
I don't watch Fox News. I don't watch CNN. I don't watch mainstream media.
And so, do you think you really think journalists go around reporting on the good things that are happening? Because that's definitely not what's going
I
on.
just said
Do
I
you,
don't.
do you think?
watch
Hold on. Do you
mainstream
think that there's
media.
something about the Preddy shooting that wasn't covered a bazillion different angles that we're missing? Because
No.
the press is
Different
biased.
sides.
Okay.
Oh, I
I
thought you
mean-
were talking to me. No.
I mean,
Yeah, I was.
OG,
Oh, me-
do
Shantae
you
knows a
see this
Tyrone.
woman right
No,
here?
no. I'm not talking. I'm not talking about just
Wait,
that,
wait,
Dusty. Though
wait, do
I'm
you-
talking about as a whole.
Give me a second. Do you
The
remember this
press, the
woman
press
right
takes
here?
press
Do you
releases
remember
from
this
the
woman
police.
right here, OG?
No, I haven't seen her.
Oh well, this
I
is the
don't know her
woman
at
that
all.
got completely taken out of a car from. She was
Is she an
asking to
American
leave
citizen?
to move, and she was taken out of the car, and she's not white from what I can see. So
Okay, I didn't say white. I
so
said American
I have
citizen.
seen
Emmett.
other races apparently.
I didn't say
Nobody-
white. I
yeah,
said
nobody
American
using-
citizens.
Emmett, you gotta come back to what we're. I don't know where you went off, but nobody was saying none of that shit.
Okay,
Yeah,
You going
I said-
schizophrenic, my man.
I'm
I
going
said
to
American
schizophrenic.
citizens.
Okay, yeah.
Emmett.
Okay. So,
Yeah, she's
what
super
did you
American.
think? What, Dusty? What did you think I was saying by pointing?
I thought that
out?
you were saying that there's more egregious shit that the protesters were doing that the media is not showing us because they're biased.
No.
Okay.
That's not. No, absolutely
Okay.
not.
No,
Well,
I
my
would say
my
that.
point is that the media and journalism never really pointed out any good thing that happens in our society, because that's really not what people actually want to see. They want to see the bad stuff, and that's why you see mostly the bad stuff. Nobody wants to report on the good shit.
Yeah,
It
but you
doesn't
can
get 'em-
spend, you
it
can
doesn't
spend
get them any
anything to be
media
bad.
exposure. Reporting
can-
on kindness doesn't get you
You
media.
can spin
exposure.
anything to have a negative meaning if you want to go that way. Again,
Yeah.
there's plenty of right wing, left wing
You-
media coverage that can spin it. The
What?
right wing can say communist, leftists, just stopping democracy or stopping law or
Do
whatever.
you think I'm
I'm-
taking like a
what the
side
fuck are you
here?
talking about, lady?
I'm just trying to
Do
get
you think
everyone to
that-
join
what the
me
fuck are
on
you
the
talking about,
indifferent
lady?
side.
First of fucking all, what I'm talking about is
But you're not
observing
indifferent,
media
Dustin.
and journalism for the last at least 27 years of
Right.
my adult life. And the media has never focused on positive things the way it focuses
Sure,
on negative
but we're-
shit.
Is,
but
is
we're
the
not-
media
but we're
in the
con-
room with us right now?
But we're concerned about a negative story right now, right? So we're talking about a negative thing. It doesn't matter that
Didn't
they.
somebody didn't he ask, why am I seeing just the negative shit? That's the question. I
No,
was
I didn't
answering.
just say the negative shit. Listen very carefully. Why
say it
am I
again.
only seeing them shoot or drag out American citizens?
Yeah, she was super
Well, they were
American.
showing you. They were
It's
showing you.
propaganda.
Yeah.
So you think
Why
that they're
would,
shooting Mexicans too? or-
why would the right-wing media propagandize left-wing talking points?
I mean, they were showing.
I don't know. I don't know how you could say the Preddy thing was propaganda. Like,
Oh no! Wait a minute! Wait a minute! If we want to talk about a specific,
I was.
specific-
Yeah.
okay. But I thought that he asked a very broad question. And
Yeah,
that's how
no,
it
I
sounded
did-
to
yeah.
me.
Well, I mean,
When
I'll
it comes
answer
to
that
Alex
question, and then
Pretty,
if we can move
when it
on
comes
to
to
the other
Alex
thing later.
Pretty, I think that everybody involved was probably responsible for what occurred at some level. I think as far as Alex Pretty was concerned, I get it. We have a right to carry, but you also have a right to responsibly carry. And maybe I get it. He saw something that he thought was injustice or
what did he do
unfair.
irresponsible with
Wait
his
a minute.
gun?
Hold on. I think, and I can't speak for the guy. I can only speak from my perception of what I've seen. I think that the most responsible thing to do when you're carrying a firearm in a protest in an environment
Mhm.
like that is to probably maintain a distance unless absolutely necessary.
Okay. So you actually don't agree with his right to carry into protest?
No.
Yeah.
But if there's a right to carry in the
Mhm.
state that he's protesting in, I am not saying that the right to
Did-
respond.
So what irresponsible thing did he do with his gun?
He may have put himself in a situation like he did.
So is-
He put himself. I think that he did put himself at a little bit of risk. Yeah. Am I
but
blaming him
you
100% for
understand.
him dying? No.
Okay. So the irresponsible thing was that he was legally carrying
Mhm.
at a place where he was legally allowed to be.
Yes.
And law enforcement, whose job is to uphold the law,
Mhm.
executed him for it. And you think he carries a little bit of responsibility there?
No. Not for. I just said that I do not believe that man is responsible for his own death. I think you cut me
Okay.
off before I said that.
I mean,
I think
no.
I started out by saying I do believe that everyone involved has some responsibility.
Right. That's what
I
I'm
said
trying
about
to figure
Alex
out.
Pretty
I'm
was
trying to figure
that-
out what is not 100% law enforcement's fault in this case.
So the miscalculation and maybe the misobservation is definitely on the part of the officers while they had him down on the ground. 100%. It's on the officers. We
Right.
don't know, and the police officers will never know if he was actually reaching for his gun to fire it.
No, yeah, we know. They had disarmed him.
Right. So he was he, but did they disarm him because he was reaching for his gun or just disarmed
They
him? because
disarmed
was
him.
being
He did
tased?
not have his
Disarmed
gun
him,
anymore.
and-
Wait, hold on. Wait.
Hold on. No. At this point, it doesn't matter why, because he was disarmed when he was shot.
Right. Okay. So
That threat was passed.
It does matter because it
that's
matters
what I
what the
said.
officers knew at the time.
I just said that the miscalculation and the misobservation on the officer is their part. That was their fault. So the shooting
why
of
are
the
you
guy is
why are
their
you still
fault.
trying to sit on the fence?
I'm not sitting on the fence.
Sounds like you're sitting on the fence.
And I'll maintain.
So it's all the cops'
if
fault
you-
then?
If
Is that what I'm
you,
hearing?
I didn't say that. Didn't you just?
I know. Well, that's what I'm trying to get
I'm
you
going
to
to
get
help
off
you out.
the fence.
It's always going to be the cop's fault where Dusty is concerned because rightfully so. He just really does not like
Yeah, but
cops.
grid. If
I'm
this
just
was
trying
the
to
case,
say
I
that
agree
if
with
you are
Dusty.
carrying a gun and there is that type of environment and you're in the middle of a protest and police officers or other types of
Mhm.
officers are trying to de-escalate a situation and you have a gun on you, you might
Mhm.
not want to get into a altercation at all with the police
So-
officer, right? It's not your
Correct.
business. It's
First
not
of all,
your
the cops were
business.
not trying to de-escalate shit. They were trying to escalate it. But also, what I will point out is that and this is something I'll say is not a cop problem. This is all the rest of y'all. It's not a me problem either. It's all the rest of you problem is that if we have law enforcement, their job, the reason that we give them the right to use violence, monopoly on violence, is because we're tasking them with upholding the law. Now we have somebody who got executed because he was engaging in the law that they're supposed to uphold, and y'all motherfuckers are like, well, he shouldn't have been doing something lawful around law enforcement.
I didn't say the end of his life was his fault.
Justice
I know we've been over this
it was
before.
an
You
operation
all
against
deserve
that.
to do law if you did.
Let me ask Grid, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
What
Do you
get?
understand where I'm coming from when I'm saying responsible carry?
Grid does. He loves cops and he
Hold
hates
on.
their victims.
No.
I
no.
actually don't like cops much at all, but that's okay.
So
So first of all, I mean, I carry all the time. I don't involve myself in any kind of situation if there's cops around because they're going to shoot me.
which
you
is
know,
which
that's
is
the
responsible
problem.
carrying, right?
No, it's called
That's
self-preservation.
Well,
correct.
it's
policing.
responsible.
Cops
No,
not
no,
to shoot.
that is corrupt
that's not being
policing,
responsible.
and that's Stockholm syndrome. If you fuckers think that you need to hide from cops to legally carry guns, guess what? You don't have the right to bear arms, motherfuckers.
Yeah, you're a subject of the king, specifically King George III.
It's not quite.
No, I'm just not going to go into a risky environment while I have a pistol on my
Well,
hip.
you're a woman. No one expects you to.
Well, even as a man, I don't think that I would go into a
Well, you can't
situation
think-
like that with
you
a
can't think
pistol
like
on
a
my.
man.
You're
It's
right.
impossible.
You're right.
First
But
of all-
hypothetically, from my womanly
Well,
perspective,
if you're not going to need to defend
probably-
yourself in a dangerous situation, when would you need to defend yourself?
Well, the thing is he didn't start out defending himself. He
He-
interfered in something that was occurring.
Okay,
A
before
cop,
we move
yeah, a cop was
forward,
beaten up and he
before
got
we
out of
move
his car.
forward,
Okay,
just
all
a
right.
second.
He
Just a
was
second.
standing
I'll
there.
let you
Hold
guys
on,
go.
Dusty.
I'll let
Dusty.
you
The
guys
cop
go.
wasn't beating anybody
I'll
up.
let you guys go.
may I?
Just a second. Just a second.
Okay.
Hey, thank you very much to Mr. Mister for the 50 cash app. That is greatly appreciated. Flo, you were talking.
If he
please.
sent me one, I don't know about it because my phone died. But if he didn't send me one, hint, hint, I'll check it when my phone
Okay,
dies.
Flo, go ahead, please.
Yeah. Dusty. So
I got to
hold
take
on.
a walk.
You
Grant is
have
going to give me a stroke with
Dusty.
all his nonsense.
Dusty, would you
Don't you Dusty
have
me?
you walked over? Would you have walked over like Preddy did and involved yourself with those cops?
I don't know if I would have or not, but what I will say is that seeing what he did, I think he did the right thing, like the virtuous thing. It was a risk, of course, but he's watching a fucking cop beat up a woman because he's mad at her. That's what was happening. So I think him going over there
Hold
and going,
on,
"Hey
hold on.
man, maybe
That
stop
cop
beating
hit
up
the
this
woman?
chick." Hold on, no, let me finish. I think that what he did is the absolutely the right thing to do.
Okay.
Whether or not
I
I would have
understand.
done it is different.
I heard you.
I probably
I
would.
heard you. Well, but did the cop hit the woman?
He grabbed her and he threw her on the ground. Yeah.
Okay,
Just
so
like her.
so maybe he was going to cuff her or something, do his job.
You don't get to just blitz people when you're arresting them. You say put your
I
hands
don't
behind
know.
your back.
I'm not a cop, but
So
I'm
we-
asking
do we
you:
have-
would you have involved yourself in that situation?
I like to think that I would have. There's a good chance I'd be like, nah, fuck that. That's not my problem.
Hey, before
How
we
much
move
footage
forward,
do we
But hold
have?
on, but-
How
but-
much
but
footage do we
regardless-
have leading up
But
to?
regardless,
Money
hold on,
if
hold on.
I
Hold
did
on,
not
just a
involve
second.
myself,
Hold on, just a
All right.
second. Okay, to keep on trucking with instant huge $5 says Emmett Toledo made the news. 2 Moon Crickets throwing rocks at each other, hitting 12 others in the process and ruined the Old West End Festival. Okay, so
I didn't hear that. And what was that, Emmett?
it was a super chat. It was just it happened. He was telling us about 2 Moon Crickets throwing rocks at each other and ruining a process and a festival in Toledo.
is that like a metaphor for us or something?
Moon Crickets
It's actually a slur.
there were
Okay, I don't.
there were people who were called that because they used to travel at night going north.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So I got a question for you, Grid, because like one of the things, like, and I'm gonna keep harkening back to America's history. Do you know what the Boston Massacre was and what started it?
yeah.
So you know it was overzealous policing, where police jumped a colonist and then shot the crowd randomly
Yes.
because people stood up for.
Sure.
Okay,
I agree with that.
so and I'm pretty sure this entire that's very relevant to the Preddy case. Whether you
I don't
like
think-
the ideology, or
I'm
not.
trying to get to where you guys. I understand you guys say that it is, but I'm having a hard time getting there.
Our
Because what I
government
see, hold on. I've
disarmed
let you
a
guys
criminal
talk. I've
and
let you
shot
guys. I
him.
sat here and listened while you went on and on. So here's my point. Sure, I think the cop was a dumb son of a bitch too. I don't think the cop did the right thing. The important part of this is that Preddy went over there knowing he was armed.
Yes.
Okay, which hey, honestly, to me that's irrelevant because he never pulled his
I
gun,
did-
he never
You
cared about
motherfuckers
it.
keep bringing it up like it's a
You guys
factor.
can't stop. You can't stop. So here, I let you guys talk about all of this.
You don't have a choice. This isn't your fucking panel.
Okay,
That's
calm down. We're gonna let him finish. Give me just 1 second, real quick. Scott Hovind for the 5. Does he
I
make a
always
horrible
finish
false
first.
claim again? He's wild in his observation. Please let Grid finish this. I don't want to mute anybody.
I knew Dusty was a selfish bastard finishing first every time.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, look, I don't necessarily think what Preddy did was wrong. And I do think that what the cops did was wrong. But I can't get to where Preddy is an innocent victim in all of this because he was a dumbass. You guys want to make Preddy like some sort of vigilante hero, but he's not.
No,
He was the guy that just as easily could have sat there with his phone and videoed it and made a difference that way. But instead, he decided to go over there and intercede in a situation which he honestly knew nothing about. Okay.
No, he did know something. What are you talking about? He knew nothing about it. He watched it happen. We've watched it happen.
When they come to seize your arms and munitions, do not do anything about it because it is an illegal protest.
No, Grid won't do anything about it. All these Mike Hold Dead Hand motherfuckers will be the first ones to hand over their guns and then cheer on the blue line to take them away.
But you guys are like, you're holding him out as some vigilante hero, but he's not. Now, I'm
holding him out as a real American, to be honest.
I'm going to be honest with you. Had the cops not overreacted and shot him, you guys wouldn't even be talking about it.
You're right. You're right. No, you're right.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
I don't give a fuck about it.
You understand that him getting shot was not a function of him. It started when he interceded.
It was a function of overzealous, poorly trained
It's hard
police.
to answer you when you just fucking run over me.
Well, you're making your straw manning.
Okay.
He's incidental to the situation. Petty doesn't matter.
Okay. Dark Side Deaconess, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, so I'm curious because I've watched snippets of it. It's been a while since I've watched anything regarding Alex Preddy. How much of the footage up to the lady being pushed down do we actually have access
I've seen
to?
almost all of it.
Yeah, we've watched all of it for days at different angles and shit.
Yeah.
But the incident started with her getting pushed down. Before that, they were just walking around protesting, right?
Before that, she was like, they were like harassing the cops or whatever.
They were protesting. It was annoying.
The cops
and they were
got
annoying
out.
the police officers.
Right.
Like,
The police were annoyed, so they beat up a woman. And then,
They were
Okay,
interfering in the
here's-
police
Beat up a
duty.
woman.
if you can't handle annoying people, you should not be a cop.
This
Right.
is why
I agree with that part
Here's
too.
what I'll say. Here's what I'll say. Do I think that he thinks he was doing the right thing? Yes.
Who? The cop?
No. Alex Preddy. So he in his mind, what he believed he was doing was he believed he was helping protect this lady who was being overly corrected or overly harshly handled by the police officer, right? So
Body slammed. Body slammed.
So
She got body slammed. She got
He
pushed
got body
down.
slammed.
he shoved her.
Yeah, no, she got pushed.
shoved
She got
her.
pushed over.
They body
She got
slammed
pushed.
Alex Preddy, did they not?
Yeah, they did body
They
slam.
did
Alex
body slam
Preddy.
Alex
Yeah,
Preddy.
they
also
absolutely
they
body
also
slammed him.
disarmed. The problem is they also disarmed him and then fucking shot him. That's
So-
the problem.
They disarmed him, and then someone yells gun. Someone else yells gun. The claim is, and you can see them.
Hold on, I was raising my hand and everything.
But Grid, do you see the connection to the Boston Massacre? Because there were eight. There
No.
were eight fucking. There were.
I never
you
raised
wouldn't-
my
You're not an
hand.
American. Calm down.
I
Dark-
noticed
Dark
it. You
Side,
did
could you
good,
please
but it was kind of
finish?
manipulative. But
Wait, could you please finish? So I can say hi
Yes.
to Nate real quick.
Yeah, so I would say I think my whole thought on it is that what Alex Preddy did was something that he thought was kind. Was it risky? Yeah, but that's usually what happens when someone goes into a situation. Even if they don't know what's going on, they think that they're protecting someone. The intent is pure and virtuous, right? The unfortunate thing is that the police officers didn't handle the situation very well, and that man ended up dead. Is that
Right.
fortunate or unfortunate? Well, I mean, it depends on how you look at death. So he died. He died doing something that could be seen as like martyrish, right?
We can just hold on. We can just assume that he did not want to die. Let's just assume he did not want to die. That's
amazing. One less dumbass
sorry,
on the
that's the
universe.
I mean, to be fair, he was.
I mean,
people are
I'm
really
just
happier in
saying,
heaven
okay.
than they would have been on earth. That's crazy.
All I am
That's
saying
not what I'm
is, if it
saying
was
at all.
Witchy Beachy,
The
it
whole
would be the
deal
greatest thing
with
to do.
Preddy is that once the first shot was fired, they just unloaded into him.
Okay, they were.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with how the police.
That's what happened.
You have one of two options. Either they saw him get disarmed and then executed him anyways, or they didn't know where the fucking gun was
Yeah, they
and
didn't
they
know where
just
the gun
started
was.
shooting blindly.
I'm not
Yeah,
blaming
they
the
didn't know where the gun
both
was.
of those-
All they
both of
heard was
those are
gun. Hold on,
bad.
and this is actually being discussed right now in some very interesting circles.
Like
All
here,
the-
what's
all the
more interesting
cops-
than this, Grid?
All the cops heard was gun,
gun.
Yeah.
not disarmed, not I have the gun. They
that
just heard
does not
gun,
matter.
and then
Yeah.
Preddy's still moving around.
Yeah, he's still alive.
And I'm not saying this is the right thing to do. I think this is really poor police technique. But
It's
all they did
actually-
was they saw him moving around, and once a first guy fired, which there's some argument about whether the cop that had Preddy's gun actually fired the first shot accidentally.
There's not. It's been disproven. It's not a thing anymore. There was some speculation at first, but regardless, regardless, and you're a CC holder, so you know as well as I do. You don't get to just start shooting people because you heard somebody say the word gun.
It's not anyone.
Hold on.
Nate.
In an active hold on, bullshit. If you're tussling with me and I hear the word gun, you're getting shot, motherfucker.
What if you shoot the wrong person? You're just gonna start shooting. You don't know where the gun's at.
Yeah, good. But you'll go to prison because citizens are held accountable.
Yeah. Right. You're responsible for knowing where you shoot your gun.
After in the
investigation, that I didn't know where the fuck who was.
If you don't know where the gun is, you don't get to just start shooting at things until you figure it out.
If we're tussling and I hear the word gun, I'm shooting. I do get to do that because now I have a reasonable fear for my life because I've heard the word gun.
And if you're wrong, if you just shot somebody because someone over there said gun, by grid, then he's going to prison.
Wait,
Yeah,
Nate
doesn't have qualified.
Okay, let me say hi to Nate. Hello, Nate. Good to see you. Welcome.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
It's frustrating.
Hello, sir.
But I persevere.
Well, I think it's also frustrating.
Do I have a lot of do I have a lot of echo or lag?
No, you're fine.
Good.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button.
Okay.
Damn, you're back.
So, as someone who has, there we go. For myself, as someone who has a lot of experience legally carrying in some questionably legal situations, okay? I have responsibilities that go above and beyond when it comes to interactions with law enforcement. I am not to confront a law enforcement until after they are aware that I am carrying. Their option as to whether or not I'm disarmed before we interact.
Is that a law that you're citing, or is that?
It's like gun ethic. Like
it depends. That is gun. Hold on. Let me answer. That is actually in every concealed carry permit or whatever class. It is 100% self-preservation to do that. Okay,
so we're not. Okay, but it's not. But I'm asking the legal question.
Pretty had. Hold on. I'm not done. Preddy had already been shown to have been present, to have his concealed weapon present with him when he was on the agitation side of the protests that had been going on. Okay, he was already very lax. He did not, him not having his ID and his concealed carry permit hard copy on him in that situation meant that he was voluntarily going into a volatile situation on a side that was antagonistic toward police, and he did not follow the rules of the state that he was in. Okay,
that's
the question I was asking earlier.
You guys can finally get along with Sarah's crew because you're all King George loyalists now. You have that in common. There's common ground. That's crazy.
Oh no. All I'm saying is there are certain things you can do. There's certain things you can do, and it's no problem until you're caught. But once you're caught, it's a problem.
What's in the CC?
He wasn't caught. He was executed.
Manuals he was caught cold.
They figured out
No. This is where he got caught.
I guess I don't interrupt you, but you interrupt me.
Knowingly concealing with his at an agitated situation. He ran up to the line of agitation, and because nobody had the 10 seconds, literally 10 seconds, to pat him down and check for all other weapons before someone shouted gun.
So
Yeah,
So
he paid the
he's-
consequence for
Okay.
being stupid
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
You understand
and
that
not
cops
taking his
executed
personal
him.
accountability.
Okay, you're just not going to stop talking. The cops shot
Go
the
ahead.
man for doing something that he is legally allowed to do. And you're saying he's legally allowed to do it. We all agree on that. And law enforcement, who's tasked with
They
upholding the
didn't shoot him
law,
because he was carrying a
law-
gun. That's not what they shot him for.
what?
And
Well,
you know it. You
they
believe
heard
it
gun,
genuine.
right? I thought. Wait, hold on a second. I thought they shot him because they heard somebody say that he had a gun.
As they're tussling, as he is resisting arrest. Do you not understand the connotation, sir?
You mean as he was below
had
5
been
other officers and had been
circumstances.
disarmed?
The heightened, nobody knew
Yeah.
that he was disarmed.
How
So-
the fuck do they not know he was disarmed?
They
And
don't
why
know
would they
he was
start shooting when they don't know where the gun is?
All you
I tell you what, if anybody ever yells gun, if anybody ever yells gun around me, I'm going to assume
with
it's you, Grid.
somebody, your partner says gun, okay? You pretty much believe that is the
Bro,
that is the thing that's going on.
gun can come from anybody in a crowd.
By the way,
As
thank
well.
you very much to
Yeah.
Scott for the 5.
I'm
That's
just
the
going to be
thing-
honest.
Oh
with
yeah, I
you.
really said
If
that.
you
And
and I
then I
are
have
fighting,
one more for a Pharmacat for 5 that says girl power.
I'm just going to be real honest with you. If you and I are fighting and I hear someone yell gun, 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 I'm pulling my gun and more than likely you're getting shot.
I already have a knife in you.
Well, that's retarded, Grid. That's retarded on your point because you're
No.
not situationally aware enough to carry a gun.
But-
The 2 people below me were talking about gun responsibility. That's not.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand
Yeah,
that. And
I know.
No,
I've
it's
I've
responsible.
taught that
What are
in
you
state.
talking about?
No,
No,
it's not. No,
you
the fucking
fight somebody and somebody
randomly,
yells
Hey,
gun.
brother, to
You're gonna be like,
randomly
oh,
You
hear
have
a
to
gun.
know what you're shooting at.
If I'm gonna be in danger
Listen,
before I
listen.
act, no, that's not the
Yeah,
way it
yeah.
works.
Actually, that's
Yeah.
part
No,
of the
that's
law.
not how
You
it
have to
works.
see if you're in danger.
You,
That
Emmett,
is
you have to know
that
what
is
you're
the
shooting
dumbest
at.
thing I ever
No,
seen in my
no,
life.
there's
Brother,
You
that's
have to
part of
know
the
what you're
law.
shooting at,
Do you
Emmett.
know how
Dumb
many?
shit
Do
in
you
my
know how many
life.
people? Do you know?
There's no
Well,
duty
then
to
the law
retreat
is
in this
stupid, and we should
state.
change it.
There's no duty to retreat in this state, and if I'm tussling with you, I'm definitely not retreating. I'm shooting you. You guys seem
There's
to
a
ignore
duty
the
to
fact
not shoot the
that
wrong
if we are
person, Grid.
actually involved in if we are physically involved in a fight, and I hear the word gun or knife or weapon, I'm going to shoot you.
If you and 5 of your homies are jumping me and on top of me and I've taken my gun away and then you shoot me, you're getting charged,
prison.
Grid. You're
Here.
getting charged.
Okay,
Now, what's crazy to me, hold on. What's crazy to me is you and Longhorn Nate especially are conservative, cold-blooded Americans, and you are both sitting here telling me with no irony that with no irony that this man deserved to be killed by the
no one
police.
in that tussle knew that the gun was gone. They're
They
cops.
have an
They
obligation to
heard
know what the
gun,
fuck they're
and they
shooting at,
shot
Grid.
the guy who was still moving when he should have froze.
You know,
Well, he
there,
knew what he
there
was
was,
shooting.
the guy who took the gun, who definitely knew
I'm
he took the
gonna
gun.
be completely honest.
That
I
guy
don't think
didn't shoot him,
I
did
don't
he?
think they have a question on who was gonna get shot. I think they actually, knew exactly who was gonna get shot.
Yeah,
in that
they
situation.
executed a man in cold
Immediately.
blood.
Right.
Thank you.
It was it
I-
was not a
Believe it or
problem that
not,
they didn't
people
know
who
who
go
was
into
gonna
law
get shot.
enforcement,
The paramilitary organization that was there and being confronted by the crowd needed to have situational awareness where Pretty was not required to. So fuck off, right?
yeah, Preddy is not held to the same standard as law enforcement. Absolutely.
No,
But
he's
no,
Freddie
still
had
under
Fred,
the
Freddie had
He's carrying a
permission.
concealed
No,
weapon.
yeah,
He
yes,
is.
he did. Yes, Pet, yes, he had the ability to carry a concealed weapon, and he has a responsibility. Like how long Nate said, that's why I
He has
asked Grid
responsibility
that
The
to-
question.
responsibility is
He
a
has a
fucking NRA
responsibility to
talking
be
point.
situationally
Your
aware.
responsibility is to stand
He
up to
has
fucking
a
tyranny, because this is
responsibility
America
to be
where tyrants come to
situationally
die.
aware,
It's our
just
whole
like the
fucking
cop
thing.
has
He
a
did not- he
responsibility
at
to
no
be
point-
be aware.
You don't care about
You're saying
that.
okay, so we're back to the thing that he did wrong is that he was there at all. You don't believe we have the right to bear
The
arms.
funniest part is if you're gonna be a
No.
citizen, you have to be responsible for your own fucking actions, and you're pretending that he has no
Yeah.
responsibility.
Unless you're a
You guys
cop.
are the
Unless
guys
you're a
that are being
cop.
subjected
No,
to
Then you
the
don't even have to know what the
cops
fuck
were
you're shooting
wrong.
at.
You're the
Gentlemen.
weak
The
little
cops
babies
were
that couldn't do
wrong in
anything
how they
wrong.
handled it.
King,
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
glad to know that King George still got shooters out here. I'm glad to know that.
The
Well,
cops
I'm probably
handled it
one
wong.
of them because
So-
apparently
But he was
personal
also
responsibility as a citizen
irresponsible
is
with his
not a
concealed
thing.
carry.
Our personal responsibility
Is
would be
his
to remove
death
the
his
law
fault?
enforcement with force, isn't it? You know the truth about it.
Personal responsibility.
If you think it's irresponsible for him to conceal carry there, then you do not believe in the right to bear arms.
Personal
Full stop.
responsibility is
carry
retarded
a
when it comes
weapon?
to.
All right, so you're no.
engaging
Everybody
with
wants to
agents of
talk
the
about
state.
Preddy's. Everybody wants to
I
talk
muted?
about Preddy's responsibility. Preddy didn't pull his gun at any time.
So
I didn't
okay.
say he did, and that's not how he
Yeah,
was
but
responsible.
I've taught that same
Great. You were
exact
going to say
thing that
something. What were
Nate
you going to
and
say?
Deaconess are talking about, right? I've taught that in classes before. That I understand the U.S. CCA mantra of don't involve yourself with cops, which I actually believe. I think anytime you have a gun on you, the less interaction you have with cops, the better. Cops will shoot you because they don't like people with guns. They have a real problem. Most cops have a real problem with armed citizens. So the less,
Which is an issue. Which is an issue.
Yes, it is.
It is an issue. That's 100% an issue. And I disagree.
So why are you sitting here justifying the cops' bullshit?
Shut the fuck up for a minute. So, I've taught that before. I've taught concealed carry classes where I've said that same mantra, and I tell people, and I don't believe any of that shit. You're only doing that to because the police aren't used to armed citizens, and we need to make sure that they understand that we're armed. I'm a proponent of open carry because you should know that I have a gun, and you should be afraid of the fact that I have a gun if that's what you need to be. I personally don't live in fear, so maybe you should. I don't care. The point is that at the end of the day, Preddy did something stupid. I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong. He did something stupid. He involved himself in police action. Whether he was armed or not had actually very little to do with that. He was going to get taken down. There were 5 guys on him. Once they said gun, that was the end of it. I saw that coming a mile away because, again, cops do not like armed citizens, and federal agents like them even less. Now, generally, federal agents are a little more professional than police officers, but not by much, in my experience. Now, there is some policy changes being talked about, whether that they've got to quit saying gun because the automatic
policy change. Hold on. You're suggesting that people just hide from cops all the time.
No, I'm not. I didn't say that.
That is absolutely your position.
He actually said that we should have the ability. The whole country should have open
opposite,
carry.
bro.
Open carry.
But you're still blaming Preddy for being there at all.
I'm not blaming Preddy, you dumb fuck. I'm saying
Yes,
that
you
the
are.
cop did the wrong thing. I am saying that once the cop said gun, I saw that shit coming. Once they said gun, and Preddy was still struggling, they were going to shoot him. Now,
There's no surprise that somebody got shot here. What's surprising is that anybody at all is carrying water for what was clearly the cops' wrongdoing. If it's justified to shoot somebody,
right?
Hold on. If it's justified to shoot somebody because your partner says gun, guess what? We got a new cheat code.
No, it's justified when you're resisting arrest.
How come we can't say? How come the 3 of us down here can't say that Preddy did something incredibly
my
stupid,
problem isn't that the
but
the cops
his death
did it wrong.
wasn't his fault. Like the death of Alex Preddy
Preddy's not a
was the
fucking
fault
hero.
of the officers. And
Preddy's
he
not a
also
fucking
did
hero.
something stupid by involving.
Should the cops be charged?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, maybe. I mean, it has to.
Investigated.
Yes, absolutely.
Investigated for sure. I don't know. I think the one cop that in the video, and I'm going from memory from months ago, but it seemed like there was one cop that like damn near shot his partner. And that guy,
that was a whole other thing. Dude started firing into a pile of cops on the ground. Like that's crazy too.
Right? Yeah, like that guy right there. He needs to be behind a desk, like probably for good.
A desk or like the top bunk.
Either way,
top bunk. Yeah,
Maybe the top bunk for a while.
We've got some. Go ahead, Grid.
I'm just saying that what Nate and Deaconess are saying is what people are taught in concealed carry classes. I've taught it myself. I don't believe in it. I think it's bullshit. I think it actually enables the cops to continue with their bad fucking behavior.
It does.
Let me tell you what I do. Every single time I get pulled over and I'm armed, which is I don't get pulled over very often, but I'm always armed. Every single time I get pulled over and I'm armed, I do the same fucking thing. I put my hands on the wheel. The first thing that happens when the cop comes up, if it looks like that, it's going to be anything more than hey, did you know you were going a little fast there or something like that? The very next word out of my mouth is, I'm armed. My permit's here. My ID's there.
Good behavior.
Just don't,
Yeah.
don't fucking shoot. And literally, I will literally say, I have literally said, my insurance is in the glove box along with my gun. You're probably going to want to get that because I don't want you to shoot me.
And I turn on the dome light and shit too. But you understand that by giving us, you're basically saying she shouldn't have been wearing such a short skirt. And my question is, why are you guys so comfortable having such a low standard of expectations for cops?
Hold on. Low expectations.
Expectations suck. We need to change them. What the fuck's wrong with you? Do you not understand what I'm saying?
Here's the other part that everybody conveniently skips over. These are not police officers. These are not your neighborhood beat cops. These aren't even the state patrol, right? This is actually a paramilitary anti-cartel unit that is brought in to protect the facility. Why? Because people are being unruly as fuck and are acting like and are throwing shit and breaking shit and trying to set shit on fire. It definitely is an environment which was aggravated by the crowd, not by the federal agents who are in combat gear. That should be an indication as to where your level of interaction should be at, right?
Hide from the man.
Just for self-preservation, right? Now, you want to go full-on guerrilla. They dealt with a guerrilla the way the guerrilla would be dealt with in any situation. In any situation like that. I'm not about this is where you guys are gonna probably have a wrong idea of me. I am not about the law enforcement being a physical threat to the everyday good person, but the everyday good person also needs to not act like a threat to the law enforcement. And when it is a situation where you have federal agents who are, as they are called out in combat gear, that should say, yeah, I probably shouldn't walk up and spit on anybody. I shouldn't slap any of those boys. I probably should keep my distance from them.
But long haul, this is a trained crack paramilitary squad, but they were acting like the Three Stooges.
Well, I'm sorry. There were how many of them? 14 of them there on the line, if I remember correct. There are 14 of them there on the front line, and there's 300 people in front of them, within 5 feet. One woman gets up and gets in somebody's face. This is how it always starts. I don't know if you ever worked security
the cop
in a
was
crowd.
in the car.
I don't know.
No. You're thinking of a different. You must be thinking of a different situation.
No. I don't know how many of you guys ever worked crowd security, but it always starts with one person coming up and the crowd seeing that they got to do something.
But
to
these
one
aren't bouncers at a fucking strip club, mate.
Listen. Exactly. Which is why these people should not have been so agitating.
Which is why we should have higher expectations for them. If they can't handle a woman standing on the sidewalk, they're not qualified for the fucking job.
I'm sorry. I just don't care when it comes to...
Wait. Is spitting on somebody a part of protesting? Or is that actually right?
He didn't spit on him. He was in the car.
I really.
But you don't have the right to spit on somebody during
spitting on somebody's assault.
I'm talking the situation where he ran up to the woman.
Do you have a right to protest in the middle of the street where it obstructs traffic?
She was on the sidewalk.
She was being told to get on the sidewalk.
And
I watched that part.
She did.
And she continued to fucking
when she
yell
fell
at him.
back and he pushed her.
She's allowed to yell. You're allowed to yell at cops. You're allowed to flip them off.
Okay.
You're allowed to call them cococksuckers.
And they're allowed to.
No. Police officers versus federal agents.
And I will never.
You're allowed to tell all of them to fuck off. You can cuss out all of them.
I don't understand why we have to protect the rights of people committing a crime. I just don't understand it. Why are we going to accept the fact that they were there to quite literally obstruct justice? They were obstructing the lawful engagement of ICE officers.
Legally engaging in protecting
were trying to
Man.
detain illegal aliens. That is what they were trying to do. That's why they were there. All of their actions were in order to do that. So I don't care. They were committing a
Except
crime.
for the ones where they decided to jump out, beat up of the car that they were already in,
a crime.
beat up a woman, and then
both
shoot a
of them
dude.
were in the middle
That
of the
had
street.
nothing to do with aliens.
Both of them were in the middle of the street.
No, they weren't. They were not in the middle of the street.
Good was in the
They
middle
were
of
on
the
the
street, was
fucking sidewalk.
obstructing traffic and was obstructing the officers from moving. And then the other one was in the middle of a street. They had to take the woman out. He engaged in that when he tried to stop it or move it or whatever. When they were in the middle of a street, in fact, if you look at it, they are moving towards the sidewalk.
The other
They're in the middle of the fucking
even,
street.
even hold on, I'm not even going to argue the point with you. I'm not even going to argue the point with you. No, you're right. Okay.
The fact that in your own fucking country,
they were in the middle of the street. They were in the middle of the street.
Okay, they are obstructing justice. They're obstructing.
I know that you're used to Mexico and that sort of grime.
Are going to detain illegal aliens. Most of them.
I'm calling you in.
So I don't care.
I'm calling you in.
Call me in. That's
already
fine.
done that.
I really. You want me to give you the number? It's fine.
When they come to your house and then they shoot you because they hear a bird chirp, and they're like, "Oh my god!" And it scares them.
I'm not gonna be as dumb as they are. Okay, I can talk to people.
Did you see the footage of the cop that dumped a whole magazine because an acorn fell in the car?
What do you want me to do? Oh,
That's
I'm not gonna
hilarious.
fight you. That's a great difference. I'm not gonna be retarded enough to get shot by police.
Well, lucky for you, half the cops are looking for a reason to be a hero. You, my young Mexican brown friend.
Yeah, I don't care, dude. I had already told you it's fine. I'm not gonna be retarded enough to be attacked, to be killed by ICE officers in that way. I'm not stupid enough. I'm sorry that the one that wasn't stupid enough was a white retarded lefty. Okay. It's like, oh my god, he was an American citizen. How dumb you have to be?
That's what this is about. This is why
to get shot on
this is why I need you guys.
You want to pretend to be some kind of virtuous. And then
you just nailed it. You said a dumb lefty.
With the king.
This is why I need you guys to get your heads so far out of the left-right paradigm, because what you guys are proposing
I apologize. This has nothing to do with
oh
left-right paradigm. This has to do with a bunch of people being completely retarded and obstructing justice, and all of you sweeping for them. Oh my God, we cannot.
You have a bunch of people being obnoxious and annoying,
it's like, no,
and then you have police decide to murder them for it.
Yeah. That's all right. Dusty and OG, they really just want police officers to have 100% clairvoyance to know who is and who is not going to be a threat in public, who is and who is not. In the United States,
I want them to know who's the threat before they start shooting people. You're correct.
Make any mistakes, right?
You are correct. I want them to know who is a threat before they start shooting people.
Maybe the one that I'll tell you who was a threat in that situation: the people blocking the road, the people who are lined up challenging them for hours on end. That's who are
blocking the road is a threat now.
Yeah. It's actually
right in front of a facility. Right in front of a detentional facility, yes.
But it is
against. Do you think was that officer scared for his life?
Doing that is outside the parameters of protest and is considered a form of agitation.
What is outside the parameters of protest?
You are not allowed to block the street and protest.
That's not what happened with Freddie. That is not what happened with Freddie. That's what happened with Good. We're not talking about Good. We're not talking about Good.
The individuals were in the street. No. The individuals for the Freddie incident, it was the individuals themselves that were in the street. And the ICE officers were telling them to get out of the street because they were blocking traffic. They needed to get out.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't.
Yeah, they were.
Where?
What?
Hold up. All right, we're here. Hold up. She had stepped onto the sidewalk.
That's right.
And Patty came over
Zero
there.
Personal accountability. Citizens need to be able to wander around and act like total fucking morons 24/7, and the police can't do anything unless everybody agrees after the fact that they were doing the right thing.
No, cops can't just shoot people.
Police
Just
need to
like
be
I can't
100%
shoot
clairvoyant,
Our
and they need to be
You
able to
can't
tell
shoot
the
a million people, Nate.
Our constitutional right to protest, to assemble, does not include being in the street with
But
our
it-
bodies.
Oh my God, you are such a bootlicking dumb bitch.
Yeah,
It
yes,
does not
fucking
matter.
yes,
It does
fucking
not
no.
He
matter.
was in the street before they.
Yeah, wait,
got
you
to
know,
the
it
sidewalk.
implicitly does. We were a nation born of revolution. The
It-
fuck are you talking about?
Fine, but
We
you
got our
No.
independence by
shot
shooting
during the
cops, baby.
revolution, OG.
Hold on.
If you
Okay,
you just want war,
okay, so
you're
let's
gonna pretend that is the
but it
way,
doesn't
then
matter if he's in the
fine,
street or
go
not.
for war.
Then arrest him. Then arrest him for trespassing or some shit, right? That's
They were
what cops
telling
get
her
to
to
do.
get out of the street. That's how they got her to the sidewalk.
Okay, if the
And
cops can't figure out how to get a woman off the
as
Okay,
they were
does any-
attempting
That's
to
the- that's the-
arrest
I
him.
feel
argue-
right now.
just don't
I'm
argue
sorry.
with
I gotta
people.
stop because I feel so fucking like
dumb.
no. I feel so happy and like so like lucky that you just called me a bootlicking dumb bitch. Like that was fantastic.
I mean, that
I
is
really
kind
like
of
that one. I like that
Well,
one.
Clip it and keep
I've
it.
never called back. I've never been called that before. So first time for everything. Keep going. Go ahead.
All right.
I call
So they
everyone
were
that.
in the process
He's
of
literally
arresting
just you an
him.
OG. I'm sure about
They were
bootlickers, though.
actually in the process
Yeah, how
of
the fuck is
arresting
the fascist
Freddie.
and the libertarian on
when-
the same side?
Because you guys are dumb, especially the fascists is like, yeah.
Nigga, you gotta be the stupidest motherfucker when it comes to law. Nah, don't call me fucking stupid when your takes on law are retarded. Stick to religion, nigga. Stick to religion. Stick to religion, nigga. Your takes on history and law are wrong. Your takes on history and religion. Your takes on history.
OG,
and law
I
are
heard
gay.
that. OG, I heard that.
Your
You got- hey,
takes are gay.
Obviously,
Your
Emmett,
takes on
makes
law and
sense.
history are gay.
No, you are gay because
Emmett,
well, you're
Stick
a
to
libertarian,
religion,
okay?
motherfucker.
The
Stick to
libertarians
I'm
are
not a
kinda gay. They're
libertarian.
also known for sucking dick. That's like the best
I'm
thing
not
they
a
do.
libertarian. You watch your mouth.
To be fair, libertarians
You watch
are
your
like
mouth. I'm not a
known for sucking
libertarian.
dick, and
You
are
watch your
sucking their
mouth.
dick, so I don't know what to tell you, fascist guy.
No, I just believe
I didn't
believe
know
in
what to tell
citizens'
you when it
rights
comes
because I'm
to
a
that
fascist and an
shit, okay?
authoritarian.
It's like, I don't know.
The citizenry is the most important aspect of any legal system. So
Y'all are liberals. That's what it is.
Well, you are liberals.
Now I'm fucking offended.
What are we talking
I mean,
about?
technically they are
No,
liberals.
let me make the case. Let me make the
That is
case.
a liberal talking point. Oh my god.
You
Oh
want
my God,
you want
do
big government.
anything.
You want more big government. You want Big Brother. You want people to be just
No.
submissive. You guys have no spine. You are cowards and pussies.
not
And
actually
you want
what I
other
want.
and you want everybody else to be pussies too, because you know that
No.
you wouldn't have gone and helped that woman. And so, well, he has to be wrong because you're
I
a coward.
wouldn't
Fucking suck dicks. It's
Now,
just
I would
that.
not have
It's the
had
whole
someone in
thing
the
is
group
that.
who was marked as a medic. I would not have had someone in the group who was marked as a medic armed. That's where Freddie really fucked up. If his responsibility to that group of citizens was to be a medic and to aid people, he most definitely should not have been armed.
You mean like
I
the
don't
woman
agree
who was
with that.
getting
I
attacked?
don't agree with that.
Other
I don't agree with
people-
that.
Other
I agree with
people,
that.
however,
I think
in
everybody
dealing
there maybe should have been armed.
you well, okay. I come
Because
from
if
a completely
everybody,
different world.
yeah,
than
you're right. Because if
even
everybody
those
What
there would have
world
been
do you
armed-
come from?
Right. Because if everybody there would have been armed, those ICE agents wouldn't have pressed like they did, and that's for fucking sure.
That's ding, ding, ding. Everybody should be armed.
Well,
Everybody
that's
should also
right.
be
That's
willing
right.
to use it.
Hold on,
right.
Nate. What world do you come from that gives you special insight into how
Everybody should have F-15s.
because you're a
I'm
bouncer
your
at a strip
assign-
club or
I'm
something?
your
Everybody should
assign-
have
I'm
AR-15s
your-
and an
I'm your
RPG,
assign-
baby.
No,
three-letter agent.
F-15s. We should have. You know, when you go to work,
Oh,
you should be doing in your
F-15.
combat plane. Okay, and just in case something
Recreation,
happens,
legalize-
you gotta be sure to
legalize
have those
nuclear bombs,
missiles
baby.
ready. Okay, that's what you
No,
ought to.
legalize nuclear
We're gonna
bombs.
be,
I
we're
just
gonna
hope
be,
you all
we're
get
gonna be
Ebola.
fighting the U.S. military, baby.
Bro, I don't want to hear you, motherfucker. You don't know history. We lost to rice farmers
I
and
don't
goat
know
herders.
history.
Fuck off.
Okay.
Hold on,
I'm the
guys.
only
I got a
one
question
here,
for-
like pretending to even like this country at all. It's like, oh yeah. Well,
hold
no,
on. I got a question
we
for-
all should just allow all the fucking immigrants here. Okay, they suck dick very well.
No,
This
Can I
is
ask?
all
Can I
we
ask?
want here,
Can I ask
boys.
Long
You're
Haul
just mad,
Rick what he
I
done?
want to take all your big booty Latinas.
I'm gonna go. That's what you want. I told you. It's all about Kumi.
Yeah, the
I mean,
yeah, my
Emmett's
immigration
not
my
using any of them.
My immigration policy is the hot ones can stay.
Yeah, Emmett's wasting his big booty Latinas, so he'll just be mad if you take his little action figures or some shit.
You can only immigrate to Mexico and do it if you want to. Okay,
the hot
why don't you
ones
go
can stay.
fuck off to Mexico and get your big booty Latinas there? It's very
The
fucking
hot,
easy
the
if you
hot
want
ones
to.
can stay because it's
Okay.
my
Yeah,
country. It was built
It's
for
not
me,
country.
motherfucker.
No, you don't care about your fucking country. You care about Kumin. You go on here and you're like, let's bring out the big booty Latinas. I just want a coom. Who cares
Because
about
I
that
want to have
country?
children
I
and
want
a
coom.
family. You can't have children and a family
The
without
country
coming.
is like, oh well, we're gonna go ahead and take out the fucking
Hell yeah.
A country is made up of people. How do you get more people, Emmett? By coming, Bubby.
Not only are illegals, but are committing dangerous crimes, and you're like,
A nation is not ideals, it is a people.
please.
Blood and
Oh, I need to
soil.
get-
How do you
maybe
get
that's
more
part.
people? By
Illegals,
coming.
baby. Just think of the illegals. It's like, fuck off.
Well,
At this point,
yeah,
just fuck off.
look.
The guys are there, literally.
Cooming will literally solve all these problems,
And
Emmett.
you all ate it up. You guys ate it up. You
Emmett.
actually ate it up. You ate it up.
Emmett,
This whole
hold on. The solution is
time off,
Cooming.
guys.
Oh no, my God.
The solution is to Coom, Emmett. We solved it.
Well, there is. Your solution is to Coom because that's all
Emmett.
you care about. OG is same thing. You guys are
Emmett.
No,
libertarians.
Emmett,
It'll
let
solve
these
the
white
immigration-
men find out for themselves what Latinas are all about. Okay, so
Yeah,
don't
that's
just
fine.
let them have
Yeah,
it.
that's what I don't Coom at Latinas because they're dangerous, right?
Like if you prefer
If you get stabbed by a Latina, it's because you were doing something reckless.
if you prefer a crazy Latina over a crazy white girl, you're gonna you might regret it. I hope you
I
stay
mean, I
married.
prefer
but you might
crazy
regret
in
it.
general. It doesn't
Crazy
matter
white
the racial
girls are
preference.
my specialty.
Like I just like crazy bitches. I ain't gonna lie to you. I like to fuck around and
all you
find
care
out.
about
Hold
is Coom.
Long haul
Most
John
men
Wick.
do. Most men do.
Long haul John Wick. Can you explain to us the background that you alluded to that gives you special insight?
Oh,
Oh,
my special insight. Well, you can just call me your designated 3-letter agent. That's fine.
Okay, so you can just you're just going to allude to it. You're a truck driver, but you're going to pretend it's true.
My whole job is to pretend that I ride around in a semi truck 24/7 and always be ready to watch Dusty. That is my job, 100%. I am not a bootlegger. I am
The funny thing is that's actually fucking possible. Because before I got raided, they were investigating me for three and a half year investigation.
we're all plants.
Yeah, well, that's because you're stupid enough to get caught with the low level shit. That's all I have to say.
Okay, so what level? Hold on. What do I need to graduate to get to the high level stuff and not get caught anymore?
You can't graduate because you already got caught with the low level shit.
Okay, but hypothetically, right? Like, what is the high level? Because I'm pretty sure drugs are drugs.
High level.
You're talking about adrenochrome. You're talking about adrenochrome.
Okay,
High level.
I'm gonna go
Yeah,
ahead
that's what I'm
and
talking about.
I'm gonna end the stream. I'm gonna go eat something. I'm gonna go eat some my Lord's chicken.
I hope you all eat antifreeze. I hope all of you eat antifreeze after this.
I'm gonna go ahead and eat some of the Lord chicken. I'm gonna go ahead and do it with my eyes buddies as we watch the Alex Pretty episode again and laugh our asses off because
Sounds
it
good.
was absolutely deserved.
Go suck on a gas line, Dusty.
You know what? You know what else was deserved?
What?
Jesus dying.
I mean,
Fuck you, motherfucker.
It was deserved. Do you know why? Because thanks to
he didn't deserve it, but it was bound to happen.
Wait. It was deserved. You know why? Because he sacrificed for us. He did it willingly. So it was.
So we deserve it.
Amen, hallelujah.
Thank God. God
Yeah, that's
deserved
right.
it. That's who deserved it. God deserved
Well,
it.
God's the one that we had to be saved from.
No.
What?
It was from
God
you.
was the one
Don't
doing
take
the
the
thing.
bait, you fucking
You're not understanding
retard.
theology.
Oh,
But
Lord.
I'm not
God
understanding
had to kill Jesus so that God didn't have to kill
Don't
us.
take the
Okay,
bait.
okay,
Don't
listen.
take the bait.
Listen, Dusty.
It's not
I
bait. It's
cannot-
literally
I
God.
cannot- I'm
Bible.
gonna explain this to you only once. I cannot teach you proper theology. If you wanna learn, go to an Orthodox church. They are the ones who can help you. I don't have the proper authority to go on and engage with this anyway.
All right, fine. I guess leave me to go to hell. Don't save my soul.
It is what
Yeah.
it
He's not
is.
a Protestant. He doesn't
it's
care
not
about
my
that.
responsibility.
Jesus loves you,
It-
Dusty.
It's a voluntary
That's
situation.
hold
You're
on,
the
so
one
you're-
running
so
away
your
from
religion
it.
Any
teaches you.
responsibility for you.
You're-
Not. I don't.
you're-
I'm sorry. You can. If
What?
you want to go
What?
to
Jesus
hell,
gave
it's your
2 commandments.
decision,
What
not
were they?
mine.
What were the 2 important rules Jesus gave?
Well, above all,
Dusty,
is to
I
love
love
one
you
another.
as you continue to drive your soul to sin and hell. I love you as you do that. You can always go check out an Orthodox priest and talk with him about it. But outside of that,
why would I need to?
I can't do anything.
At the end of the
Well,
day,
I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
just
you're-
did what I'm supposed to do in order to help
yeah, at
save
the end
your
of the day,
soul.
it's not my responsibility.
Goodbye.
Your soul is yours. You can do whatever you want with it. I have not. Even if I was the perfect person, the perfect orator, and I tell you exactly what you need to hear, if you don't want to listen to it, it's not my decision. It's fucking yours. Okay,
Brother, your soul belongs to God. You just got free will
so
to
when
do what you
people,
want to do.
so when people come to me and are like, "Oh my God, I'm not gonna go because they don't give a fuck." Okay, you can do whatever you want.
I'm
It's
pretty
not my
sure
responsibility.
that the Bible talks a lot about going forth and preaching
Yeah,
the
it tells
word.
you to be. It tells you to tell people to go. It tells
Why
people
does
that
your
you
church
ought to
have a
be-
rule that
you should tell
contradicts the
people.
Bible?
But at the end of the day, it's your
By the
responsibility. I
authority of
told
the
you where
Lord
to
and
find
Lamb,
it.
baby.
Okay. The
No, no,
place
no.
where you can find truth is the Orthodox Church. If you,
You
want to
think it's
go, it's your
sacrilegious
decision.
for the
If you don't want to
Orthodox
go,
Church to
go
prohibit
fuck
you from
yourself.
doing
I don't have anything
what
to
the
do
Bible
with
says?
it.
Those with
Thank you
with
for having me,
authority,
Emmett.
those-
This is just bad
those
bait.
with,
Y'all have a
those
good
with
one.
authority
Take
are
care.
supposed to teach the word. The lay people are supposed to evangelize.
Okay, does it say that in the Bible, or is that some addition?
It doesn't matter because
Emmett,
I'm not sola
before you-
scriptura. It has
before you
to,
cut
it has
us
to do
out-
with interpretation. So
Yeah,
Go on, Nate.
Emmett. Before you cut me out, Dusty, I will honk at you later today when you stop in at Casey's for your cigarettes. All right. Don't forget to get the white claw.
What kind of cigarettes do I smoke, Fed boy?
Well, you're bouncing back and forth between the which ones is it? The Marlboro Red and the Camel Blue.
Close. I mean, I am bouncing back and forth
Oh.
between 2 kinds. You got the type of cigarette wrong, but you got the bouncing back and forth enough to. And I'm flattered that you watched me a little bit more when you're hiding and not commenting on me. Hey, just say hi next time. Maybe I'll throw a membership down or something.
I can't break protocol, but I'll honk at you as you walk in. All right.
All right,
All
that's
right.
fine. That's fine. I'll accept a honk. I'm like the side
Hey,
bitch. y'all are
Dusty,
ashamed
love
of.
you. I love you.
Love ya.
I love you
I
as
love
a
you
Christian,
too.
man.
I love you,
I
but
love
not
you.
with.
I'm looking
not
out
with-
for your. I'm looking out for your eternal well-being. All right.
By loving me, I love you like a gay uncle. What's that do for you?
everything.
Oh, that's cute.
Ooh,
That's exactly the
Yeah.
kind of love I need.
everything. That's it. Yeah.
Memories.
Memory.
You got a gay uncle?
What does that do for you? Well, like very strange Thanksgivings. That's what it does for me.
Yeah. Flashbacks. Thank you.
All right. Well, you know what?
Anyway.
I'll feel like you guys have done your job as long as I know you can't preach to me, but I expect you to pray for me at least every night.
I
And if you don't
appreciate
pray
you.
for me every night now, then you and God will know that you're not praying for me.
That's fine. I will have my talks with God. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Nate,
Maybe I'll start praying for you.
any
for not
last
praying for me.
questions that you have?
Who are you praying
Any
to?
last
Please don't
comments
pray
that you
for me
have?
to whatever you're praying to.
We'll start with you, Nate. Any last comments that you have?
Yeah, people need to understand that if they want radical liberty, they have to take radical responsibility for their actions in order for it to be continuous. And we just don't have a population that is willing or ready to do that.
Oh my fucking God.
You
Get outta
your
here.
turn. You'll get your turn.
No, I'm not engaging it. I'm not engaging it.
Okay.
They gave me the stupidest FBI agent.
Any last words, Dark Side Deaconess?
He's busy reading a book.
My birthday's tomorrow, and I'm having a party on YouTube. If you guys want to come hang out with me.
Hell
Okay.
yeah.
And
We
you'll
got
do
shots?
and you'll do what you want to.
Happy birthday, Deaconess.
Thank you. So no drinking is bad for me.
Oh
if you
yeah,
watch-
yeah, my bad. I forgot.
yeah, drinking is bad for me, but I may have some special fruit
Cocaine.
gummies
Oh,
that I will eat for maybe $1 or $2 donation. The stream's gonna go for quite a few hours, so who knows how many gummies I can eat. We'll see.
We'll see.
nice. Well,
Oh.
Nate can
Bring
do
your
shots while he's
dollars.
driving
Bring your
around.
dollars and your spare change and see how many gummies Darkside Deacon.
That's all people want me for is my dollars. Y'all won't even pray for me. You just use me for my shekels.
I'll pray for
I'm
you,
not-
but you bring
I'm
me
not using you
dollars.
for. I'm not using you for shekels.
It
I'm not
depends on
using
how
you for
good your
shekels
prayers
at
are. We
all.
can talk about it. We can work something out probably.
Anyway, Dusty, any
Yeah, that's
last
what I'm doing
words?
tomorrow.
I hope that you all slip and fall tonight and you're home alone and that nobody's there to hear you and you break a hip or something. I think that you would deserve to have something bad happen to you tonight just for how much you've annoyed me during this conversation. I don't know what. Aside from that, thanks for me. Salute to you guys. Salute to the chat. Salute to the panel. Salute to whatever. Salute to the gummies.
Yeah. If you ever.
And I'll probably. What time is it? God damn, I gotta go like eat something and then go.
Yeah,
I'm probably gonna
eat
go stay
something.
alive for a little
Yes,
bit
it's
now
late.
tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Run and grab some Krispies.
Like Krispy Kremes or Crunchy Crispy Chicken.
No, Crunchy Krispies chicken.
Yeah, we don't have that
I
here.
mean,
You should know that. And not in my neighborhood. Man, you're gonna get reassigned.
We're gonna get
Right?
reassigned.
I've been trying
Yeah.
because really,
Okay.
as far as criminals go, you're really, really lazy.
Bye, Emmett.
Goodbye.
I'm too lazy for that shit. The retirement plan sucks.
Okay. Take care, everybody. Thank you for being here.
All right, bye.
I'm gonna leave right now.
Bye, Emmett.
Bye. Before I leave, somebody sent me something cool, so we're gonna watch it real quick. That's not it. What? What? Yeah, let's do it here. This works. Let me check. This is by Mr. Mister.
What are you talking about?
So we're gonna see that real quick. Then I'm gonna go get a biscuit. Okay? That's what I'm gonna do.
Hey, stop. Say something. Back up. Stop. Say something. Stop. Hey, bro. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. With great power comes great responsibility. What are you talking about?
With great power comes great responsibility. Oh, shit. The last part was so good. Oh, with great power comes great responsibility. It was a great show today. It was a great show today. Thank you very much to the people who donated. First of all, you guys are awesome and really helps it. I really don't like the grifts, so I was just like letting it ride. Thank you very much to all of you for that. It was amazing. Okay. Yeah. There's a lot of people who think that I'm gonna get some kind of shame now. Oh, it's your responsibility. I didn't go to church because of you. It's like, no. I can tell you to go, but it's not gonna be. Even the argument that I make of enforcement of church. Like the reason why I make it is just to see what is the limit that people may have. Darkside, you're always welcome. Thank you so much. It was insightful. It was really interesting. I know there's a lot of people who doesn't agree with me when it comes to me saying that there were a bunch of instigators that were obstructing justice. But that's how I see them, to be honest. So I don't know what to say when it comes to that.
YouTube thumbnails full of smut. Some things you gotta just stay away from. Scroll while they try to hit the lust. Hit the lust button, make
I'm
it
gonna
do something
go ahead and send you
dumb.
somewhere cool.
How
Let
are
me
you
check
supposed to
who is
live
live.
chaste? Advertise execs hit you every which way. Turn you to a Kuma for the state. Better you should go blind and masturbate. Let me just speak it from the top. No sugarcoat, no whitewash. You're not meant to live like a dog. Looking for a slump to hump till the epilogue. Try to keep your mind on better things. They keep fashion images that got you panting. Don't give Lucifer
Okay, we're gonna send you all to Chris
Reaching
the
for
Strange.
the images of his recruit's print. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer.
Fellow creator, great dude.
Gives you strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair. The world gets uglier every day. Uninspired buildings littering the landscape. There's no beauty in the modern age. Ugly is the spirit of the age. Ugly is the way that the people behave. Ugly the philosophies they claim. Ugly are the things that they do with their pain. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair. Whatever's going on, whenever it is wrong, whatever they're doing to you. Whatever's going on, whatever's going on. Whatever's going on, whenever it is wrong, whatever they're doing it to you. Whatever's going on, whatever's going on. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair. Cross yourself and say the Jesus prayer. Pray the Lord gives you strength not to go there. Their spells lose effect if you don't stare. Look away and save yourself from despair.